Good morning and welcome. Is that working? There we go. Good morning and welcome. That's not working.
Mine's
Good
working.
morning. Is it working now? My microphone seems to not be working.
I'm okay with it.
Hello. You can use mine, Chair. Okay. Good morning and welcome, everyone. This is Thursday, December 15th, 2022. This is a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. We're going to start our meeting. We always start in the same fashion in Manatee County. We start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. So today we have Pastor Ralph Hone of the Source Church who will deliver our prayer, after which I'll ask you to remain standing while our Marine Corps veteran and County Commissioner Mike Ron leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, if you are able, please stand.
Good morning and welcome. Before I pray, I just want to congratulate our new commissioners into office and thank you all, the commissioners, for serving. Let's pray. Father, we want to thank you that we get to live in the best county in Florida. Father, we want to thank you that we get to live in the best state in the country. And Lord, we want to thank you that we get to live in the best country in the world. Lord, I pray right now that you would bless this meeting. I pray for peace in this meeting. Lord, I pray that you would just protect and bless each and every family here and each and every person. Lord, I pray for a hedge of protection on all of our commissioners and on all of our police officers and firefighters here in this great county. And Lord, I just pray that you would bless our time together, and we thank you for that. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, we'll try this again. Any luck with the microphone now? Not really. Okay. So, well, that's good. We'll just get started here. So, first of all, thank you for the prayer, sir. Thank you for your service to our community, and Commissioner Ron, thank you for your service to our country. Deputy Kevin Webb, who is just outside the door, who checked a lot of you in through the security checkpoint there. I was hoping he would be in the room at the moment, but he's outside the room. But I want to make note that Deputy Webb has been a member of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office for 48 years. And Charlie, would you ask Deputy Webb to step in the room, please? He'll be retiring, so we're going to give him a big round of applause when he comes in here. So Deputy Webb has been a member of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office for 48 years. He's just come in the door here. Prior to that, he was a cadet for 2 years, in total 50 years of service to our county, and he will be retiring. This is his last meeting. If everyone would please give Deputy Webb a round of applause. All right. So we're going to move into changes to the agenda. Before we do, I wanted to make a quick announcement that it has come to my attention that the call-in feature of public comment was initiated during COVID-19 as an attempt to socially distance people, and this board previously voted to end all COVID-19 restrictions. But somehow that slipped through the cracks. So I'm going to exercise my authority as chair to, see that the will of the board is done and end that feature. Of course, I serve at the will of the board. So if anyone disagrees with that motion, that action, then feel free to make a motion and cast a vote and override my move.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to reiterate that our local code or rules of procedures do not require us to take call-ins on matters.
Right. It was just one of those silly COVID things,
temporary,
right?
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to move into changes to today's agenda and any announcements, and we will go to Mrs. Courtney DePaul.
Thank you, Chairman. So on December 14th, we published a update memo, and under consent agenda, item number 34 was added, adoption of resolution number R22 226, budgeting and appropriating legally available funds for gap loan to HTG Riverview 6 LTD, approving and authorizing loan documents consistent with board-approved loan term letter dated September 22nd, 2022. Under consent agenda, we also revised several items. Item number 3, revision to the 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule. We revised the cover sheet and revised calendar attached. Item number 4, approval and execution of land use restriction agreements between Manatee County, Oneco 51 Senior Apartments LTD for the project known as Savoy at 301, and Oneco 51 Family Apartments LTD for the project known as 301 Flats, a total of 572 units of affordable housing development projects. And we revised the cover sheet and strike through underlined format and attached documents. Item number 5, approval and execution of subordination agreements between Manatee County, Oneco 51 Senior Apartments LTD, the Savoy at 301, and Oneco 51 Family Apartments LTD, 301 Flats, affordable housing development projects. We revised the cover sheet and strike through underlined format attached. Item number 7, approval and execution of amended promissory note documents for gap funding assistance between Manatee County, Oneco 51 Senior Apartments LTD, the Savoy at 301, and Oneco 51 Family Apartments LTD, 301 Flats, affordable housing development projects. Revise the cover sheet and strike through underlined format and attached. Under advertised public hearings, presentations upon request. Item number 15, LDCT-22-18, Ordinance 22-80, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment Accessory Kitchen, PLN 2206-0135. Legislative, action and updates from the Planning Commission and revised motion for approval have been attached. Item number 16, LDCT-22-20, Ordinance 22-91, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment Car Washes, PLN 2208-0015. Updates and action from Planning Commission and revised ordinance were attached. There are several more updates. Item number 17, LDCT-22-21, Ordinance 22-103, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Publication of Legal Notice, PLN 2209-0019. Action and updates from Planning Commission and revised motion for approval were attached. Item number 19, Z-22-01, MB Builders, Inc., Rezone MB Builders, Inc., PLN 2112-0093. Action and updates from Planning Commission with a revised motion for approval and revisions to staff report attached. Item number 20, Z-22-04, Jeffers Rezone, Jeffers Pamela J. is the owner, PLN 2204-0026. An update to staff report and action of Planning Commission, updated motion for approval, updated staff report maps and aerials, and revised ordinance have been attached. Item number 22, ordinance number 22-97, County Initiated Code of Ordinances, Text Amendment, Article 1 of Chapter 26, Buildings and Building Regulations, Appendix Q, Tiny Houses on Foundations. The updated staff report was attached. And then under advertised public hearings for presentations scheduled, item number 24, mediated settlement agreement of Special Magistrate Clifford Shepard regarding Resolution R-22-094 denying application number PDR-21-07 ZG to rezone 42 acres of real property generally located at 2401 Twin Rivers Trail. That was set for a 1:30 time certain. Request from applicant to continue to February 2nd, 2023. Revised motion and public comments attached. Item number 25, PA-21-05, Ordinance 22-41, Elon Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment, PLN 2107-0041. Action and updates from the Planning Commission and a revised motion to approve were attached. Item number 26, PDMU-21-14, ZP Elon Casto Net Lease Properties LLC, PLN 2108-008. Additional public comments, actions, and updates from Planning Commission, revised motions, updates to staff report, and revised ordinance were attached. Item number 27, PA-21-09, Ordinance 23-11, SMR Taylor Ranch, LLC, Large Scale Comprehensive Plan Map and Text Amendment, PLN 2111-0048. Action and updates from the Planning Commission, revised motion for transmittal, and public comments were attached. Item number 28, Ordinance 22-39, Robinson Gateway, DRI number 29, PLN 2203-0021. Revised zoning map, action and updates from Planning Commission, and revised map H was attached. Item number 29, PDMU-15-04GR, Robinson Gateway General Development Plan Amendment, PLN 2203-0022. Action and updates from Planning Commission, revised motion for approval, public comments, revised zoning map, revised general development plan, and revised affordable housing memorandum attached. Item number 30, PDR-21-25, ZP Jordan Creek at Manatee. William Monroe Rowlett Academy for the Arts and Communication, Inc. is the owner. PLN 2110-0084. Public comments were attached. And finally, there was another update memo published this morning on December 15th. Under advertised public hearings, presentation scheduled, the adoption of Resolution R-22-222, approving the recommended alignment of Lorraine Road from SR 64 to 59th Avenue East. This item will be deferred until January. And that was it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For those of you who don't regularly attend these meetings, it doesn't get much more exciting than this. So what we're going to do is this board also serves as the port authority for Seaport Manatee, and we have some port business that needs to be done. It's a separate body, so we will recess this meeting, go into a port meeting. When we come back, commissioners, we will start with the continuances, and then we'll go into citizen comment and consent after that. So at this time, I'm going to recess this meeting and turn it over to Commissioner Cruz, who's the chairman of the Manatee County Port Authority. We're in recess.
And we're back. All right, welcome to the Seaport Manatee Port Authority meeting. We will start with public comment. If anyone has any public comments related specifically to Seaport Manatee or the Manatee County Port Authority, now is the time. Seeing none, we will close public comment and we will move into the consent. Board members, is there any consent items you would wish to pull?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve. Second. Consent.
All right, we have a motion to approve consent, second by Port Member Baugh and seconded by Port Member Satcher. I will open consent up for public comment. Are there any public comments related to the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment on the consent agenda and move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it is approved unanimously. Moving on to number 2, intermodal container yard change order number 9. I will direct this to the Executive Director, Carlos Macaris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As you are well aware, the port is expanding rapidly. The demand for space is growing faster than our ability to expand the port. So this is an opportunity to keep on paving, to be able to accommodate the unprecedented growth in containers that we're seeing and expect to see over the next few years. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I'm certain for
Thank you.
1:30.
Anyone have any questions for
No,
Mr.
Kip
Macaris?
Services. I'll announce it again at 1:30.
See no questions? I will open this item up for public comment if anyone has any comments regarding this change order. Seeing none, I will close public comment and I will be accepting motions.
Move to approve.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve by Board Member Baugh and second by Board Member Ron. We'll go to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it is approved unanimously. Moving on to number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 3 relates to our annual general rate increases. The port raises its fees. As you know, the port does not have any ad valorem or essentially any other tax support. So this opportunity is to raise our rates in order to keep up with costs and opportunities for development. So essentially, it's an annual rate increase, which, of course, just for as information, if any customer of the port wishes to incentivize us by bringing additional volume, of course, we would give them a discount off of this rate. So this is like essentially our standard rate, our tariff, from which we can provide incentives under your approval for expansion.
All right, are there any questions?
So, am I working now?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to point out to the public that, as he stated in more layman's terms, the port, as a port, we do not tax. There is no tax involved in the port at all. It's totally self-sustaining. And the fees are we act as a landlord port, and so these fees are mooring fees. They're, rent fees essentially for Del Monte and Chiquita and all these companies that rent warehouse space from us on port site. And that's basically the only source of revenue for the port. And so that's what the fees that are associated with this, that's what they are. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll open this up to public comment. Are there any public comments? Item number 3. Seeing none, I will close public comments and I will be accepting motions.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Board Member Ron and seconded by Board Member Ballard. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. Seeing that we just had public comment 90 seconds ago and nobody came forward, I'll assume we have no public comments, but I will ask. Nope. All right. Carlos, your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. No, I don't have any comments at this time. I know you have a very full day, so I will essentially, provide comments at the next opportunity. But the port, as I can report to you, has had another record year with record revenues, record growth. And our challenge and your challenge is to maintain the growth that the region, not just Manatee County, is really demanding. They're growing so fast, and we're the only port essentially on the west coast for the rest of South Florida and Central Florida. So not just this county, but many other counties will be looking at this Port Authority for leadership in terms of distribution, logistics, and supply chain, because everything that they consume also comes out of here, out of your port. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And are there any comments from the board? Yes.
Carlos, I just wanted to say that I really missed being at the luncheon yesterday, but I was actually here working on some county stuff that I had to do. But I just wanted to wish everyone, staff, you, everyone involved at the port, a very Merry Christmas. And I really missed being with you guys yesterday. I think it's the first one that I think I've ever missed.
We'll catch you next year.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, yes, Carlos, to you and your team, you're doing an amazing job, as Chairman Van Ostenbridge stated. You know, this port is entirely self-sustaining. You look around a lot of the ports around the state of Florida, they're using ad valorem taxes, they're using your taxes to help subsidize their ports to growth. Carlos and his team do not do that. They're entirely self-sustaining. They're revenue positive. They actually contribute more to the county than the county contributes to them, and they're continuing to grow larger and larger and become more and more important of a port throughout this entire region, and you couldn't be doing a better job. I spent about 4 hours out there yesterday between meeting with your team and the luncheon, and there's a lot of exciting things on the horizon for Seaport Manatee, and we're all excited, and we're happy to have you here, and we're excited to figure out how we can continue using you to grow our wage base and grow our economic drivers here in Manatee County. And with that, have a very Merry Christmas, a happy holiday, a happy New Year, and we look forward to our next port meeting in January. So if there are no other comments, I will close the Port Authority meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back. If you hand that over to me. So at this time, we have two applicants who have requested a continuance from today's meeting, and I think we should go ahead and get those out of the way now. So I will turn it over to Courtney DePaul to introduce those two items.
So the first item is item number 24. It was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. time certain, but it's the mediated settlement agreement of Special Magistrate Clifford Shepard regarding Resolution R-22-094, denying application number PDR-21-07ZG to rezone 42 acres of real property generally located at 2401 Twin Rivers Trail. And the second item that we're opening is item number 30, PDR-21-25ZP, Jordan Creek at Manatee. William Monroe Rowlett Academy for the Arts and Communication, Inc. is the owner. And that's PLN 2110-0084.
Ms. Shank, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So on the Twin Rivers item, the motion would be, I move to continue the public hearing for PDR 2107ZGR to February 2nd, 2023, 9:00 a.m. or soon thereafter as may be heard at the Manatee County Government Administration Center, 1112 Manatee Avenue West, first floor, Patricia M. Glass Chambers. So you have to open the public hearing on the continuance only and then make the motion.
Okay, so we've heard, the motion has been read. Do I have anyone who's willing to?
So
make-
moved.
Okay, perfect.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Satcher to continue item number, you read off 24, correct?
24.
Yes, item number 24. We'll vote on these separately and hold public comments separately because they are separate items. So on item number 24, we'll go ahead and hold public comment. Does anyone who'd like to come forward to speak on the continuation of this item? We'll open public comment now. Okay, seeing no one coming forward on this item, the same would, I have a Stephen Hearn who signed up, but that was to speak on the hearing for the item, but this is the continuation, so I'm assuming that he is not coming forward at this time. Okay. There's no one on the board for, where are we here? Okay, there's no one on the board for discussion, so we'll go ahead and hold the vote at this time. All in favor of the continuation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that continuation passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. So then, Ms. Shank, would you please introduce item 30?
So as Mr. Paul read, item 30 is the Jordan Creek at Manatee project, and the attorney for the applicant, Kyle Grimes, has notified the county attorney's office he's requesting a continuance to make further revisions to the preliminary site plan for the project. Thus, there would be 2 more public hearings held, one before the Plan Commission, possibly in February, and one before the board, possibly in February. But those will be duly noticed and re-advertised. Thus, the motion could read as follows. I move to continue the public hearing and re-advertise for Jordan Creek at Manatee, PDR 2125ZP, to no date certain.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Ballard. We're going to open this up to public comment, and I do have 5 people who have signed up for public comment on this item. This is the Elwood Park item, but they're requesting a continuance. So not coming forward to speak on the merits, obviously, because we're not having the presentation or the hearing at this time. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on whether or not they agree or disagree with the continuance? Okay. Seeing no one, then we're going to go ahead and vote on this item, and I see we now have our digital system up and running. So commissioners, go ahead and cast your votes. And we've closed public comment for clarification. Commissioner Satcher's system is not working, so we'll hold this vote verbally. All in favor of the continuance, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Okay, thank you, and that concludes the 2 continuances. We will get back onto the agenda. Commissioners, are there any items that you would like pulled from today's consent agenda?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I was told a rumor that there was going to be some.
I
something
would like
pulled.
to remove items number 4, 6, and 7.
Holy moly, okay. Let me see here. 4, 6, 7. Okay. I just want to get these marked so I don't skip over them. Okay. Commissioners, are there any other items that we would like to pull from today's consent agenda? Okay. Hearing none, then we are going to move forward into citizen comment on future agenda items. And for those of you in the audience, what we're going to do now is we're going to open the floor up to citizen comment on any items that are not on today's agenda, but are likely to appear on a future agenda, or you want to see them on a future agenda before this board, something you may want the board to take up at a later date. So is there anyone who would like to come forward for citizen comment to speak on a future agenda item?
I made a mistake.
Okay.
Commissioner Bearden's going to modify his.
That's fine. Okay, so seeing no one, sir.
Made a mistake.
I told him.
Yes, sir, come down to the podium. So when you get to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item. You address the board, sir.
I live here in Manatee County,
Sure.
43rd Street, and
First and last
I'm
name,
Drew
sir.
McCarty. And
I'm sorry?
Drew McCarty.
Perfect. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. There's been, it's been in the newspaper, and I've seen it online about the city library just up the street. My understanding was that there was a proposal to change its zoning to condos or residential, and I'm not sure what the status of that was at this time and how that was being handled. And I thought that, property use meeting was the right meeting to see that, or express an opinion on my displeasure with that idea. And in general, having not come down to these meetings, I'm just having, I would say I'm against rezoning, or I would say the more that we expand Lakewood Ranch out into our eastern part of Manatee, the more we lose our, our watershed for the county, where we have the dam and the river, and we get our clean drinking water. And, I'd like to hear more thought on that as we build closer and closer to it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item at this time? Yes, ma'am. And what we'll do is, because he did ask questions, and that's perfectly fine, when we complete public comment, then commissioners will then respond to questions that were asked during public comment. So, ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Myakka City. As always, thank you for allowing us to be here, and mostly thank you for everybody else being here. I'm going to be very short and sweet and just bring up things that I've brought up before, because I'd like to see some follow-up on that. And I think we have a lot of examples of justifying and validating this at this meeting today. As I've asked for things before, we're going to need some bigger signs. Okay, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We really need to work on some bigger signs. It really may help us out with our compromises, communication, and coming together. I've said this for a few years. We just need some bigger signs. Second thing is, I've asked for this before, and I'm going to ask for it again, is I would like to see the development of a Rural Citizens and Lands Citizens Advisory Committee. I am very proud and happy to be serving on the OMAC board, and I think that now more than ever, we have a rural area that is the largest unincorporated landmass. We are bigger than the rest of Manatee County combined. And we are in the cusp of some great things out there. I believe in that. And I think we all want the same things. So I've only asked for 2 things. I've asked for them before. People are familiar with what I've said before. Let's get some bigger signs. And let's form a citizens advisory group for our area so that we have a voice and that we could work with you on what we know is coming and do it in a smarter way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, then we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. And we have a commissioner on the board, Commissioner Cruz. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Sure, I'll be quick. Relative to the library, we don't have an update on that. It's kind of somewhat out of our hands. This is the City of Bradenton, so it's a request by the City of Bradenton to rezone that parcel. There's no intended use for it. It's just rezoning it for future discussion about what could or could not be done there. We're at the mercy of their timing. As you can ask a lot of people around town, the rezone process is long and takes a lot of time, sometimes 12, 18 months. So we don't have an update on that, but I will point out, because it kind of goes along with the other half of what you said. Sorry, my phone's ringing. We do see a lot more growth out east, and a lot of you are here because of that. One of the things this board has been trying to do, and we're working very well with the municipalities, particularly City of Bradenton, is trying to redirect some of that development towards the urban core, towards the west, towards the existing services and infrastructure that we have in place. So part of these rezones, not just with us, but what the City of Bradenton's doing with some of their property, is to encourage housing and development over here and away from the continued urban sprawl that you're seeing. So there is good intent to this, to try to encourage what we feel is in the best interest of the community, the best interest of all of you. So that's where we're going with it. There's no defined plan for it or timeline to have it done, but it is still actively moving forward. As for Carol, or Ms. Feltz, we're working on signage and notifications. We're switching our notices from newspapers, which everyone said they didn't see, to an online system that everybody can see. We have modified, if you remember a year or two ago, our signs were handwritten. and no information on it. Now they have QR codes. You can click on the QR code and see everything. And the reality is, anyone who knows about the signs, so we've tried to make it known, and it's been in the papers. You don't even have to click on the QR code. You just have to see there is a yellow poster board somewhere on that part, because if you bookmark the website that the QR code goes to, you can see every proposed development and rezone in all of Manatee County in real time and click on all of the documentation. So you don't even have to see what the sign says. We can basically leave blank yellow signs up there. And if you see one, just go on the website and see where it is. So we are making some modifications to our signage. I believe it's substantially better than it was 12 months ago, even if you disagree. And we're continuing to make progress into alerting the public and to say, this is a good example. It is a good example. Look how many people are here. How many people here saw much larger signs? You didn't. You saw the one sign, and the information was disseminated through many, many sources to get you all here. So we are working on that.
Thank you, sir. And yeah, I would just echo some of that. Also, the mayor of Bradenton, in an effort to, essentially what we did, first of all, with the library is we asked Bradenton to rezone it to maximum height and maximum density to increase the value of it and increase the potential of the library property. The mayor is working with the city administrator to basically draw a rectangle from Wares Creek and the river out to, like, I think MLK, and then down to 301, where basically everything in that urban core right downtown would get rezoned to that maximum height and maximum density. And it's an effort to bring more people to downtown, get more people to live downtown, and get fewer people, hopefully, to buy in the suburbs that are sprawling out towards our east to prevent, meetings like we're having today. And if you think about it, we want people to live downtown and work downtown, as many as we can, those that want to, because you really drive, for the most part, from your house to your job. That's most of your driving. And so if you live and work in basically roughly the same place, we get a lot of cars off the road and try and help the traffic situation in this town. So along with building roads, we're trying to do it through zoning and planning as well. At any rate, good question. Okay, I don't see anyone else on the board. We're going to move forward then. We're going to close, we already closed public comment. We're going to move forward with consent. So Commissioner Bearden, I wanted to turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I made a mistake on those items, line items.
Is
The
your
line
mic on?
items that I wanted,
Is your mic on?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's on. The line items that I wanted to remove are 4, 5, and 7. Not 4, 6, and 7. 4, 5, and 7.
Okay, thank you, sir. So noted. 4, 5, and 7 then are pulled from consent. So then we will entertain motions, and we'll hold citizen comment in just a second, but for now, we'll entertain motions on our passing our consent agenda minus items 4, 5, and 7.
I'll make a motion to approve consent minus items 4, 5, and 7.
Is our computer not moving?
Apparently not at the
There we
moment.
go, now it is.
Oh, Vanessa
Okay.
jumped in on
I'm
it.
sorry, I didn't.
Okay, so officially, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve consent minus items 4, 5, and 7. The motion is made by Commissioner Baugh, and the second is by Commissioner Ron. Okay, so Commissioners, before we hold our vote, we're going to open consent up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda, excluding items 4, 5, and 7? Any public comment on consent? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment on consent, and we'll go ahead and hold the vote. You can digitally cast your votes at this time. All right, so consent minus items 4, 5, and 7 passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. That's by a vote of 7-0. All right. We're then going to move on to the pulled items, and we'll start with item number 4, and I will turn the floor over to Commissioner Bearden because he's the one who pulled that item. Sir?
Yes, so I did a little research in regards to our TIF funding, and, we're generating about $8 to $9 million a year in TIF funds, and, we currently, with moving forward, are going to be generating around $5 million. That being said, I didn't really think it was a smart idea to take 4.4 million of TIF funding out of our TIF bucket and go into move those into the impact fees to pay for impact fees for this particular project. This is definitely opening the doors for us to essentially drain our TIF funding because there's going to be a lot more companies that are going to come and want to do similar projects. And I just don't think this is a very smart move. So, you know, with that being said, I think we need to look at other options that we may have to help with this project.
Okay, thank you, sir. For the folks in the audience, impact fees, you hear the term waive them. We actually cannot waive them by state law. They have to be paid. So the county ends up paying impact fees usually for affordable housing developments in an effort to make them, you know, more affordable, since the government is what's in the way of increasing costs by taxation. So the order of the speaking board is Ballard, Cruz, and Satcher. Commissioner Ballard.
So I just want to say that this is a project that is in my district. We are in desperate need of additional, more affordable housing options in this area of Manatee County in particular. I do feel that the county helping to pay those impact fees is going to make projects like this more attractive. I think that with inflation the way that it is right now, I think it's very, very difficult to incentivize the builders to actually create housing that is affordable in a place like Manatee County right now. So I think that anything that we can do to reduce barriers is a good thing. So I disagree with Commissioner Bearden on this. So I'd like to see it passed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you dialogue?
I have Cruz, Satcher, Baugh,
Okay.
DePaul. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'll point out a couple quick things. One, this was already approved. This is just an administrative process of pushing the documents through, and these developers are already relying upon a previous approval. So making a turn at this point is not a good practice to follow. Number two, we have a Livable Manatee program. These impact fees get paid based on our program that was in existence well before my time here. The question is just what bucket of funds are we paying for them? They're adhering to the Livable Manatee. In fact, we have a more restrictive Livable Manatee than we used to have, now restricting it to 80% AMI previous to the old 120%. And they're adhering to this, so they're getting the benefits of a program that has been in place. So to say, well, it's not good to take it out of the TIF, well, it's coming out of somewhere. So you're either taking it out of a TIF or you're taking it out of some other bucket of funds within the county. So it's kind of here and there. And we just had a conversation last year, maybe the year before, where we had so much money in that TIF that we actually removed some of the money from the TIF because there was too much. The other uses for that TIF include putting trees on medians. So, I mean, we can argue what's more important in Manatee County, but I would argue adhering to the Livable Manatee program and providing for affordable and workforce housing for everybody is probably a better use of dollars in that TIF than some of the other options we spend the money on. So this is administrative at this point in time. This is based upon a program we have in place that anyone can use if they want to build us affordable and workforce housing, and they're just doing what we ask them to do.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this being pulled. You know, when this came up before the new board, I wasn't thrilled with the way it came before us because it seemed like it came before us very fast and large dollar amounts and minimum information. I remember we were calling it a loan, but it turns out it's basically a gift because you know, something, I thought it was 40 years, I guess 30 is what I'm showing in these documents. You know, the bottom line is, another thing is I am consistently, during my, you know, when I am talking to my constituents and to the people, I say, I'm not in favor of government picking winners and losers. I'm not in favor of, you know, us doling out millions to some and forcing someone else to pay out the nose. And especially, we are incentivizing every single company that ever considers building apartments, affordable or not, or technically affordable under the state definition, or just workforce, as I guess is our other working term. We're incentivizing all of them to manipulate their books as much as they can to be able to come to us and say, oh, we're so far along in this process, we're so close to being able to solve all of your problems with housing. I just need $2 million to make it work on my end. I just need $4 million. Just $6 million and I'd be good. If I could get $8 million from you guys, I know you got it, I'd be all good. So we're setting up an incentive that I disagreed with from the start. And so obviously because of that, I won't vote for the documents to go forward because I think on principle, I'm going to stand and stick to my guns on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The order of the board is Baugh, DuPaul, Bearden, Cruz. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I agree with Commissioner Bearden wholeheartedly. But then again, this board, before our new members were voted in, voted to approve this gap funding. I will tell you that I've made it very clear that I am not in favor of this board taking monies to pay for gap funding. I don't think that's really what the majority of our taxpayers would like to see done. There are other ways to get affordable housing approved, and Commissioner Cruz is aware of that. We were at the same housing coalition meeting, and there are other ways. So I'm not in favor of gap funding. However, Commissioner Cruz is correct that, you know, this was already voted to be done by the last board. So from that standpoint, I will tell you that I've made it very clear I will never, if another project comes forward for gap funding, I will not support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. DePaul.
I wanted to provide a little bit of clarification that I do have our impact fee administrator, Nicole Knapp, here, if the board would like to direct any questions to her. The one thing is, when this was voted upon, the $4.4 million in gap funding was to be taken out of the Southwest TIF and then put into the impact fee funding to cover the impact fees for the project. And so if there is a question about whether impact fees can be waived, I do have Nicole here to answer that if you'd like that addressed, or I'll leave that up to the board.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to let the board continue to debate policy at this time. Commissioner Bearden.
I understand that this was something from the last board that they agreed to this and to move this project forward. However, we have a brand-new board, and we have a brand-new vision. And here's the thing, right? We literally can get another project like this, and it come up, and they would want they would also probably want most likely 4.4 million. And the next one after that would want 4.4 million. And then we're bankrupt in our TIF. And so that's why I have an issue with this. There needs to be a little bit more strategy in regards to how we're going to pull these funds. I just don't think that we need to take almost 30% of our TIF bucket and move this to help fund this project. We're pretty much giving away the farm on this, in my opinion. And this is something that we really need to think about and look at, because we could be making a big financial mistake in doing this. And so I really want you to contemplate on the direction that we need to do with this. I'm not saying we don't want to do this project. What I'm saying is we need to look at where the funding, be a little bit more innovative in regards to how we can do this and move this project forward.
Thank you, sir. Cruz and Van Ostenbridge.
I just want to get us all back on the same page. First off, there's no gap funding in this item we're discussing. If you want to have that discussion in items number 6 and 7, knock yourself out. This is a LoRa agreement for impact fees. It's not all the same. It's not even close to all the same. Gap funding is discretionary at the discretion of this board. We already said after the last one that we were going to take a step back from gap funding until we formulate a program to allow for gap funding. That program has not been put in place. We've kind of noticed people that we were not going to continue that until we come up. This is a LoRa in exchange for impact fees. So a couple of things. One, to say this is a new board, meaning we can renege on previous contracts, is setting terrible example for people out in this community right now, because this is just the final step in something that's been moving forward. Second, it's an adherence, like I said, to livable Manatee. If your argument is, well, other people are going to come looking for farm, I wish we had enough people building 100% affordable housing at 80% AMI that we're going to run a risk of running out of money for impact fees. That would be the best case scenario. I hope to God we bankrupt the TIF by handing out impact fees for people building workforce housing for the teachers and the first responders and the service workers of Manatee County. But the reality is, we're not giving them $4 million. We're paying ourselves the impact fees that other market rate developers will otherwise have to pay. Those impact fees go to building parks and roads and libraries and covering public service for the sheriff. That's being funded one way or the other from Manatee County. It's either being funded through impact fees, or it's being funded through general revenue, or it's being funded through bonding. Those roads are being built. Those parks are being built. So all we're doing, in effect, when we're quote-unquote paying these impact fees, is taking money out of one pocket and putting it into another, and putting that into a dedicated pool of impact fees. This isn't handing somebody $4 million as some sort of profit generator for a developer. It's just allowing them, at approximately $10,000 per unit, to lower their cost of construction to make things more affordable for the end users. And they're not getting it for free by any stretch. They're promising to keep it affordable for decades and decades in the future and cap their rents. If it was free money, we'd have more developers here trying to build these things. So they're giving something in return for this. And the general analysis has been, when Livable Manatee was created, that we are getting more than we give. That's how the analysis works. And at $10,000 per unit, you've got other communities building whole complexes with taxpayer dollars to the tune of $200,000-$300,000 per unit that they're spending to build their own complexes. If I can contribute $10,000 per unit and get those units, that's a huge win for Manatee County. So, you know, I don't like trying to go back on contracts we have, and I think we have a disconnect in terms of how this money is actually being funded and what it's being used for.
Thank you, sir. So Van Ostenbridge, Bob, Bearden, Satcher. I'm going to echo some of what Commissioner Cruz said. Number one, we have made the board, and I understand you weren't here, you didn't, yeah, and Commissioner Satcher was the lone no vote, but we have made a commitment to these developers. This government has made a commitment to them. So we would be backing out on a commitment that was made by the government. And you have to, at some point, you have to say, what is the word of the government worth? There has been discussion of, by staff and Commissioner Cruz, of setting up a program and a process, because we did essentially have, 3 or 4 developers come to us and say, I have this project, it's going to be 100% affordable, I can't quite get the project done. Cost of housing, or cost of supplies, the cost of labor is killing me because, you know, let's go Brandon. I mean, inflation is out of control, and they're not able to build it, you know. And so as the months and months go on, it's been more and more difficult for them to try to make the numbers work. And so, yes, we stepped in and we looked at it and we said, it's essentially $10,000 a unit. The Unico project is 572 affordable units, and the affordability is based off of a person's income and, you know, this sort of thing. So it is affordable, and it's the increases are set basically in stone, so they can't just jack the price up on them after like 3 or 4 years. So then there were another 80 at Riverside, and remember, we also did one, which I think is all a done deal, but we also did a 55 plus building that was all 55 plus, and that was down towards the mall on 9th Street, and that was 122 units of senior affordable living, all 1-bedroom units. And I voted for these because, yes, they were $10,000 a door. What is homelessness starting to look like in this county? What is it starting to cost this county? Because at some point, you have to acknowledge that is becoming a cost. It is becoming a quality of life issue. It is affecting the community as a whole. Do I want to establish a program for this forever? No, because government programs never end, and the goalposts will constantly shift. But in the middle of a crisis, in the middle of inflation, when we obviously have a significant shortage of affordable housing, I was okay with adding 572, 80, and 122 specifically tagged for seniors, because, yeah, we're in a crisis and we needed some sort of a quick fix at that time to try to get some of these people housed. And at $10,000 a door, and the place is there forever, right? I mean, that was a great investment, right? Is it the type of investment that I want to make? No. but it's a good investment. And there's a difference between the Laurel and the gap funding. The gap funding is a loan, it's a 0%. Actually, I think we had to charge them some interest, so it's like 1% or something.
amount,
Half
yeah.
a point? Okay.
Very small.
Yeah, so it's the minimal, because we have to charge them some interest, and it's over, I thought it was over 20 years. I could be wrong. 20, was it 20 or 30 years?
Can I just interject?
Please.
The gap loans you're talking about, I think one was 17 years, one was 20 years.
We had to up them to all the, at
These,
least 20.
the Lauras, we've extended that. They used to be like 10-year Lauras. Now we
Right.
have varying between 25 and 50 years. These are set at 30 because that's what their tax credits are set at.
Right. So the gap itself, they had to extend them to 20 years because legally that was the shortest term that we could agree to. So the 17s went to 20. So at any rate, that's where I'm at it, on at it. I don't want to create a program that never ends. No. Do I want to approve these where we've already made the commitment and they're obviously a very good deal for us and it helps us solve a problem? Sometimes, yes, you have to, as a government, look at something and say, you know what, whether it's like Centerstone, right, dealing with mental health, or if it's the Salvation Army that is dealing with the homeless problem, can we as a government do it for that price? Hell no. So do you simply give some money to the Salvation Army and say, you're dealing with a problem that we no longer have to deal with, and you're doing it at a fraction of the cost that it would cost us to do it, so by all means, allow the private sector to do it, right? Anyway, that's where I'm at on this. I'm going to vote yes on this, but I'm not in for a long-term, long-haul program that never ends. Baugh, Bearden, and Satcher. Commissioner Baugh.
I think, Mr. Chairman, you said that quite eloquently. I would totally agree with everything you said. I was not happy with these three items initially. Commissioner Cruz, I think it's interesting that you mentioned workforce housing. We all know that. We all know that we have a problem with workforce housing. So, you know, that is something that I'm sure the last board was interested in, as well as our new board members today. So I don't think that's a real good argument to throw out. I mean, we all want to see more workforce housing. But at the same time, when this came forward, it wasn't a rush, and we were getting hit at the time where people could not afford to live in Manatee County because the rents were so high. And we were getting a lot more homeless because of it. And that's why we really pushed forward on this so quickly, even though we knew they couldn't be built in time to help, you know, today or even tomorrow, but in the near future, we would have more housing available. So, you know, it was based on that, but I think the theme of the board in general was we're not going to get carried away, and I stand corrected, Commissioner Cruz. Let's see, we'll talk about more gap funding when you feel it's more appropriate, but you know, the situation is the board has voted on it. We need to stick with it. They are depending on this funding to be able to move forward and get these items built. District 2 is in great need for it. The whole county is, including my district. So it is an item that we need. We need more workforce housing. We have to make sure, in order to keep the quality of life that we are accustomed to, that our workforce can afford to live here. It's a definite need, but it's just in the future. And I think the board even talked about that we were going to have more discussion on how to move forward with workforce housing in the future. So I'm looking forward to more conversation on that. I will vote and support this today.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
However, to say that we're not giving away money is essentially a false statement, right? We're covering all impact fees, not 50%, not 25%, not 10%, 100%. And that's an issue that I have. Why should we cover 100% of this project when we're not covering 100% for every other developer in this county? Right? We're covering 100, no. We're covering 100%. We might as well cover everybody's impact fees, right? I mean, that's what we're essentially saying right now. So we're setting the tone for something in the future that could be detrimental to this county. That's all I have to say.
I'll tell you what, you get every other developer to go into a D- neighborhood and build 100% affordable housing, and now we're talking, okay? But Pat Neal ain't building anything on 9th Street. Commissioner Satcher.
So why don't we just cover 25% and not 100%? Why are we covering 100% of the impact fees? Nobody else is getting that incentive.
Commissioner Satcher has the floor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, math isn't my favorite subject, but I do understand 5-2, and I think that's where we might be headed on this. And so maybe, but I will say to everyone that I feel like there are some things that were accepted as understood or agreed upon or evidence moving forward that we might need to re-examine. I mean, right when these came to us, I was on the board and we had just gone to, you know, an affordable housing conference. So there we are. I mean, you got people isolated for 3 days while we're fed how wonderful, you know, these government programs are. And, you know, and we literally, one of the commissioners, I don't even remember which one, but one of the commissioners just talked about that the government, you know, other governments are building houses. And that's true. There are a lot of governments that are building and have built houses. But it's not just in the United States. They build houses in China. They build houses, the USSR, when I was a little boy, you used to build a lot of houses. But it didn't work out good, even though the benevolent government was looking out for everyone's best interest and there to take care of them. For some reason, people still yearn for freedom, and the free market still worked better. So I think there are some agreements of, or just some facts that have been entered into evidence that everyone has agreed upon in the last board that we should at least take a look at moving forward. I mean, I understand this commitment is made, and once again, I understand 5-2. I lose votes all the time, and I consider myself still a friend to everyone sitting up here. So, so we move on and disagree. And there is, I will say, there's a little bit of an argument in that, you know, they are making an agreement with the county to not charge the full market rent that they might be able to get in the future. So there's some public service, some public good in that, I assume. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I just want to say, I understand the arguments on both sides, you know, of this issue, and there are things with both sides that I agree with. But right now, and some board members might not realize this because this was done several years ago, right now it is the policy of the Board of County Commissioners in Manatee County that any affordable housing that comes before this board, or before the county, I should say, we do cover the impact fees. And the reason for that is because in the past, in trying to figure out ways to help maybe get some affordable housing for our residents, that was one of the things that we could do that was within the realm of our capability. So, you know, that's why that has always been done. And it's worked very well as far as being able to use that, because impact fees are very expensive. They're not cheap, and they're not cheap anywhere in the state. So the bottom line is, I think it's very clear that we need to have a workshop on affordable housing to catch everybody up to date. Commissioner Cruz was more or less appointed by this board in the past to look at affordable housing and come up with ideas. So it is something that we need to have another workshop on and look at and come up with ideas on how we can move forward to help. And there's many things we can do, and Commissioner Cruz has really taken the bull by the horns and done this. And I do appreciate it. I don't like the gap funding, that's just me, but we do need affordable housing. So, you know, that is our policy that has been in effect for, gosh, Mr. County Attorney, do you even know when that went in effect? I don't even, I think it was before that. I think it's been a long time. I could be wrong on that. I don't remember.
Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ball, we started doing that many years ago, but I wouldn't say we did it for every project.
No.
There was some money budgeted. I think it goes all the way back to when Ernie Paget was originally
Okay, I
county
knew it was a long time.
administrator, and then they started using that on a case-by-case basis to supplement impact fees, and not always at 100%. It depended on the project.
And Mr. County Attorney, thank you for that. And that's why I said we need to probably have a workshop so that we can get up to date and really come up with a policy that we want to do. And I think it's fair to say that even though This is, essentially, it's a new board. I mean, there are 6 new members to this board in 2 years, since 2020. So, there's going to be a lot of changes that this board does. And, we were overwhelmingly all voted by the residents, and they want to see those changes. But affordable housing is one of the tougher issues that in the past this board has tried to handle. And, it's a great need that we have in the county. So I would just say that, in the future, let's take a look and see what changes we can make to make it better than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the speaking order is Van Ostenbridge and Bearden. And people are, 2,000 people move to Florida every day. At times, it feels like half of them come to Manatee County. And we're growing in droves, and we have a housing shortage. There's no two ways around that. The decisions that are made in DC oftentimes impact what happens. It doesn't have as much of a direct impact usually as decisions that are made by this board or the school board or the city council, but they trickle down and they do have impacts on our community. There's a reason I did not vote for Joe Biden. I voted for Donald Trump because I was concerned that, there were going to be substantial negative impacts on our country and our community if Democrats took full control, and they did. And so now here we are. That said, I have a role in this community to do what I can for health, safety, and welfare. And when we see homelessness start to spike and people are caught up in hyperinflation and a recession, and we're talking over a 10-year period, $10,000 a door. We're talking over a 10-year period. It's a loan, by the way, $1,000 per unit over a 10-year period. And then after that, it's free. It doesn't cost us anything at all. And again, it's a 1%, but it is a loan. It seems like kind of a no-brainer and a smart investment to me. And is it a quick fix at the time? Yes. Is it something I want to institute forever? No. And the term affordable housing, keep in mind, you still have to pay the rent, and they throw you out if you don't. It's simply rent that is tied to a certain formula that's based on your income. And so if you don't have a job, you're not going to be able to stay in these things anyway. So it's not as if we're throwing up projects or something like that. Not at all. I just think we need to look sort of at the full picture here and understand that as a net benefit for our community, it certainly is one, and it's very little. Is the juice worth the squeeze? It's very little squeeze for us and a lot of juice. You never heard that? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah. And it's very little squeeze and a lot of juice. So it seems like a no-brainer to me. But I understand the principles, your principles, and I share them. But on occasion, there is a gray area that you have to acknowledge, and you have to say, this isn't my favorite vote that I'm going to cast, but you know what? I need to swallow it, and I need to cast this vote. So the order is Bearden and Ron. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we need more housing that's affordable for our seniors and things of that nature. And, Mr. Chair, I also have a role, and that role is to ensure that our money is being spent wisely. And I just think on this deal from a company from California is reaming us and beating us in this business deal. And I just want to ensure that moving forward, that we do not get beat in business deals such as this one, because that's the way that I feel. And so I understand how everybody, maybe the majority on this board is going to move forward with voting for this. However, I cannot, because of the situation that was brought to me in regards to how these funds and where these funds were being spent and how and the way they were being spent. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. First off, I appreciate the debate that goes. Huh? No, I'm just trying to get a little closer. I don't know if everybody can hear me. I'm doing a Commissioner Bearden. But in today's society, we're seeing a unique phenomenon happening where we're having economic homeless. The economic homeless is the good working folks that can't afford rents, that are getting evicted from apartments, that are losing their homes because of what's going on today in today's society. economic homeless are the folks that are working out of they're working folks, their kids are in school, and they're living out of cars, they're living out of RVs, or they're living in homeless camps, but they're out there hardworking folks that we need to help. I'm not a favor in gap funding by any means. It needs to be reviewed. We need to go back and take another look at it. But I'm in favor of this item today because I believe it gets us to where we need to be at as helping the folks in Manatee County. We are here to help our citizens live a life, a quality of life. I don't want to give away government funds. I'm not a big fan of government programs, but I think this is a great item, and I will be voting yes on this item, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. So we don't have anyone else on the board at this time. We're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 4 on today's agenda? And if you all want to pull the motions up on our screens, we're going to go to that next. Okay, seeing no one, then you would like come forward, sir, by all means. Just please state you're good. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Drew McCarty, Manatee County West. Speaking of economic homeless, I love the term. I have a good friend that lived in one of the largest apartment buildings in Manatee County West, the 18th Street in Cortez, just north. One of the most rundown, low-income apartment centers that had 12, 13 built-up units, 2 floors. Only place used to be able to rent for $500. Now it changes management every 8 months, 6 months, and because with the change of ownership and management, I believe it's owned by the Chinese now. I could be wrong, but that's what they say. Every time they do that, the rents double, and so was 15, was 5, is now 10,000, 1,500. How would you ensure that these same kind of problems don't follow the kind of lowest cost housing that we have right now, which is the slum, I have to say, in our area? And people like my friend who are the managing director of Longboat Key Landscaping Company are practically economic homeless because there's nowhere to go if they didn't find somewhere. And just directly that point. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public comment at this time. Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
I'll be
Sir?
super fast so we can move on. But to respond to the citizen comment, that's exactly why we do this. Right now, you may have some cheaper rent, for lack of a better term, that someone else can buy it, put a fresh coat of paint on it, and double the rent, and it starts making things unaffordable. Part of the rationale behind Livable Manatee and some of these programs have is we require people to stay anywhere between 25 and 50 years. They have to stay affordable. It's based on HUD-eligible rents. They can't double the rent. They can't triple the rent. They can't sell it to the Chinese or anybody else and jack the rents up. It follows the deed of the property long term. That's one of the benefits we get, that effectively we're funding them as a trade-off, as a partnership to keep it affordable, to avoid that very situation. If the property you're referring to had a LURA, they wouldn't be able to do that, and therefore those tenants wouldn't be receiving renewal notices of 15, 20, 50%, 100% increases based upon a fresh coat of paint and relining the parking lot, and have to get displaced. That's part of what the chairman was talking about, where we're running into ever increasing homelessness because people are getting displaced that otherwise wouldn't be homeless. It's simply an economic situation. This avoids that. That's part of what we're quote unquote paying for is that trade-off.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a motion to approve this item by Commissioner Ron. It was seconded by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. We'll go ahead and cast our votes at this time. All right, Madam Clerk, this item passes by a vote of 5-2 with Commissioners Satcher and Bearden in opposition. So 4, 5, and 7 were removed. Item number 5 is also Commissioner Bearden's item. I turn the floor over to him.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, thank you. There's no one else on the board for discussion. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to come forward to speak on item number 5 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time. There is a motion to approve item number 5 by Commissioner Cruz. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. Commissioners, please cast your votes at this time on item number 5. Item number 5, Madam Clerk, passes by a vote of 5-2 with Commissioner Satcher and Bearden in opposition. We're then going to move on to item number 7. It was pulled from consent by Commissioner Bearden, so I turn the floor over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can go ahead and move forward.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to open item number 7 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 7 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion. There's been a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve item number 7. That has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. Commissioners, please cast your votes at this time. All right, Madam Clerk, item number 7 is passed by a vote of 5-2 with Commissioners Bearden and Satcher in opposition. That concludes today's consent agenda. We have concluded the Port Authority. We are now going to go into advertised public hearings, presentation upon request. There are quite a few of these, Commissioners, and we have all been briefed on each of these items in our briefings. So if anyone, wants a presentation, I'll ask and go ahead and speak up, but otherwise I think we should be able to move pretty expeditiously through this list. We'll start with item number 14. Mrs. DePaul, I'm going to have you introduce item number 14, please.
Item number 14, PDMU-11-13GR2, Cross Creek GDP Amendment, PLN 2209-0093. It's a quasi-judicial item, and we have Ross here to present if a presentation is requested.
Commissioners, is anyone requesting a presentation on item number 14? Okay, hearing no one, then we're going to bypass the presentation, and we will open item number 14 up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on item number 14, which is quasi-judicial?
Ex parte communication.
Okay. Not seeing anyone, we'll close public comment. I will ask commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communication involving item number 14, Cross Creek? Okay. Ma'am. If we get to that point, yeah. Okay. All right, hearing none, then we're going to close public comment. We'll entertain motions at this time. We have a motion to approve item number 14 by Commissioner Baugh. That has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. Commissioners, go ahead and cast your votes at this time. And item number 14 passes by a vote of 7-0. We will move on to item number 15, which is legislative in nature. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 15.
Item number 15, LDCT-22-18, Ordinance 22-80, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Accessory Kitchens, PLN 2206-0135. And again, we've got Charlie Andrews if a presentation is requested.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, is there anyone who would like a presentation on item number 15, accessory kitchens? Okay. Hearing none, then we're going to open this up to public comment. If you all could get this item pulled up and get the motion presented as well. We're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 15 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion. I'm sorry, ma'am?
Still on item 14.
Okay, we'll hold the vote verbally then. I'm entertaining motions on item number 15. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by Commissioner Ron. We'll hold the vote at this time. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 15 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 16, which is also legislative.
Okay, on number 16 now, LDCT-22-20, Ordinance 22-91, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Car Washes, PLN 2208-0015, and we've got Bill O'Shea to present if you'd request a presentation.
get my mic to turn on. Commissioners, does anyone require a presentation on the regulation of car washes?
This is the first of 2 hearings, so there's no action required.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. So hearing no request for presentation, we'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone who wants to see more car washes in town? Please come forward at this time. I'm just teasing, I know. But we're opening up item number 16 to public comment at this time. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay. We're going to close public comment. By the end of this meeting, they'll get my sick sense of humor. We're going to close public comment. No action is needed on this item. So then we can move on to item number 17.
Item number 17, PA-22-18, Ordinance 22-102, Capital Improvements Element. It's an annual update, PLN 2209-0017, and we've got Elaine Barker here if you'd like to request a presentation.
Commissioners, would anyone like a presentation? Okay, hearing none. There's no action. Where are we? We're on 17?
Do you need
I'm
action?
sorry, we're on 17, so there is action on this one. Okay, I was reading 16 again. Okay. Anyone like a presentation on this item? Okay, hearing none, we'll open 17 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 17 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment. We have a motion, Madam Clerk, by Commissioner Ron to approve, and that has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. And we will cast our votes at this time. And item number 17 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to item number 18. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 18, LDCT-22-21, Ordinance 22-103, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Publication of Legal Notices, PLN 2209-0019, and we have Nicole Knapp here to present if you request a presentation. And this one does require a motion.
Commissioners, is there anyone who would like a presentation on item number 18? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open up 18 to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 18 on today's agenda? Okay, we'll go ladies first. So, ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on item number 18.
Hi, Carol Feltz again, Myakka City. Again, this is one of the things that I'm kind of rabid on, is public information, communication, using all of our bells and whistles that we have for doing anything. And I will repeat myself that, yes, we're saving a lot of money. I think I spoke with one of the county staff the other day and said they're saving hours a week in not doing this. But I wanted to say something that's very pertinent to a situation. We can't really make the assumption that everybody has one of these, that everybody has access to internet. And we have some wonderful libraries that give us that avenue and a lot of things like that. But I think this is a great move. I'm sure it's going to save us money. I've said people don't read the legal notices anyway, or they don't understand them. But I'll still go back to square one, that sometimes we have to keep it simple. And maybe we just need a bigger sign. So thank you very much for doing what you have been doing to make this better for us, because I think we see a lot of improvements. But and again, thank you to the people who are being here, who basically are the result of social media. So let's not take anything on ourselves that it was our tax dollars that did it. It was these people. So we're doing some good things. We've got the cute little QR codes. We've got the website. We've got the sign-up sheet and all that. But the proof is going to be in your public participation and information. If people get up here and they are able to access the website and speak to you intelligently and formulate their thoughts and feel that they've received information and they've been able to discuss that intelligently, that's the test of whether the system works. And I still say we're going to need bigger signs. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir? And just so everyone understands, this item says that state law changed. We no longer have to publicly advertise notices in newspapers, which was costing us 6 figures every year. We can do it on our website and social media. Sir, first, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Drew McCarty, West Manatee. I didn't see that law change statewide, but when I was growing up, we had to publish public notice, and this was a way that you would show title. This was the way you showed death. This was the way that you would find your way through a system. I didn't come here because of social media, like she said. We're here because of social media. I didn't. I know. I saw the notice in the newspaper. So yes, it costs money, but you can call it a legacy product. But they're, especially in the demographics of Florida, saying that everybody's going to move to computers and Facebook, whatever, is a lie. There's so many of our residents and people in Florida, anyway, a certain demographic, you know what I'm saying, that just isn't going to do it. And I think the hybrid is the model. And do we need bigger signs? We need to try everything. And I agree completely with her. The participation and the new models going forward will be the proof in the pudding. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay. Seeing none, we have two commissioners on the board for comment, Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ballard. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, the state allows this. The general consensus was it opens it up to more people. Is there a perfect solution? No, but the reality is newspapers are declining, internet is thriving. I mean, I can ask this audience right now, you all came here for one reason. How many people right now have a copy of the newspaper you can hold up? How many people in this room right now have the internet literally in their pocket? Thank you. I mean, you can get the internet everywhere. For anyone who says, well, you can go to the library, we have newspapers there. The library has the internet there too. And we're expanding our broadband. Internet is also evergreen and lasts. If you don't see that one edition of the newspaper, the one day we're required to post a notice, you will miss that notice forever. But our website keeps the notices on there throughout the entire process. So if you don't check it one day or the next day, you can still see it. You can still be informed by it. It's a better system overall. It's also saving us countless hours of staff every single week. That's to constantly update it and notice it. It's also saving us 6 figures worth of cost to the taxpayers to post those notices for some of our local papers that only have approximately 10,000 subscribers versus the internet, which virtually all 400,000 people in this town have right now. It's a better system. I hear what you're saying, Carol, and part of this is going to be effectively a pilot to see its success. Until we run its course and see whether it works or not, we can't really make that decision. If 6 months from now, 12 months from now, we realize we're getting an outpouring of complaints because nobody sees it on the website, we can revisit this. But right now, this is something the state's allowing, and it's something we're doing to try to create efficiency and save taxpayer dollars, and we feel it's going to open up the notices to even more of the population.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
So I agree with basically everything that Commissioner Cruz just stated. I will say that for my generation, this is a much more accessible method for finding these notices. I know very few people who read the newspaper. Everyone I know can look at the website. Even most people in this town who are older do have internet access. And the system is very, very user-friendly. It's like one click on the homepage of the website. So I'm excited about this, and I'm excited that it's going to save the taxpayers money.
Well said, and you're correct. Even Commissioner Ball has a smartphone now. So you knew that was coming. Yes. Okay. So we've held public comment. There are no other commissioners on the board. We have a motion to approve this item by Commissioner Ballard. It has been seconded by Commissioner Satcher. Everyone, please cast your votes at this time. And so the motion passes, Madam Clerk, unanimously by a vote of 7-0. And we're going to move on to item number 19, which is quasi-judicial. I'm going to hold off on swearing everybody in until we get to advertise public hearings, because we're cruising right along here. So item number 19. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 19, Z-22-01, MB Builders, Inc., rezone. The owner is MB Builders, Inc., and it's PLN 21120093. We've got Kevin Oatman if your presentation is requested.
Commissioners, would anyone like to request a presentation on item number 19? Okay, hearing none.
Mr. Chair, we still need to do ex parte disclose ex parte.
Oh, yeah, is any ex parte communication on 19? It is quasi. Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment at this time. Anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 19? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment at this time. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion. Madam Clerk, there has been a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve and a second by Commissioner Cruz. Commissioners, go ahead and cast your votes at this time. And the item passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to item number 20, which is also quasi. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 20, Z-22-04, Jeffers rezone. The owner is Jeffers Pamela J. PLN 2204-0026, and again, we have Kevin Oatman if a presentation is requested.
Thank you, ma'am. Any ex parte communication on item number 20? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open this item up to public comment. Anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 20? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve item 20 by Commissioner Cruz. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We'll all cast our votes at this time. And item 20 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, item 21.
Item 21, Plan Amendment PA-22-08, Ordinance 22-57. It's the county-initiated 10-year water supply facilities work plan and wastewater treatment capacities and certificate of level of service. PLN 2205-0052. This is legislative. And do they need a motion today, Nicole? It's adoption.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to come forward for public comment on item number 21? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Commissioner Bearden to approve. That was seconded by Commissioner Satcher. Please cast your votes at this time. And the item passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, item number 22.
Item number 22, ordinance number 22-97, County-Initiated Code of Ordinances, Text Amendment, Article 1 of Chapter 2-6, Buildings and Building Regulations. Appendix Q for tiny houses on foundations. We have Bill O'Shea for presentation as requested, and this is adoption as well? Yes.
Okay. Would anyone like a Would anyone like a presentation on item 22? Okay, hearing none. Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to open this up to public comment first, or would you like to speak now?
You can do public comment.
Okay, we're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 22, tiny houses? All right, yes, sir. Well, wait, come to the podium. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Drew McCarty, Manatee. Does this include the use of storage containers, all types of tiny houses? And because to me, we use shipping containers, 20 foot, 40 foot, all the shipping containers that you can imagine to build houses, like out in California. And, you know, we've got a shipping port here. We're going to have plenty of shipping containers. Start, you know, locking in those wonderful foundations and moving them out. Now, there's affordable housing right there. You know, you just got to plumb it, electricity, put it, you know, flat roof. And, you know, every time you have a shipping port, you have an excess. And this is their main problem in LA, is knowing how to use all those extra containers that end up piling up. That's what they're doing. I think this meeting has kind of answered my question, because when I went into the planning or zoning permitting department with my half acre in West Manatee, they said, you can only build one house there. You have 120 by 100-foot lot. And they said, you know, and then I wait a year or two later, the neighbor builds 2 houses on that same property. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this is because we're rezoning it. We went back 50 years and
I do need you to stay on topic on the item on the floor.
autumn, tiny houses. Well, they built lots of tiny houses right next to me. I was like, oh.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. So is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on item number 22? All right, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners Cruz and Bearden are on the speaking board. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I need to introduce you to our friend Glenn Gibolina. He actually works, he has a company called Uncontained 360, which is working to provide shipping container houses here. He was one of the people who pushed for the tiny home ordinance. Tiny home ordinance still requires certain code being adhered to. So part of it has to do with what do you do with those shipping containers. It wouldn't be otherwise prohibited, but there's things about what kind of footing you use and so forth in terms of setting the foundation. But I'm hoping this is the first step in this because it's otherwise, for lack of a better term, unusable at the current point. All we're basically saying is you can take your half-acre lot and slap 300 square foot house in the middle of it, because we haven't considered any part of it that allows us to cluster these or use even smaller lots. We still have minimum lot requirements. We still have restrictions in terms of density, in terms of number of units per lot, which I think is somewhat crazy, especially in certain zoning areas. I'm not saying throughout the entire county, but there should be zoning areas that allow for this. Otherwise, there's no point to it. All you're basically telling someone is on the same lot that costs the same amount of money and the same amount for the infrastructure and utilities, you can build something smaller, which is silly. We have to give somebody permission to build something smaller anyway. This is only really usable as Appendix Q if we allow it to be used in a way that is beneficial. So I'm hoping this is the first step in the process. First, we allow this type of structure, and now we come back and formulate the zoning policies that allow to use this kind of structure.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is definitely, I agree with Commissioner Cruz here. This is definitely a step in the right direction. I could see us in the future having a tiny house district, right, where, people will be able to go and purchase these smaller units in a way, but definitely a step in the right direction, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the future holds in regards to tiny houses, because it tends to be a trend right now. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And Commissioner Cruz is
I
probably
just
going to say what I was going to say. Go
I
ahead.
just want to follow up. What a lot of communities are doing with these is they basically take their existing RV and mobile home park zoning areas and basically say you can treat them as tiny homes. A lot of the RV has transitory nature in terms of what you can and can't do with them, and they can't be permanent structures, so forth. They basically allow some percentage of that to be permanent tiny home. So you're basically just overlaying on the existing zoning we already have, which are typically zoned in places where this would otherwise be quote-unquote acceptable.
Yeah, and I would just add that if you are, depending on your HOA and your municipality, but if you're an unincorporated Manatee County, via an accessory unit to your house, you can, we have made it legal to put one of these anywhere, basically. Obviously, check with your local building department. But for the most part, it's pretty open. Okay, Madam Clerk, no other commissioners are on the board. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve, and has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. If everyone would cast their votes at this time. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We are going to do item number 23, and then we will take our 10-minute recess that we normally take at 10:30. Mrs. DePaul, item 23.
Item number 23, LDCT-23-02, Ordinance 23-05, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Speculative Homes, PLN 2210-0047, and we have Bill O'Shea here to present if a presentation is requested.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone want to request a presentation from Mr. O'Shea? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Cruz next. He's on the board.
I'm just going to quickly say, I don't even know why this was on the books in the first place. This just shows the level of overregulation we have all throughout all of our codes. Between this and the accessory kitchen requirement, the fact that we have to come here and remove this stuff is crazy. We need to keep cutting some of these things out. It's all we're doing is giving too much oversight to things. I mean, if someone wants to build additional speculative home, build them. Why are we restricting this?
There are a lot of these things sort of hidden in the code and throughout the county. And what's funny is we have committees on, when I was running for office, I don't know why, I just kind of forgot about this. But when I was running for office, at one point I had conversations with the Chamber of Commerce and some other folks, and we talked about forming, you have a committee for everything else, forming a committee of people, essentially mostly business owners, you would think, whose the mission of the committee would be to dig up regulations that are completely unnecessary and overburdensome, right? Like a committee on regulations. It's just a thought. I had completely forgotten about that. Just a lot on your plate, right? Anyway,
Bingo.
yeah, let's open this up to public comment, specifically the item number 23, not the committee, but item number 23. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz that's been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead and click your button, vote now.
We already have a motion on the floor, you can't speak though.
All right, so this passes, Madam Clerk, this passes by a vote of 7-0. This is unanimous.
I just,
Oh, so there's no action is required.
yeah.
Well, you have our support so far. Okay.
Keep me as
All right.
approved on the next one.
So then what we're going to do is we're going to take our 10-minute recess. That completes those. When we come back, we will be into the portion of our meeting that is advertised public hearings, presentations scheduled. So the folks know, when you come back, we're going to shift gears and things will actually move significantly slower because there'll be a full presentation on every item once we come back, excluding 24, which has been continued. We're going to recess this meeting. It's 10:36. We will resume the meeting at 10:46. We're in recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we are pushing through our land use meeting today, doing really, time-wise, pretty well. We've concluded presentations upon request, and we are now to presentations scheduled. And item number 24 is the first item there, but that has been continued. So look at us moving right along here. We'll go to item number 25. There are going to be some quasi-judicial items in here, and 25 and 26 will open together, Ms. Shank?
Yes.
Okay,
I was just
so,
trying to say
so
that.
see, now we're really moving along here. So we're going to open 25 and 26 together. So quasi-judicial items, sort of as the term states, it has a judicial aspect to it. So when you come, there's a certain procedure that we have to follow as a board, number one. And when you come forward to speak or to testify in these, essentially you are testifying. Excuse me. So essentially you are testifying, so we have to swear you in. So if you are in the audience now and you intend to stand up and speak or address the board, we're going to swear you in. If you're out in the lobby and you intend to address the board, I need you to at least step in here real quick. And if you're up on the 5th floor in the Manatee room and you intend to address the board, then you need to stand with everyone else. You'll stay in the Manatee room, but we will swear you in from here. It is the honor system. I mean, the whole thing is really the honor system, isn't it? Madam Clerk, would you please swear everyone in who intends to speak? If you intend to address this board, basically from this point on in the meeting at any point, please rise, raise your right hand, and the clerk will swear you in. If you could use your microphone, ma'am, because I have people on the 5th floor as well.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name if you've been sworn and your county of residence.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So items 25 and 26, we will open together. Commissioners, would any of you like to disclose any ex parte communication at this time?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to some of the members of Casto way back when about this, but not since it's been noticed and filed.
Okay, Commissioner Cruz, way back when. Is there anyone else who would like to disclose any ex parte communication? Okay, hearing none. Who from BADS is going to introduce the item?
I'll open up 25 and 26. Item 25, PA-21-05, Ordinance 22-41, Elan Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment, PLN 2107-0041. And then we also have item number 26, PDMU-21-14, ZP, which is Elan Casto Net Lease Properties, LLC, and it's PLN 2108-0008. And we have both Charlie Andrews and Dorothy Rainey from staff to present when it's time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano here, and pleased to be representing Casto Development. We have with us from Casto, I think I know everybody that's here, Dan Moyer, Matt Drews, and Mike Chadwick. I've been working with Stantec on this for quite some time, and we have Katie Labar, planner, who you will hear from momentarily. And at that time, she will introduce the team that we have relative to this project. But I want to go over just a few things to set the stage for what we're going to discuss today. The location of this, as you know from your briefings, is at the southwest corner of Lorraine Road and State Road 64. This is one of your activity centers or your nodes that we call them, as being at the location, at the junction of two major roadways. It's where they intersect. Site is just under 20 acres. Much of the site is currently zoned for commercial, but some of it retains the ag classification. And so I say that because it's a recognition that commercial is already an accepted use at this corner. Well, Casto has been able to assemble more property so that they can now present a much better plan for the overall site than the current lesser commercial that is there. Just a brief history. In this general area is an area that is often called the northeast sector of Lakewood Ranch, and it was one where we established some time ago a mixed-use community development designation that contained in itself activity centers. And we put these activity centers at all of these particular intersections of the major roads, the nodes. And this site at the time wasn't owned by the same developer seeking the MUC, so it was left out of that change. But as you will see when Katie is here, if the activity centers that we established with the MUC had been extended because of if they had been under the same ownership, this would be an activity center. I don't think there's any question about that. And a second point that I want to make is, you know, a couple of years ago, we set up the comprehensive plan so that we can encourage having higher densities at these activity centers that are associated with commercial, so that we can have the interaction, so that we can direct things to these nodes. So I think you will see after Katie does her presentation that this site begs for mixed use with multifamily residential at a higher density than the current 3 units per acre. And we need the housing. I don't think there's any question that we need housing, and this is the area in which we have been encouraging people to put it. We also need the commercial in these areas that will help keep people from having to drive greater distances. So we've been doing this at various sites, and we are proposing it now. To get there, we have a comp plan amendment to take it to Res 9. It's Res 3 now. Res 9 will make it consistent with the activity centers that we have in the rest of the northeast sector. And then we'll have an approval of a rezone to plan development mixed use with a preliminary site plan so that you can see exactly what is going in with a detailed layout of the site. And what you'll see is it provides for meaningful commercial, 4 out parcels with 64,000 square feet and 240 units tied directly to that commercial. We've been working with your staff, and I want to thank them for all their efforts on this to get there, and I appreciate the support we have from them. And so at this time, I want to turn it over to Katie to go over the details, and upon her conclusion, I think you'll see that this matches what we're trying to encourage and is really appropriate for this area. Katie?
Thank you, Caleb. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Katie Labar. I'm an AICP certified planner with Stantec, and I have been sworn. This 19.8 acre site is located, as Caleb said, at the southwest quadrant of State Road 64 and Lorraine Road in eastern Manatee County. The map on the screen now shows the tremendous development that continues to occur along and around this site. All 4 quadrants of the intersection are in varying stages of development today. To the west of this site is the FDOT Operations Center in Savannah at Lakewood Ranch. To the south is the Azario community. Directly east of our site is Hideaway Storage, Express Storage. And then to the north is a new 7-Eleven that was recently opened. And a future U-Haul facility is scheduled to be developed to the northeast. A mix of residential neighborhoods and community activity coexist in this area today and will continue over time. The site is currently zoned agriculture and planned development commercial, as Caleb said. A grocery-anchored shopping center with out parcels was previously approved for this site, and it was zoned planned development commercial, but that site plan has since expired. The site's future land use category today is urban fringe, 3 dwelling units per acre. And we propose a small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment for these 19.8 acres from UF3 to the residential 9 dwelling units per acre future land use category. As Caleb described, in 2009, the comprehensive plan and future land use maps were amended, and the mixed-use community future land use category was created and approved by the Board of County Commissioners. You can see on the map the result of those changes. The goal of that development, or of that land use category rather, was to establish these activity centers at logical locations with varying degrees of density and intensity. The intent was also to encourage an integration of residential and non-residential uses so that internal trip capture could be achieved and high quality development would result. There's been a significant amount of investment in infrastructure in this area, and that investment continues along both corridors of State Road 64 and Lorraine Road. The subject site is north and west of the Mixed-Use Community Activity Center 1 sub-area, which, as Caleb said, is the most intensive category in the mixed-use community land use category. And 9 dwelling units per acre, up to 9 dwelling units per acre is permitted in the tan circles that you see on the screen. And so this amendment effectively continues the arc for the intersection of Lorraine Road and State Road 64, placing compact development at the intersection of 2 thoroughfare roadways and providing a variety of uses at that location. Development along the State Road 64 corridor continues to expand and will into the future with uses that are similar to those that are proposed today. That's illustrated when you look at the recent development pattern of White Eagle Boulevard and State Road 64, as well as this intersection at Lorraine Road and State Road 64. Higher densities are appropriate as mixed-use activity nodes in these locations. The request for residential 9 is logical because the MUC Activity Center 1 designation to the south is nearby and also permits 9 dwelling units per acre. The site is currently largely undeveloped. It's adjacent to existing residential developments and is a suitable site that will offer increased diversity in community housing and retail options for the neighborhood. The second request that we have before you today is a rezone from general agriculture and planned development commercial to the planned development mixed use zoning district. We also have a preliminary site plan that shows our plan of development in a horizontally mixed use fashion. The preliminary site plan shows 4 outparcels that comprise approximately 64,000 square feet of retail floor area. Building heights for the outparcels will be limited to 1 story. We also propose 240 multifamily units within 4 separate buildings, as well as an amenity center. The maximum proposed building height for multifamily will be 4 stories. There are some unique site design characteristics, particularly, and you can see on the screen, significant wetland systems along the western property line. We've worked hard to mitigate and manage and avoid to the greatest extent possible the wetlands, and we've developed around them. Stormwater management is also provided along that western edge to really help concentrate that higher density development closer to that intersection. You also will see that there is a ditch system or conveyance system that runs across Lorraine Road and up and through the subject site, tying into the wetlands to the north. That ditch will be relocated during construction, but will maintain the historic flows that it's always maintained through the site. We have 1 specific approval request with this application, and that is for the requirement, when you have additional height, the Land Development Code requires that where you're adjacent to single-family homes, you have to locate a solid fence along that property line within your perimeter buffer. In this case, the only location on site is along the southern property line. And because of these unique site features, we believe that fence in this location isn't quite appropriate. The closest multifamily building to the southern property line is approximately 217 feet. Within this area, we provide a 15-foot perimeter buffer planted in accordance with the requirements of the Land Development Code, as well as a 20-foot access easement that will be provided for the ditch maintenance. You add in the garages, the parking field, and the drive aisles, and you can see that there is significant physical separation between the perimeter of the site and even the single-family homes to the south and these proposed multifamily buildings. And so, given these unique site features, we believe that the intent of the Land Development Code has been met to an equal or greater degree. And so that's why we're asking for specific approval from that requirement today. With the future land use amendment, 20 units per acre is permitted at these activity nodes. We are proposing 15.9 dwelling units per acre. The maximum intensity is also 1.0, a floor area ratio of 1.0, and we are proposing a floor area ratio of 0.31. So we're well below that threshold. This site will be carefully designed to ensure compatibility with existing and future development in the area. And we will employ development strategies that promote appropriate density and intensity, again, in this high-growth area of the county, so that we can further the policy of limiting urban sprawl with compatible development options. Policy 2.1.2.7 outlines the specific requirements that must be evaluated to ensure compatibility and appropriate timing of development. We are confident that the application materials, as well as the staff report, demonstrates full compliance with this policy. And finally, providing a mixed-use area at this activity node will strengthen and diversify the economy of Manatee County. We hosted a neighborhood workshop on April 18th of this year. 29 homes were noticed. The meeting was held on the property at the intersection. So it was really kind of cool to be on property talking to folks who drove by, saw us, and wanted to stop by and chat. We had 4 to 6 people who stopped in and had a conversation with us. There were several questions that they asked, but most of them really revolved around the timing of development. They wanted to know more about the bulk and dimensional criteria, how tall are the buildings going to be, what kind of retail are you considering, those kinds of questions. We had site plans at the meeting, and we were able to talk through some of those details and give everyone specific answers to the questions that they asked. And so, in summary, we're here before you today to request that you adopt the small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment from Urban Fringe 3 to Residential 9. The Res 9 land use category is compatible with development in the area and at this major intersection. The request is consistent with a comprehensive plan. We also have before you this request for a rezone to plan development mixed use with a preliminary site plan. As I've said, the area is experiencing tremendous growth, both commercial and residential. And finally, this development will enhance both the residential and commercial options that will serve the community with these different retail and housing options. And so we have a lot of experts in the room on this team and available to answer questions that you might have, but at this time, as I said, we respectfully request your approval and adoption of these 2 items. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, at this time, we will have questions, commissioner questions for the applicant. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, one question. You said 4 to 6 people showed up at the neighborhood meeting.
Correct.
How many of them were from the, 5 single-family homes to the south of this?
I had 1 resident that I recall from the home.
But there are
south
5
of us.
single-family homes to the south of this, correct?
Right, but one came to
But
the
only
meeting.
1 showed up.
Correct.
And what were their comments?
He was actually interested in selling his property.
I'm not sure if I would take that as a positive.
I'm being completely honest with you. That
Are
was
you buying
his. Am I buying it? No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, because here's what. First off, I love the project, so don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I think this is a great use for this location. It also shows what I've said over and over again. Their future land use map needs to be meaningfully overhauled because this is surrounded to the west by a DOT facility, to the north by a 7-Eleven, and to the east by a self-storage facility. Nobody's putting R3 in this location right here. It's never going to happen. It's just these 5 little homes down here that have been there for quite some time. I get what you're saying about the wall. I get the project itself, no problem. I'll vote for it every day. You're saying the wall doesn't make sense because it's 217 feet away or something like that from the building. So your argument is from a sightline perspective, they're far enough away. But have we looked at, I mean, that 217 feet is inclusive of a lot of parking. And part of the reason for the wall isn't just a sight line. It's not so people on the 4th floor looking at their pool or whatever they're doing. It's because cars at night are pulling into that parking lot, and there's headlights, and those headlights go into people's windows, and those cars day and night make noise. Has there been any consideration for the request of removing the wall for other negative impacts to those 5 single-family homes above and beyond simply the 4-story height and the sight lines?
We definitely took that into consideration, and if I can go back to the colored site plan, I just want to point out one, it's a fence. The code says fence. It doesn't require that there be a wall, and so it would likely be opaque, and it would be PVC most likely, but on the site plan, you see small buildings. Those are garage buildings, and so not only, I see your point about parking, but that said, there is the perimeter buffer that's on the southernmost boundary of the project. That perimeter buffer will be planted in accordance with the requirements of the Land Development Code for screening, and so there will be canopy trees.
So that is going to be a landscape
There-
buffer.
yeah,
It's not just
absolutely.
going to be a berm.
So you're going to
not even a
have
berm,
you're going to have a strong hedgerow, which at maturity, typically those hedgerows provide 80+% opacity based on what my landscape architect
And
friends
how far
have told
south
me.
are these houses typically from that border? If
They're-
it's 217 to your border, how much further before you start getting to the house?
They're 100+ feet to the south. I mean,
Okay.
you know, as I'm estimating eyeball.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think I forgot to state I had been sworn, and I wanted to put that on the record because I know that's something we usually like to have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this project, I understand that Bayside is to the east of this particular project. My only concern about how many residential, or retail units are we planning on putting in this, on this property?
We've identified 4 outparcels on this site plan, and so at this time, it would be 4 individual buildings. The larger building could potentially be a multi-tenant building, but those are details that will have to come in time. And, you know, and honestly, I know you didn't ask this question, but parking is going to truly be the limiting factor, not only on how many buildings you can locate, but how many parking spaces you can provide. And so that's really going to drive exactly what kind of retail goes there and how much is going to be able to work.
Correct. And my issue with this currently right now is that traffic tends to back up during church sessions, during things of that nature on those roads. I live in Savannah, so I understand, you know, the issue. If somebody wants to go to these businesses, you know, how is that essentially going to deter them from going in and shopping in the retail centers?
Right. So I would answer that question. It's a 2-part answer for you. One, as it relates to Bayside and the traffic, church services are typically in the AM peak on Sunday mornings, and so it's a fairly isolated event, and it's an isolated time. Depending on those who lease these retail buildings, they may or may not be open during that time. I mean, if it's a coffee shop, yeah, they might be open for folks to pop in on their way to church, but they're not going, if it's a different type of business, it may not be open during that AM peak period. The other thing I think that is very important to note, and you can actually see some of these improvements in our site plan, is our team has worked very, very closely and very hard, and I would even dare say we are coming to you a little bit later than we would have liked because we have been working very diligently with both the Florida Department of Transportation on the future roundabout that is scheduled for Lorraine Road and State Road 64, as well as the capital improvement project for Lorraine Road itself. We've worked hand in glove with Public Works staff to try to make sure that the access points that we show on this site align and will be able to work with the design that is being prepared right now by the county's consultants. And so we have a lot of investment in this area, both at the state level and at the county level, for significant roadway improvements. And I think that that's going to not only improve or provide appropriate circulation for this site, but I think that it's going to help down the street for folks to get into and out of Bayside as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? I have a couple. Are you planning on the pond at the southwest corner there? Are you planning on that being, obviously your primary purpose there is stormwater, but is it going to be kind of an amenity for the apartment overall that people walk around, or is it just going to be to hold water? And water still looks pretty good.
It will have to be set aside and protected for stormwater management only. I would love to be able to make it an amenity, but as you might be able to see, there's a significant water course. I've been calling it a ditch, but it's a significant water course that we will have to relocate, and that water course is going to skirt right around the stormwater pond, and it will actually pop off. As water rises, it will pop off into the stormwater pond, but it actually flows north to the wetland at the north, and actually flows across State Road 64 and over into Mill Creek. And so because of those design elements, and this is not like a intermittent stream, this carries some very significant flows, we think that from a safety standpoint, it's better to discourage people from being in that part of the site.
And then, so south of there, you said there's 5 residences. I'm looking at the staff. It looks like 4 lots that I see. Maybe you're talking to the south and west is the 5th one. But how many residents are jutting that southern area of your development?
That sounds
4 to
right.
5.
I would
Okay.
have to go
Okay.
count lots.
Okay, well, when the time comes, I think that, it seems burdensome to be building a fence next to a lake that no one's going to be walking around. But I'm looking at the staff report, and some of those residences are pretty close to that line. So I might be looking to at least get them still a fence, even though I do understand and appreciate y'all going to a lot of trouble to give them some buffer there. It's just a lot of people to put right next to someone who did what we always tell people. We tell people to buy homes that aren't set to be in development, and to buy bigger lots if they want more space, and all those things, so that they don't have complaints. And in this case, they did all that right, and yet there's still going to be apartments in their backyard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I'm going to sound totally opposite from my colleague. Actually, what I was going to say is that, I've seen a lot of growth on Lorraine Road, and, that area there at 64 in Lorraine has seen a lot of growth, a lot of activity. And I'd been concerned about what was going to be put at this space because of Savannah and this, the other areas there. I do know that we have an awful lot of apartments, in Lakewood Ranch, but they're all rented. It's not like we've got more than we need. You know, there's a lot of people that, for whatever reason, they want to rent, they don't want to own. So I'm personally glad to see this at this intersection, simply because, you know, I don't want any more U-Hauls like we have across the street. And we've got a brand new 7-Eleven that goes right there, which is very nice. But I think to bring in some very attractive, you know, apartments there as a community will add to the positive effect of the area. So I don't really have a problem. I do understand what my colleague is saying about the little pond there, but, you know, that's a nice thing to look at, not necessarily a bad thing. And I know the apartments, I'm sure, although I've not seen any plan for what they're going to look like, but I'm sure they're going to be attractive to be put there in that location. So right now, I don't have any negative questions or comments about it. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, I probably didn't speak clear. As far as the project overall, I agree with you that this might be a pretty good use for all involved. I was just talking about the specific approval on the fence line. I was just looking ahead where they have their parking lot. I might still ask them to put up a fence. That's all, but overall, the project looks great. So
Mr.
far.
Chairman, if I could answer that last question, I've talked to the client. We feel very strongly that the design we have is good. You know, we have the plantings that we put there. You know, you have requirements that there be understory, that there be continuous hedge, that there be trees. We have the distance, and as Katie indicated, not only that, you have the garages that be the back of the garages towards them that will shield. So we think we have a good design and that it will be more attractive with all the plantings as opposed to a fence. But I'm going to tell you, we are not going to die over that issue. If the majority wants a fence, we will put one. I think it would be appropriate adjacent to the parking lot, not across the pond. But we prefer what we have. But again, this is not something we're going to live and die over.
Is the, I think I still have the floor, is the water moving channel, the ditch, is it still, you've kind of talked about you're going to move it, then put it, et cetera. Is it still going to be south of that parking lot? Is there going to be a ditch there?
South?
Yes.
South of the parking lot?
It's that heavy line
Yeah.
with two white things next to it.
Okay, well then, yeah,
That's
I see what you're saying. You're making a very valid point, so I understand and I agree, actually.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Who will be presenting from staff? Charlie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Certified Planner with staff. I have been sworn. If I can get the PowerPoint up real quick. The applicant's done an exceptional job of presenting the items essentially that comprise my staff report, but there were a few items I just wanted to bring to your attention. I will go through this real quick. So, 1 minute. Okay, let me go. Where's surrounding? Okay. So on the surrounding development site, there's a property a little further to the east. Oh, perfect, right here. So the SR64 Patel property, which is to the east of this site, that was actually changed from UF3 to Res 9. So there is a, earlier this year it was changed to Res 9. So I'm going to, actually we have the dot cam here. I'll show you what the updated future land use map looks like, just for clarity. So this site here is the SR64 Patel, and this is a subject property here, a lawn. So I just wanted to bring that to the commissioner's attention there. They have the Res 9 here, and there was a companion rezone on this earlier this year. So they were recently updating the future land use map, so I just wanted to make the commissioners aware. I'm going to jump back to the PowerPoint. And just to go through real quick on the positive aspects, like I said, the applicant did a great job. But just to get this on the record, so the site is west and within the future development area boundary, where development is encouraged and public utilities are available. The property is in an activity node, 1,500 feet for Res 9. The request to Res 9 is appropriate given the area receiving a lot of development and those changes reflecting that to the Res 9, such as SR64 Patel. One of the negative aspects is that Res 9 does bring in an increase in residential density and non-residential intensity. Some mitigating factors, my colleague Dorothy Rainey will be presenting the rezone that will discuss some of these items, but the detailed analysis of capacity impacts on public facilities, including utilities, transportation, they'll be required at the time of future development of the site. Future development of the site will comply with Manatee County Land Development Code, including but not limited to building setbacks, open space, traffic design, roadway improvements, and stormwater requirements. Adequate buffering and landscaping and design which should provide a transition between the future development of the site and adjacent agriculture or residential areas. So in conclusion, this is applicable, the request appears to meet the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, and I'm here if you have any questions for the plan amendment.
Commissioners, are there any questions for staff at this time? Okay, none, and no one's on the board. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Okay.
You have gone above and beyond, apparently. Then we're going to open this up to public comment. So it's just this specific item. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on this specific item at this time, which is items 25 and 26 on today's agenda? Okay. Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we will then go to commissioners' questions for the applicant or staff or anyone else that you choose to ask a question of. Okay, seeing no one, we are going to move forward. Staff closing statements? Charlie?
None at this time, Commissioners.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just have, for staff, the specific approval letter refers to a 6-foot solid decorative wall being required. Then the applicant said it's a wall or a fence. Which is it? What's required in the code?
I will defer to Dorothy Rainey and on the rezoning side of that.
It's in 401.5, and this is a specific approval in the staff report.
Yeah, my question is, the letter from the applicant says a 6-foot solid decorative wall is required, but then the testimony said it's a wall or a fence. So which is it? Only a wall being required, or a wall or fence?
The land development code says fence, but we are using wall or fence. Let me check that.
Well, just that if the stipulation's added, I just want to draft it correctly if they're, whatever they're adding.
A wall, see? Build the wall. Build the wall.
Well, Ms. Shank.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the code reads, they have to build the wall. Okay,
Is it gonna be like 14 feet?
so
People can't climb over.
I'm sure it'll be a big and beautiful wall.
Beautiful.
All right, so are there any other questions for staff or the applicant at this time? Okay. All right, then, applicant rebuttal. Mr. Grimes, did you have any closing statements? No, thank you. Okay, perfect.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to know, is the applicant voluntarily proffering a stipulation they're going to provide the 6-foot solid decorative wall, withdrawing the request with specific approval? Because several commissioners have asked about that issue.
Good morning, Katie Labar on behalf of Casto. We did discuss that matter, but it did not appear that that was something that the commission wanted to see a stipulation on. If it's their choice, if they would prefer to have a stipulation that requires the wall, and I apologize for misspeaking, it is a wall, we can do that, but we'd prefer no stipulation.
So in other words, we would just have the applicant withdraw the specific approval request?
No, I've asked for the specific approval and we want to keep it.
Okay, I just don't
We
know.
don't want to build a wall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
No one's on the board. I'm going to ask a question of a colleague. This is Commissioner Baugh, this is your district.
Yes, sir?
Do you prefer the wall or the fence?
Or
Fence.
nothing.
Nothing. Preferably fence. You know, if it had to be one or the other, I'd prefer a fence. I think it would look better, but.
Well, you gotta press your buttons if you want to get on the board here.
That whole area is wooded all around there, so that's the actual buffer.
Yes.
So you prefer nothing?
Yes.
Okay, I would-
Sounds to me like it would be more.
Commissioner Ballard?
Sorry. Sounds like it would be more attractive with the plantings and the garages rather than a big white fence or wall that these people are gonna have to look at.
I'm not a big fan of looking at it. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I think there's more than enough space once we discuss the 200+ feet, plus the 100+ feet, plus the landscaping of the buffer area, that for now it's fine. I mean, it could always, it's gonna be partially blocked by the pond and partially blocked by the garages, so you're talking very small area in exchange for what could be a detrimental aesthetic.
Perfect.
So applicant, if you would come down, please. It sounds like we're going to amend this a little bit to, are we going to amend this
No.
to state that there will be simply a vegetation buffer?
No,
You would approve it as
As
proposed.
written.
As proposed and as written.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve it, the motion to approve the item as proposed, as written, and is seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We've held public comment. There's no one on the board. You can cast your votes at this time. And Madam Clerk, this item passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. That's items 25 and 26.
We need separate motions.
You need separate motions?
yes.
So that was, it looks like it was 25 that we just did. So then we will do 26. Commissioner Baugh has made the motion on item 26. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. We can cast our votes at this time on item 26. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a hard stop at noon for lunch. I know some of you are not going to be happy with me, but we don't like to start an item and then halfway through take an hour-and-a-half break. The good news is I can time certain you for when we come back from lunch. Mrs. DePaul, then we don't want to do Gateway, Robinson Gateway, because that will go well over a half an hour. So 28 and 29 are out.
About 31.
What about 31 through 33? Do you have Bill Palmer down? I think I saw his name on it.
33 was deferred to January, Chairman, but 31 and 32, they're just to hold the second public hearing prior to 5, so I can go ahead and read those in.
Why don't we read those in and then we'll adjourn for lunch?
Okay, so I'm going to read those both in, and then we'll adjourn.
Have people not, it's hard to hear.
I'm sorry. Could you close the door, please? The clerk's having trouble hearing. Thank you.
Item number 31, LDCT-22-20, Ordinance 23-19, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for car washes, PLN 2208-0015. This is a request to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m.
Okay. And you need an action on this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll open up item number 31 to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who'd like to come forward to speak on item number 31 today? All right, seeing no one, then there's no commissioners on the board for discussion. Madam Clerk, we do have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. Let's go ahead and cast our votes now on item 31. Okay, and it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item 32.
Item 32, LDCT-23-02, Ordinance 23-05, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Speculative Homes, PLN 2210-0047, and this is a request to hold second public hearing prior to 5 p.m.
Open this up to public comment. Anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item 32? All right, seeing no one, there are no commissioners on, oh, we have someone signed up for public comment. Cameron? Is Cameron here?
Upstairs?
He could possibly be upstairs.
Okay.
Although I did ask for an announcement to be made for anyone who was not here for item 27 to come downstairs and be in the room.
Yeah, 32 is only procedural motion, hold a second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. We'll still be having a second hearing for the merits.
True, very true.
I'm just saying that for record.
All right, we're going to close public comment on item 32 then, and we'll go ahead and hold the vote. The motion is made by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We can vote at this time. And Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. It's 11:31, Commissioners. You want to come back at 1 o'clock? Do the hour and a half? Okay. So we will resume this meeting at 1 o'clock. For those of you in the audience, when we resume the meeting at 1 o'clock, at 1 o'clock, we'll be taking up item number 27, SMR Taylor Ranch. Okay? So we're all aware. We're in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're continuing with our land use meeting today with the Board of County Commissioners, and we're moving on to item number 27, which is an advertised public hearing, and the presentation is scheduled. It's a legislative item, and we're going to hold 27. Just 27, yeah, okay, it's just item 27. So we will hold item 27 now. Mrs. DePaul is not here.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Ms. Shank. Ms. Shank, would you mind reading the item into the record, and then we'll go to the applicant?
Okay, yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Compass Plan Map and Text Amendment, PA 2109, Ordinance 2311, SMR Taylor Ranch LLC, Large-Scale Compass Plan Map and Text Amendment. This is legislative public hearing. It's privately initiated large-scale Compass Plan Map Amendment to change the future lands classification of 2,307.57 acres located generally at the southeast corner of SR 64 East and Burnside Boulevard at 18900 SR 64 East, Bradenton, Manatee County, from AG-R, agricultural rural, to the UF3, urban fringe 3, future lands classification. Additionally, there's a specific property development condition in the form of a text amendment to limit the density maximum potential to 1.95 dwelling units per acre, maximum 4,500 units. And I did have a procedural comment that because this comes with a plan amendment, this is only the transmittal public hearing. Even if the board votes to transmit, it does not mean it's approved. It goes to the state planning agencies for review and comment, then comes back here, and the adoption public hearing is held several months later. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is simply the transmittal, Commissioners. There will be another vote for adoption at a later date, a couple months from now, after it returns from the state. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Kyle Grimes and Katie Labar.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Again, Kyle Grimes. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, LWR Communities LLC, which is a subsidiary of Schrader Manatee Ranch and the master developer of the Lakewood Ranch community. With me today, we do have representatives from SMR, as well as our development team from Stantec and Ardura. And we also have the current property owner, Mr. Jay Taylor, here as well. As Ms. Shank said, we are here today for the transmittal hearing of a large-scale comprehensive plan map amendment of an approximately 2,300 acre parcel from agriculture to urban fringe 3 future land use category. This property is located directly east of the existing Lakewood Ranch community, adjacent to Burnside Boulevard, just south of State Road 64. And before Ms. Labar comes up and gives a little more of the specifics on today's request, I want to just go through a brief recap and history of what it is that has allowed us to come before you today with this application, as the property is located east of the future development area boundary. Last year, after a lot of planning and a lot of working with your staff, we brought before this board a comprehensive plan text amendment that would allow development east of the future development area boundary under very strict conditions. And when we presented that application for the text amendment, although it wasn't limited to any particular property, we did always present it that the property we're talking about today would come forward under that new policy. And so we did present that, and always been the plan for this property. And that text amendment was approved by the board in November of 2021 and codified primarily in Comprehensive Plan Policy 2.1.2.8. And as I mentioned, that policy does set out a lot of requirements for what type of property can be developed under it. And that includes that the area to be developed must be coterminous and contiguous with the FDAB line or existing development, that it is a continuation of existing suburban development from west to east, that it will be developed under a single master developer that will be responsible for the infrastructure improvements, that it must be served by a thoroughfare roadway, with any needed extension beyond the FDAB line, anything required for access, things like that, to be constructed by and at the cost of that master developer or stewardship district that serves the property. And lastly, that it must utilize Manatee County utilities like potable and sanitary sewer, again, with any extension needed to serve the property or any enhancements needed to that system to be completed by and at the cost of the developer or stewardship district. Under this new comprehensive plan policy, there is a 3-step implementation process for properties that would like to be developed under it. And the first is to pursue a comprehensive plan future land use change to Urban Fringe 3. And that's exactly what we have before you today. It's a request to amend the future land use category of this property to UF3. Also, as you would have seen in your package, we do also have a minor text amendment associated with this application, and that's to put forward what we call the D5 limitations. And what that does is it caps the maximum density of this property below what would otherwise be permitted under the UF3 future land use. Here we're capping that at 4,500 units. Under UF3 for this property, it would have otherwise been about 6,900, give or take. And also, so today, since Planning Commission, we've drafted up some additional language that we are proposing for this D5 limitation. And that's to provide requirements for a substantial screening buffer at the northeast corner of the property. During Planning Commission and in a few public comment emails since then, it's been raised that there's some concerns regarding the existing racetrack. And that is something that our client has always been aware of, the existence of that racetrack, has always taken careful steps to plan the project accordingly so that we can ensure there are protections that both can coexist moving forward. And one of the ways we do that is through the plan development process where we establish these screening buffers. And that is usually, you know, as we go forward into the rezone and plan or general development plan. But we felt that, you know, given the concern about this, that we wanted to put something in the comp plan text up front that shows, yes, we not only have we been planning for a long time to provide these buffers, but we want to put a level of assurance in the comp plan that it will be done. And so as you see on your screen, and we have some handouts that we've given to the clerk, we are proposing the additional language underlined there that requires a buffer of a width that significantly exceeds what it would otherwise be required by code. It's a little over 3 times as wide. Also, it requires that you have a berm wall combination of 20 to 25 feet in that northeast corner where the racetrack is off the property. And so, we've wanted to be very careful with the planning of this property that, we want the racetrack to continue. We want everything to coexist, and our client has never had any problem with it and wants to see it go forward as well. And we feel that with the appropriate buffering, these two can coexist. And so the second step in the implementation process will be a rezone to plan development residential. And during those initial hearings on the text amendment last year, it was always contemplated that these two would come to the county concurrently so that you could really get a good look at what the property will look like moving forward before you make a decision on the future land use change. And so we have done that. We have submitted, and the county staff has reviewed the rezone and general development plan, and that will come before Planning Commission next month. And then when this comes back for an adoption hearing, the two will come together. So you'll really get a good picture of the project moving forward. And so as Katie walks through some of the specifics, she may touch a little bit on some of those aspects. And then the last implementation step is to come forward with a local development agreement. And that's going to set the parameters for the extension of utilities, the extension of thoroughfare roadways, here specifically Rangeland and 44th that will be extended through the property, as well as addressing things that are often in LDAs like off-site mitigation improvements to transportation and things of that nature. We did have an initial meeting with your public works and utility staff on that LDA. to talk about the basic parameters, and we intend to have a draft ready for initial review by staff in the very near future. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Katie Labar to provide a little more specifics on today's request.
Thank you, Kyle. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Katie Labar. I am an AICP certified planner with Stantec. I'm here today representing SMR Taylor Ranch LLC. As Kyle said, the site is located east of and adjacent to Bourneside Boulevard, south of State Road 64, east of County Road 62 in eastern Manatee County. The request that's before you for consideration today is the transmittal of a large-scale comprehensive plan map amendment for approximately 2,307 acres from the agricultural rural future land use category to urban fringe 3 dwelling units per acre. Kyle shared the history of the site and walked through our proposed D5 provisions that will address the limitation for maximum density to 4,500 units. And he's also shared a lot of the details regarding a proposed buffering provision to the northern and eastern property lines. And so I'm not going to rehash those details, but this map on the screen does show the existing land use category and what is proposed with today's amendment. The site is currently zoned general agriculture, and as he said, consistent with the provisions of the comprehensive plan, it is our intention to bring forward a rezone of this property to planned development residential following the consideration of this comprehensive plan amendment. With that rezone will be a general development plan that will set forth development parameters for the site. Development directly west of this site has been tremendous over the last several years. I think that we can all confidently say that the comprehensive plan is being implemented. We see that with several recent approvals nearby, and several examples include the community of Azario, Star Farms, Sweetwater at Lakewood Ranch, and Lorraine Lakes. The market response to this type of planning has been extraordinarily positive. Lakewood Ranch is the best-selling community in the United States for all ages, and it has been for several years now. I've already noted the significant investment in the provision of gray infrastructure that this community has provided through the provision of, the Lakewood Ranch has provided in this area of the county in partnership with the county through the provision of gray infrastructure like extension of roadways. We think of 44th Avenue East, Rangeland Parkway, E-Line Road, Bourneside Boulevard, as well as all of the utilities that have been extended. This area of the county also, though, has several community assets, community infrastructure, things that you need in order for a community to thrive and grow and be complete. Things like public safety facilities, schools, and park sites. And you have all of those things in what we will be bringing forward in the next step. But you also have them in the community today, and they are planned for. There's a fire station planned at the corner, at the southwest corner of Bourneside Boulevard and State Road 64, for example. A future elementary school site will be provided within Taylor Ranch on the north side of 44th Avenue. A middle school site is planned just south of State Road 64 behind the proposed mixed-use development that you see in pink on the screen. And then a new high school is also planned just north of State Road 70 near the East County Facilities Premier Park in that general vicinity. So we take the retail, commercial, and office uses that exist, we consider the parks and community services that are nearby, and we see that Taylor Ranch will fit beautifully into the fabric of the broader context of Lakewood Ranch. The key elements that shape a community are in place, and they're planned for, and they will come, and they will be wonderful. The general development plan that's coming before you in February depicts, like I said, the extension of 44th Avenue and Rangeland Parkway to the eastern limits of the property. The site plan shows 16 parcels of varying sizes and indicates the types of uses as well as the number of units that will be proposed within each parcel. The plan provides for general concept of internal site circulation, internal roadway, and perimeter buffer provisions, and those items are clearly shown and depicted on the plan. The general development plan and development order will also include specific conditions of approval to specifically address the notice to buyers for nearby uses, and it will also memorial in even greater detail proposed buffering requirements that will promote compatibility with the adjacent uses. We look forward to sharing these details with you in February, and think that you will find that the improvements that will be made to this property will be something that Manatee County can be proud of for years to come. I am struggling with the clicker. With the recent comprehensive plan amendments, development is permitted to occur in limited and certain circumstances outside of the future development area boundary. This property may be allowed a maximum density of 3 units per acre because it's adjacent to an existing suburban mixed-use development that includes residential and non-residential uses as well as schools and other public facilities. And so we can demonstrate that we are in compliance with policy 2.1.2.3 of the comprehensive plan. Policy 2.1.2.7 guides the review of proposed development so that compatibility can be assured and appropriate timing is considered. Several of these considerations have been covered both in this presentation and in the materials that were submitted for review by your staff. Development patterns certainly support the development of Taylor Ranch as infrastructure, like I said, gray and community exist to support the development of this site. The density and intensity are limited to 4,500 residential units to ensure compatibility. And native habitats will be preserved, and transitions between land uses, like I said, will be memorialized and shown on future site plans. As Kyle said earlier, this amendment is the implementation of recent approvals of policy 2.1.2.8. Taylor Ranch is contiguous and coterminous to existing development to the west, which is a suburban development pattern. Taylor Ranch will be a seamless continuation of existing development patterns that's seen west of Bourneside Boulevard. The entire site is within the Lakewood Ranch Stewardship District, and so any improvements to infrastructure and roadways will be, any costs associated with those improvements will be borne by the master developer. Those costs will not be borne by local government. The site currently has direct access to major thoroughfares with Bourneside Boulevard. Thoroughfares like 44th and Bourneside, 44th and Rangeland rather, are going to be extended with the development consistent with the general development plan. Those roadway extensions are shown on the GDP to the eastern property line. As I said earlier, any capacity-related improvements, whether it's roadways or utilities, will be the responsibility of the master developer, consistent with these policies of the comprehensive plan. So in summary, it is my professional opinion that this application is in full compliance with the requirements of the comprehensive plan and the land development code. We today request your approval to transmit. We're asking for you to transmit this application to the Department of Economic Opportunity so that they and other state agencies can take the information and consider it and present to this elected body recommendations from your state agencies. UF3, Urban Fringe 3, is compatible with development in this area. It is a logical continuation of the development pattern that we see in this part of the county. The D5 provision that we've talked about with the changes that we've presented today will not only establish a max density of 4,500 residential units for the whole project, but it also provides clarity regarding minimum requirements for buffering along the northeastern portions of the site so that compatibility will be achieved and uses can coexist. I have a large team of experts here, and we are happy to answer any specific questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'd stay there, we have a couple commissioners on the board for questions. We'll start with Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, my first question is about the 1.95 maximum dwelling units you're proposing. Is that going to, that's going to be formally in the comp plan? This isn't one of these things we see all the time where instead of ripping off a Band-Aid, we take small little bites until we eat the whole elephant. It's going to stay 1.95. It's not 1.95 based on UF3, and then 6 months from now, someone's going to come for R9, and that eliminates the 1.95. I mean, we see this. This 1.95 is permanent on this site once this comp plan is transmitted and approved, correct?
Yes, so we have that is written into the comprehensive plan, the D5 limitation, that it is 4,500 units at that 1.95. And so it's a text amendment, so that is written in stone and cannot change under the zoning ordinance. Unless you came back and amended it.
You would
But
have to go through a
you'd have to go
comp
through
plan
all of this process. But, that's why we're here today.
My first rodeo.
It's the process, but it is set as far as once the comprehensive plan amendment is through and you're going into rezone, you can't change it at that point. You'd have to come back through the whole comprehensive plan amendment process again.
Okay. Second, I appreciate the attempt at the buffers here. Do you feel these are going to be adequate buffers considering what you're buffering for? I mean, this speedway obviously has light, it has noise, it has traffic, it operates late into the night, and it intends to continue to do so. Do you believe this buffer is going to be adequate when you put together your general development plan? Or are you going to have all of the residents of this area, or at least some portion of it, sign a materially adverse type letter acknowledging that this racetrack is operational?
So when we landed on these numbers, and these are the minimums, and we can go up a little higher, and of course there will be vegetative screening as well that helps a lot with noise mitigation. There'll be shade trees and things of that nature there as well. And where our client landed on this was going through a noise study, that they worked through a noise study and looked at regulations and things that used in other circumstances that are similar, not exact, but like in highways and things like that, to analyze what would be an appropriate size buffer to mitigate the noise in this circumstance. So that was how our clients and the consultants came to those numbers and feel that it will be an appropriate buffer here. And then as we go through the rezone process, and we have talked with Dorothy about this, that we will have requirements for notice to owners that this is an adjacent use. I know I would absolutely suggest that have that anyways, because we always want to, make sure everything is transparent. And what's nice here is that it is there. It is an established use. You can see it. You can, going forward. But we will have those in the documents for purchase of the homes in the notice to owners that this is an existing use.
All right, so that's going to be incorporated in, because just to let you know, and I've had Nicole and staff looking into this, we've been pulling the special permits that the racetrack currently has today and looking at the zoning they have. And once this is all said and done with the direction of the board, I'm going to direct staff before any general development plan comes back for you or for anything further east of here that's also in the pipeline to lock that down. We're going to look into all their special permits, all of their zoning, and make sure that their conforming use as well as potential expansions of their use within the range of their area is into perpetuity, and any complaints by homeowners are going to be at the acknowledgement that they bought a home next to a racetrack. And that's something we're going to do before it gets here. So I would encourage you to look into that when you do your general development plan, because there's going to be a racetrack in that location for all of our lives. And we're gonna make sure of it.
Okay, so I appreciate your enthusiasm. But
I did too.
you have to keep in mind that we are conducting a government meeting. It's not a sitcom. So while you are viewing the meeting, you're not active participants in the meeting. So please hold your applause, and as well as hissing and booing and whatever else if things don't go your way. So the order of the speaking order is Bearden, Van Ostenbridge, and Satcher. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I completely agree with Commissioner Cruz that there will always be a racetrack in that area. And I want to ensure this buffer that we're talking about today. What is it, how is this buffer essentially compared to one that's like on I-75? Is it similar, or is it going to be more intense?
It will be, I think, we'll have a higher berm in those areas with the wall on top, with the vegetative screening, so it'll be comparable. But here, you know, we're adding additional width to that buffer as well to allow for more plantings and things like that, which of course help with noise mitigation. And as I said in my initial presentation, you know, our client knows the racetrack's there, has no intention of doing anything to try and, you know, affect them being operating. And that's why we're putting in these provisions to ensure that, hey, we know it's there, we're going to buffer for it. We're going to put in all these large wall and berm, and that's actually going to be put into place by the Lakewood Ranch Stewardship District, not just the home builder developer. The Stewardship District has committed to build that berm and wall and vegetative plantings in that area. And then, of course, like we said, we have already talked about putting in stipulations for requiring the notice to owners for this property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I'm pleased to see all these people in this room today. It's always good when people show up. Your cause is similar to a cause that I've been fighting. I represent the west side of town and the islands. And what you're afraid of is that this established racetrack and this established business and property could possibly be altered, ended. You know, it's basically is under threat because, you know, suburban sprawl is going to encroach upon it, and you're worried that a bunch of Karens are going to build around the racetrack, right? I mean, that's what you're worried about. And so on my side of town, the battle that I'm fighting is that we have a beach, and we have like the most beautiful beaches in the world in this county, and they have always been free and they've always been accessible to everyone in the public. They're owned by the county, which means every taxpayer in Manatee County owns the beach and they pay to maintain the beach. So when red tide was out there for a few days, your tax dollars paid to clean the beach. And we have municipalities, one specifically, that chose to eliminate on-street parking on the side streets leading to beach accesses. And this is relevant because, right, people bought on those streets. They knew the beach was there. It was no surprise to them that beaches were popular and that people like to go to the beach and that people who can't afford to live on the island will drive their cars out there, park, and go to the beach. And now, lo and behold, we're fighting this battle with those cities out there because, to be honest, the island has become more and more affluent as property values have gone up, and there's higher expectations out there of sort of privacy and I'll stop there so I don't go too far down the rabbit hole. But you get my point. I wish that more of you would show up to fight for your right to access beaches, right? But my point is that I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm fighting a very similar battle in my district to ensure public access to public beaches, and that doesn't change because essentially the neighborhood changed around it. And you know, Myakka has less Karens per capita probably than Lakewood Ranch. No offense, Commissioner Baugh, who is the Lakewood Ranch representative. we tend to take shots. We tend to take shots at each other now and again. But so I do understand where you're coming from, and I support what Commissioner Cruz has said. Obviously, Lakewood Ranch, I have not chosen to live in Lakewood Ranch, but lots of people have, and and a lot of people have chosen to live there, and they love it. And Lakewood Ranch has generated an awful lot of economic activity for Manatee County, certainly driven up our property values, and it's created an awful lot of jobs in Manatee County. It's master planned. Traffic may not be great in a lot of areas of Manatee County, but when you're within the master plan community of Lakewood Ranch, actually traffic isn't bad at all. when you're in Lakewood Ranch, because it was planned out and built properly. They include schools, they include some commercial, they include a lot of things that you need to prevent people from, driving all over across the county to access things they need. They try to keep it all pretty well centrally located. So Lakewood Ranch has been really a good partner, a great partner for the county, and they've become a great asset for the county. So I'm not going to vote against the project. However, I am going to partner with Commissioner Cruz in ensuring that protections are put in place to ensure that the DeSoto racetrack, where I went there when I was a kid, man. They used to have the sprints used to be out there and all this stuff. Anyway, my dad's friends like Pat and Annie and Johnny Shields, all these guys used to race out there, and we knew them. And so, anyway, I spent a lot of time out there when I was a kid, and so we want to ensure that that continues. There's a tradition in this county, right? Not every county has a racetrack. It's pretty unique. So, at any rate, we want to ensure that that continues because it is possible for the county to grow while at the same time we maintain the traditions and the culture of the county. I understand I don't want to see I-75 become 10 lanes, but it's likely to happen. But with the things that really get under my skin is when you change the name of McKechnie Field to Lecom. I mean, Lecom's lovely, but it's McKechnie my whole life, right? That's the kind of stuff that gets under my skin. It's always been McKechnie. It should always be McKechnie. That's, not to just pick on Lecom, but that's the kind of thing that bothers me. Then you're changing the culture. I think it should still be the MCC Lancers. I don't like that they changed that either, but, it is what it is. So I am going to partner with Commissioner Cruz to ensure that the DeSoto Speedway, which is probably not even called that anymore, but I think maybe it is, that it continues to operate. But at the same time, I am going to support this as well, and you're just going to have to ensure that the people who move in there understand that they're going to be living next to an operating racetrack. So, all right, Commissioner Satcher, Baugh, Ballard, Ron, and Bearden. Well, we've certainly inspired everyone, haven't we? Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this part in our procedure or proceedings is supposed to be questions for the applicant. And so, you're proposing how much of a, okay. So you're proposing how much buffer?
So in that document we gave you, and we provided a little sketch to give an example, but it is an 84-foot minimum wide buffer on that eastern boundary, which is about, I think it would have otherwise been required to be about 20. So we're going to an 84-foot minimum buffer width on that eastern boundary, and it goes down to 72 just on the northern portion there, with a minimum, absolute minimum, 20-foot wall berm combination. That will range between 20 and 25 feet. And then we'll also have all the, your code has requirements for vegetative plantings, which not only will we meet, we're going to exceed that, because at the end of the day, our client wants to be able to sell homes here, and recognizing that this is an existing use and it's going to stay there, that they want to make sure they put in as much noise mitigation as possible.
So I was just counting ceiling tiles, and this room's somewhere around 80 feet, I'm thinking, maybe more. But minimum 80 feet counting ceiling tiles. So we're talking from, one logo to the other, one Manatee County seal to the other, and you've got 2,500 acres full to deal with. It seems like you could have done, seems like we could do better than 80 feet with that. If this was all you had, the only property, there's no way to move things, there's no way to, and this is all someone comes to us and owns, then, we got to make a tough decision, because we don't want to take someone's property rights away. We don't want to make, something that they own worth less than it would otherwise be because of a regulation. But this seems like a unique situation where there's room to do a better job than 84 feet. So I'm not going to belabor that point, but I did want to at least get that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Kyle, this is a tough one. And, we got a racetrack that's been there 51 years. I don't have to tell you all that. I know you know it. I live in Edgewater, which is right there at the intersection of University Parkway and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. And I can tell you, when the wind is right, I hear the racing. Most of us in Lakewood Ranch, if the wind is right, you hear it. But we've chosen that, and we're okay with it, and, it's not a problem. In fact, I kind of like hearing it. Not that I'm a big racing fan, I'm not, but it just reminds me of that it's there. So my concern is not so much, well, I got a couple of concerns but the racetrack has to be protected, and I'm going to totally support what Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge have said. We need to make sure that we put whatever precautions we possibly can to protect the racetrack. I mean, it goes without saying. My concern is, and I hear what you're saying about the buffing, and I appreciate it very much that y'all are, taking this extra step, but at the same time, nothing's going to stop the sound. I mean, I know better. I deal with just traffic on Lorraine Road, and I've dealt with it for every year I've been in office. The traffic on State Road 70 there at Greenbrook, I mean, I hear about it all the time. So I know you're not going to be able to stop the sound. And the closer you get to that racetrack, I've been there, the louder it really is. And I know that. So I have to ask, and maybe I've missed it, but you're looking at more of a professional buffer than just what I see on 75. Is that correct? I mean, the wall? 'Cause
Yes,
I can tell you, I
yes,
know that's not real effective. I mean, it helps. But
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Ball. And with the buffer, to stop the noise, the best thing for it is to put things in its way more than just distance, but to put things like walls and, more importantly, the vegetation. And the stewardship district, I mean, they are committed to putting in a significant buffer here with not only the berm, but also the wall on top to getting to that 20 to 25 feet. Then having trees in there. Last I spoke with SMR, they're talking 30-foot plus shade trees and things in there that are dense for to help assist with noise mitigation as well.
okay. Do you know if SMR has looked into professional, with a professional engineer about the noise and so
They
forth?
did have a noise study out there and did speak with them when they were working on this plan for the buffer.
Okay. I don't know that right now is probably the time to really, because I know this is just going to, we're going to transmit. But when it comes back, please know that I'm going to bring up, if this passes today, which I don't know if it will or not, but if it does, I can assure you that when it comes back, I'm going to want to ensure that the realtors, anybody that's selling homes in that area, in that development, has to get the people to sign a statement that they know the racetrack is there. Because I've dealt with this in Terra, and that's not even a racetrack, and y'all know, I know you know, Katie. The noise is always a problem, and every time somebody builds a new home, then they think they can just take out whatever's around that's bothering them and making too much noise. You see it all the time. And that's not going to happen here. We're not going to allow it to happen here. So please be aware and work with the racetrack as closely as you can, okay? Because my grandson will kill you if you don't, just so you know, okay? And he's 14. The other problem that I have is the urban service boundary. Obviously, that hurts me, okay? And I have made promises that we would not allow such a thing to take place. And I realize I've looked at this, and I know in my heart that the urban service boundary, in my opinion, some people aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but I think it probably needs to move to 675 and stop, okay? It is not fair to the people, even though I don't really represent Mayaca anymore. I did for many years, 9 years to be exact. And, I love Mayaca. It's a beautiful place, and I think that it shows a diversity in this county that we need to make sure that we take care of and preserve. So, but I also know that we are in a growing mode, and I'm just one person, and we're not going to be able to stop it entirely. I get it. But we need to be very careful about what we're doing there. So, I know that Lakewood Ranch, obviously, I'm very involved in Lakewood Ranch. I've seen it grow, and I think it's a beautiful community, and I think SMR has done a fantastic job with it. But not everybody wants to be in Lakewood Ranch, and I get it. But we are growing. So it's kind of, you do the best you can to preserve what you can. And the racetrack definitely needs to be preserved. So, y'all have talked about that, and I guess you know where you need to put in, like, signing the forms, if you buy property there, that the racetrack's there. Y'all have done all that?
Yes, we've done those in the past in situations, and now, between now and the final adoption hearing, where the zoning ordinance will come before you, which sets out all those requirements. We can certainly talk more with your staff and your county attorney on provisions that we can.
As I got to tell you, and this is all I'll say, and I'll continue with the hearing and listen, but, you got a lot of neighbors here from Mayaca, a lot of people that I know, a lot of my friends that live in Mayaca, and they're very concerned. It's nothing against SMR. It's nothing against J.B. Taylor or any of that. It's their way of living. It's their way of life that they don't want to see disturbed, and I can't blame them for that. But I also feel that we need to find a way that we can kind of join together. And part of it is I looked on the meeting that you had with the residents, and you had, I think it said 16 people. Katie, you were there. I see it was basically your notes that I was reading. And there were a lot of concerns. Are you going to have any more special meetings with the residents? Or are you done now because it's here with us?
As of right now, we don't have plans to host another workshop. That's not been something that we've discussed with our client.
I'll tell you why.
Up to now.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm asking.
Sure.
I think it's imperative that both sides put forth an effort to come together as much as possible so that this can be done in a friendly way rather than, like I feel like we're going to be in the TV series Yellowstone or something. We've got to figure out a way that it works together. And so that's why I'm asking. And anything that you can do on that would be, I'm sure, appreciated by the neighbors that live a little bit further east of this property line, so.
So we'll take that request back to our client, and we'll have that conversation with him.
Oh, yeah, right.
And, well, we will,
Okay.
and we'll discuss it, and if we're able to do that between now and the adoption hearing in February, we'll certainly
Yeah, I will
present
tell
the
you that,
notes.
I've dealt with SMR for years, and, they do a great job in Lakewood Ranch. I'm not as familiar with some of the members of the stewardship, but that's another story in itself, isn't it? So, it's a concern that I have. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The order is Ballard, Ron, Bearden, Satcher. Commissioner Ballard.
So I don't want to beat a dead horse. However, I am completely in agreement with Commissioner Cruz and some of the other commissioners where they've stated that we want to ensure that we're protecting the track, that we're making sure that those operations are able to go forward. I'm lucky enough to represent some of the older, more historic neighborhoods in Bradenton and Palmetto. We've got Elwood Park. We've got West Palmetto. We've got Braden Castle. And I do think that it's very important that as we grow, as we develop, we don't lose our character, we don't lose the things that make our community unique, that make our community special. And I do think that that's one of the reasons that we need to make sure that the track is protected. Also, like Commissioner Baugh, I do have some personal stake in this. My husband is a big fan of the track. I will also say that in addition to looking at everything that the track has in place and protecting that, we do also have exemptions in our current noise ordinance for emissions of sound and noises from lawful and proper activities at places primarily used for athletic contests and sporting events. So we do have that protection in place already as well in our municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for everyone coming out today. It's impressive to see when the citizens come out, and I apologize if I didn't get back to all 15,000 emails I received. But I actually have a technical question for the applicant, and I appreciate you coming in with the buffers and trying to make a workable, livable situation here. My question is, and it might come back into rezone into GDP, but how close will the nearest home be, your best guesstimation, to where the track sits today?
I think it would be, what is it, 200, 300 feet at least.
Not to the
for-
track.
For the property line. Or-
To the property line, but not to the
Yeah,
track.
we're,
I mean, the track's
it'll
in the
be,
track.
end up being around 100 feet for our property line and the tract,
No,
or
about 200 feet.
200 feet to our property line. And then from the property line to the tract, I think is another couple hundred feet. I can check that and answer that back.
Okay, so we know that you're saying from the property line? Okay.
300 feet.
300,
To the, from the property line to the track, according to staff, is 300 feet. Plus we'll have that 84-foot.
plus the buffer, plus basically the houses aren't going to butt right up to the buffer.
Plus the rear yard
There's going to be some
setback,
spacing
so
there
we're
too, right? So
Probably about 400,
sizes are?
400 plus feet.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
I think the thing, this is more kind of based toward all the commissioners here. But I'd like us to look at possibly some extra protection measures for this track and maybe seeing if it's, maybe even labeling it a historic site. That might be an option for us in general, to where this site is always going to be protected. I think that's going to be a very important aspect as we go. And I would really like us to look into that, dive deep into that, and see if there's other options or extra measures we can do to protect this, racetrack.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that brings up, this issue has already been alluded to. It brings up the issue of what can we do today that can't be done in 1 month or 1 year or 2 years, when there's elections or retirements or whatever. And so that's what we have to look for. It's something that can't be undone. We have, all the time in our briefings, we're hearing about somebody, rock crushing, that's been rock crushing for years and years and years, and no one complained. People move in, and now here come the complaints, and we're talking about, or we're getting pressure to change the rules for the people that are doing that. So in here, it's the opposite, or anyway. I have a question, and I know that, y'all do a good job, but you're employees, so you have to do what your, employer's asking you to do, your client, I guess I should say. But I really am wondering, because I remember when we first passed 2 years ago, around 2 years ago, this text amendment first passed. I don't think it was a 7-0 vote. I don't think it was a 6-1 vote. You voted against it. I think I supported you when it comes before us over and over and over again, and they make adjustments over and over again. But when the first time it came before us, I thought it was a 3-4 vote. Or maybe whatever. It was early on, and the pressure's on when you first sit down to always go with the crowd. So who knows, maybe. But I thought that it was I'll say this, and I know this is accurate, it was a hotly debated matter. And then it makes me look at 84 feet and wonder if we're really even bargaining in good faith. Because here we have something that nobody was excited about, or very few on the board at the time were excited about, and then we have 3 new commissioners up here, but we're just assuming 84 feet where they're going to be having, jet car rallies, right? They put jet engines on the back of these suckers, and which is awesome. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's awesome. And we're giving them 84 feet. So it just makes me wonder if, and I know that those decisions might not even be made by you, but it makes me wonder if this was even done in good faith, because I think all the commissioners, or a lot of the commissioners here, are assuming it was. Just seems like we could have done better with what's coming before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that the reason why I'm looking at these extra measures in place is because we were all elected to protect people's rights. We raised our right hand to defend the Constitution of the United States of America, okay? And we have an obligation to protect all rights, okay, at all times. So that I want to make that real clear to everybody that that's a whole purpose and the primary role of an elected official is to protect people's rights. So I want to ensure that we look at different measures and different protections that we can do to protect this racetrack, just to ensure. And I think that, I don't know if that's going to take a workshop or whatever that may be, but it's something we definitely need to look into.
Commissioner Cruz.
I'm not going to debate this, nor am I fighting their battle. But I just want to point out, because I was curious when Commissioner Satcher was talking about this berm only being 84 feet. So I was looking at berms online, because why not? The recommended berm is 8 feet tall and 20 feet wide to protect for noise. This is 10 feet tall and 84 feet wide. So it does seem like a fairly substantial berm. Not that I have any context.
I don't pretend to be an expert on berms, but, okay. All right. Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. Well, we seem to have concluded questions for the applicant. Is there a staff presentation on this item?
We have pretty quick presentations for all of
Do
these.
a pretty quick presentation.
We'll go down to positive and negative impacts.
Dorothy can get right down to business.
Come on, Dorothy.
Yes, that's about all I have to add. They've covered everything so thoroughly, and even the positives and negatives were brought up at some point during this whole.
Dorothy, could you pull your mic down?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because we were not able to hear you.
Okay, so this is legislative, but I'm Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I guess I've
Is there
advanced.
anything you feel you want to add that's
Yeah, like
something
I
we
said,
haven't heard?
just to go over the positives, negatives, and
Sure.
mitigating, yeah, because everything else was covered. So basically, the request to amend the future land use to UF3 appears to be a logical transition, given the emerging development trends in the area, specifically as the county goes from agriculture to suburban residential development. And then another positive is that since the project abuts large projects to the west that have already established and extended infrastructure, including roadways and utilities, these improvements will be available to utilize to supply the project with these services. Negatives, there are existing platted large lots, 5 to 10 acres south of the project within the Pomelo Park, over 100-year-old plat, I believe, platted subdivision, that are much lower density than the proposed project may establish. And also the UF3, Urban Fringe 3 category allows for up to 6,923 dwelling units for an increase in density of 6,461. Mitigating, there's going to be adequate buffering, landscaping, and design that should provide a transition between the future development of the site and adjacent residential areas. And then, as the applicant explained, they've proffered a D5 provision, which is the text amendment portion of this application, which will place a limit on number of dwelling units to 4,500 or a density of 1.95 dwelling units per acre. And that'll keep the density more in line with the existing projects to the west. And that's really all I have to add. I guess if you
Okay,
have questions for me.
Thank you, Dorothy.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Satcher is on the board, and Commissioner Cruz. Oh, Mrs. Knapp.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager. I just wanted to add a side note. I know Commissioner Cruz said he was going to make a motion maybe at the end to direct staff, but just for awareness, the racetrack is in a future land use designation that allows for all types of recreation, no matter how intense it is. And then their zoning district requires it by special permit. However, they predate our code, and in 1989, they received what was called a special exemption number 447, which memorialized the racetrack for how it was and under certain limitations and stipulations. So staff can prepare an AD, an administrative determination, next week that kind of memorializes that, more up to date than just the document we have from 1989, and cross-references our current code and how they can legally continue to operate, and under what circumstances they would have to get an amended SP, if you will, special permit, if they were to grow.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually, I think.
And just to be clear, the special permit you're referring to did allow for additional expansion over the course of, what was that, 1,000 square feet per 3 years or something that we can look into?
The current code allows for 1,000 square feet every 3 years by right, administratively approved.
Thank you, ma'am. She's one of the smarter people in the building. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
That's why I went to Nicole before lunch and asked her to
Right.
look this up for me.
Yeah, appreciate that. Commissioner Baugh, I do have a board order here. Commissioner, it's Cruz, Satcher, and Baugh. Commissioner Cruz?
Mine was literally asking Nicole to come up and
Well done.
present what we discussed.
We appreciate your efficiency. Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you. I think we might end up here a while, so if that is in the, if that's in the agenda packet, that'd be great. If not, I'd love a hard copy of that 1989.
It's not, because I found it on my lunch break.
You found it during lunch. Okay, I think we'd all probably appreciate a copy of that.
I can email it to all commissioners right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll see what.
Please
it has
also
to
email
say.
that to the clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
And so then you've been working together with Commissioner Cruz for thoughts moving forward, or when he mentioned that today, that was the first time?
No, he just, right before the break, asked me if there's anything in our code today that would speak to this situation. And so that's what I did on my lunch break.
Yeah. Well, I think
Yeah, just real quick. I don't want to hear any knocking lazy county employees, by the way. Here she is on her lunch break. We appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm just, I guess since it's legislative and we can just, go wherever we want, but I'm amazed that we had from what I can tell, a complete smoke and mirrors, because every action that I heard proposed by Commissioner Cruz, I'm pretty sure can be undone by a commission in the future very easily. And I propose one thing that's workable, which is the buffer that they're allowed to build on to increase it, and then a 10-foot, it's not an 84-foot tall berm, it's an 84-foot wide space in the midst of 2,500 acres. Quite an expanse. And then you're going to call me out that that's unreasonable when I offered a real solution that might help somebody. Whereas yours, I know we'll go down that road, we'll pass those things, and I hope we can come up with something that will, work in the future beyond this if people disagree with this in the future. But the fact you sat there and took applause for your proposal and then downed mine that you know from experience is workable blows my mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Baugh?
You know what? Nicole, my question was, just, I want to make sure that in no way, whatever we have on the books now, if we need to add more, whatever we need to do, I also want to make sure that this racetrack in the future is not hindered in any way for growth. And I know you said that they have other activities that they can do. I get it. But I want to make sure they're totally covered so that no way in the future a board can come along and change anything. It needs to be written in stone. Can you help us with that? Please.
In essence, once you receive a special permit, it memorializes what use is being approved on your property, including usually an approved site plan, which this has. Given it's 1989, it's not the quality we see today. That combined with what administrative limitations we have in the code, they could grow. But say a natural disaster came through, like a tornado, and ripped up the track, which is the principal use. The special exemption they got in '89 captured that use at that time, and it looks almost identical from the aerials today, as far as the drag strip and racetrack and the stadium seating. They might have a couple new ancillary buildings that.
Well, I know
are
it's
in-
been,
Yeah,
there's
'cause
been a
it's been
lot
since
done
89,
to it
yeah.
improvement-wise. I know that.
But those would be accessory anyway. The principal use is the track and the race drag strip.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm on the board next. And so essentially, when you own a piece of property, you have sort of entitlements as to what you're allowed to do with that property. And for the most part, Commissioner Satcher, anything this board can vote on, the next board can undo. I mean, should they choose to. I would encourage people to continue to vote in conservative Republicans who support businesses. But when you get to entitlements, once you take a property and you go from, say, agricultural and you zone it for commercial, if the county were to go back and try to take entitlements, it's virtually impossible to do that. In the lawsuits that would be, that property owner has opened up to with the county, I mean, the county would absolutely lose their shirt. All the potential, right, income that could have been generated from the property, the county would, in theory, have to pay forever, right? So, I mean, the amount of litigation that it would open the county up to would be insane. So, if there are entitlements that are already granted to the tract, that's great. If there are some that, what I would suggest is that we direct Mrs. Knapp or, you know, and your staff to, over Christmas break, you know, because you have nothing else to do. She's working during lunch anyway. So, but, you know, so that when we come back after Christmas, sometime January, February, if you could bring us something, you know, and work with, obviously, the property owner to bring us something that ensures, you know, solidifies and sort of, if there's any loose ends that need to be tied up with the existing entitlements they have, to ensure that the tract can operate in perpetuity. That's something I think the board should, it's nothing we want to act on today, but if we just give her that direction so that when we come back after Christmas, you could have something like that for us. Ms. Knapp?
It's something that we can also add to our boilerplate language for our notice to buyers. We would expand, we have a standard template we use for notice to buyers. We can expand upon it to include language to cross-reference this administrative determination.
Correct.
So it goes a little further.
Commissioner Cruz?
I think the good deadline would be, they're coming back in February with their general development plan. We should make sure this is locked down solid beforehand.
Yeah.
And make sure it's inclusive of not only the expansion rights you discussed, but also making sure things like light pollution, noise ordinances, so forth, are all factored into their current business plan, so they can't be modified in the future either.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with
No.
giving staff that direction? Okay.
We do have pretty good staff.
We do. They work during their lunch break. Yeah, we do. And she'll be working on Christmas Day on this. So, okay, so I don't have anyone else on the board. Then we are going to open this item up to public comment. So if you're on the 5th floor, you don't have to panic and stampede for the door just yet, because we have some folks in overflow on the 5th floor. We have a lot of people down here that I'm sure are going to want to speak. But if you're on the 5th floor and you want to start slowly working your way down here, you probably have plenty of time to make it down here. So we'll open this up to public comment. And the way this works is each person will come up, and I ask you to state your first name and your last name into the microphone clearly so the clerk can put it down, and then your county of residence. You don't have to give me your address, tell me who you live with, or anything like that, but just your county of residence so we know if we're talking to a county resident or not. And then you'll have 3 minutes to speak specifically on this agenda item. And let's be honest, it kind of seems like things are going your way. There's like, well, Senator Galvano told me some good advice one time when I was campaigning. He said, if someone's already going to vote for you, just shut up and walk away, because you could only screw it up from that point. And it's a good sales tactic as well.
Very true.
Yeah, it's a good sales tactic. But I'm not discouraging anyone from speaking, but perhaps if you were going to agree with the, repeat what the person before you said, you could just step up and say, I support this and I agree with the previous speaker, something along those lines. And then we'll hopefully make sure that everyone can speak today. So we're going to open this up to public comment. I have a lot of people that have signed up. I don't think I'm going to go through the list. I think I'm just going to ask everyone who wants to speak to some sort of orderly fashion, make your way up towards the podium. You don't have to form a line or anything, but you can if you like. So first speaker, first name, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. My name is Garrett Mitchell, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I encourage you guys to hear out. We've got a few speeches on the way for you guys that we've prepared our four crew, and if you agree with that, maybe it's enough to allow these guys to go to a vote. But good afternoon, guys. I'm Garrett Mitchell, like I said, and I own the Freedom Factory, which is the Speedway on 64. It's been the Freedom Factory for 3 years. The drag strip is named Bradenton Motorsports Park. Right now, there's 15,000 people on the live feed for Manatee County's live feed, which is exciting. And, look at all these people here. Like, look at all these people in opposition of what's trying to be passed today. I'm thankful, though, that we have the opportunity to speak before you today and express our opposition to this application. These are no highways, like Kyle said the sound study was based on. I'm going to show this photo on the overhead. we pull that up there real quick? All right. This is the project here in the X'd out area. This is our racetrack. This line right here signifies the typical place that I knock the head gasket out of my engine when I'm making a pass, causing a loud explosion that every house in this community is going to hear, whether there's a 20-foot fence or a 80-foot wide berm. Those are what I think are the facts. So we're very lucky to have two of the most successful racetracks in the county right here in Manatee County. Unfortunately, homes being built next to racetracks is a classic way they fail. The homeowners complain until the racetracks are overrun in local government. The homeowners complain until the racetracks are overrun. Having future homeowners sign a disclosure that the track is there is not enough. And it goes without saying a 20-foot tall fence is probably not enough to stop the sound of a screw-blown, bald eagle breathing V8. The solutions the applicants are proposing will not work, and that's why we all want this completely denied. No transmittal. Let's keep in mind these racetracks operate more than 180 days a year. And as an owner of the track, I simply cannot let these dense neighborhoods get any closer than they are. I think we all know that if this application is transmitted today, there's likely no going back. The state doesn't know the area like you guys do. They don't know the families at the track. They don't see the packed restaurants after a race night. They don't see the booked up hotels. This application needs to stop right here, today. This rezoning could significantly impact Manatee County forever. I ask you this as I close this out because it seems like my time just went so fast. If I came to you commissioners today and asked you to rezone some of my land to build two massive loud racetracks right next to 4,500 homes that stood there for 50 years, would you approve it? And if the answer to that is no, then this is not a compatible use of the land. That is all I have to say. I want my son to own this racetrack one day. Don't let my racetrack die again.
Thank you, sir. Sir? Sir? Next. First and last name, county of residence, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Victor Alvarez. I own Bradenton Motorsports Park, which is next door to the Freedom Factory. Honestly, most of what I wanted to say was covered, and I really appreciated the enthusiasm behind what everyone has said to protect the racetracks. These tracks were built in the 70s, and I would consider them to be a landmark in Manatee County. I would say, obviously it's slightly biased, but if you do some research, these are probably the two most popular racetracks in the country. And Manatee County is lucky to have them. You know, we have a large economic impact, and I hope that is considered. I also have 2 daughters that I want to own the racetrack one day, and I hope that they take an interest in it. And I also think that aside from our economic impact, I think that we have a lot of positive impact. I live in Tampa, I reside in Tampa, but obviously own the racetracks here. If you drive around Tampa on a Saturday night, there's street racing everywhere. If you watch the news, Gandy Boulevard, wherever you want to go, it's just nonstop street racing. We don't have that problem, you know, to that extent here because these people have a safe haven. They have a safe place to go and race. Motorsports is a lifestyle. We give these people a place to race. And we're just extremely concerned, not that you guys aren't, because we've seen this all around the country. These homes get built, the people complain, members of the board change, or something changes, something happens, we get a noise ordinance, or we get something that happens that, you know, puts us out of business. That's all we want to avoid. We just ask that you guys take that into consideration, and we hope to be racing for a long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. First and last name, county of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yep, Dustin Fowler, Hillsborough County. I'm a state licensed contractor. So we actually build these walls that you were just asking so many questions about. I can tell you facts. I don't like to talk in what ifs and what could be's. I'm going to tell you exactly what they are. So the DOT one mistake they made is they called it a sound buffer, so now it falls under Florida state law and statute. So since they did that, statute 335.17 requires the opacity of noise to help protect the public health, welfare, and liability of the community, meaning they have to do a structure sound test that the developer has to pay for, which they have not done, which we have to go, we're the ones who put the walls in, put the actual physical wall in, and then they have to do a structure test on it at their peak noise, not at the corner of the track when nobody's there. At their peak noise during an event, they have to do that. And I can guarantee you, FDOT only requires for interstate is 80 decibels. These cars put a way over 80 decibels, okay? So when they do the structure test, it is gonna fail with flying colors. And this berm that they're talking about, right? So sound drops about 16 decibels per 100 yards, meaning from that wall, just off of distance of noise, they'd have to have 1,000 yards, 3,000 feet in between you to be able to require that buffer, if you're understanding what I'm saying. So these walls that I'm talking about, they're talking about a 10-foot wall. The interstate walls that only block 80 decibels are 25 feet tall, just the wall, not the berm. So unless they're gonna put a 45-foot wall, which by the way doesn't exist because we don't build them, there's no answer for it. So the sound that they have proposed doesn't exist. The technology will not work, and that's why under state law this cannot stand. Their plans are invalid. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. First and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Scott, Polk County resident. I did submit a letter signed by 5 Manatee County residents, so I'd like to request a 10-minute time period for
Yes,
my
sir, you
discussion
did.
today.
You have 10 minutes.
All right, and the clicker. Okay, so obviously today we're here for the amendment that we've all discussed and come familiar with. My name is Michael Scott. I am a resident of Polk County, but more importantly, a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. I have more than 15 years of consulting experience, both in land development, landfill permitting, and all elements of compliance post-production. So, some of the discussion topics today of why are we here? We know in broad terms why that is, but I'll go into some more detail. We need to talk about compatibility. I've heard you guys and I've heard the applicant reference several things, which I would agree with, but there's some contradictions there. Also on notification requirements, some of the Plan Commission background, so just to remind those that are in the audience and the Commission today that the Plan Commission voted what's before you today as far as to recommend an approval. And then comprehensive plan. Really what's the reason that we're here today and kind of some backstory behind that. And then, you know, what does it really matter? Why are there so many here that are opposing this project, and what's the intent of our opposition? And then really, you know, the incompatibility is the big thing. I know as a commission, you guys can't sit here and because of emotions decide to deny the transmittal of this. I understand that. But you certainly, if I can make the argument that the proposed development is incompatible with the surrounding and adjacent properties, that is a valid reason that you can deny and not transmit this. So just on here, why are we here? So you notice the image here on the left, that is of the Taylor Ranch planned development, or at least on the rezone side that we're speaking of now. The image to your right, and some of those may find this a little shocking, this is in for staff review. There's another phase, if you will, of Lakewood Ranch that's being reviewed by staff right now, which is 1,300 and something odd acres, totaling almost 4,000 acres that you guys are looking to potentially approve for development in a fairly high density that would then surround all 3 sides of the racetrack. And the current was a 5-1 vote on December the 8th during the Plan Commission to recommend approval to the Commission. So just the arrow there for what we're talking about today, and then the one that is kind of the mystery meat that's not been even talked about today, but I think it's apparent, the one on the right can't happen unless the one on the left is approved, because then it's not coterminous and it's not contiguous. So compatibility, I'll read this verbatim. This is from a comprehensive plan. A condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. So can a residence be placed next to a racetrack and can both coexist so that neither one is negatively impacted? I would say the answer is no. So just in general, looking at kind of the area around the racetrack, and let me point here. This is overview of State Road 60 is to the north red boundary. To your right or the east side would be 675. And then you have the property in question over to your left or the west side. You kind of see from the aerial, overall is rural development. There's not a whole lot of high density development within this area. So when we look at this area being more of a rural community, what are some things that are compatible? And I'll show these images because how I kind of look at this is if these are all compatible in the current and surrounding land use, then they should be compatible in whatever's being proposed. So I have friends that live in Lakewood Ranch. I can tell you that none of these items, boats, RVs, motorhomes, trailers, you're not putting that in your front driveway without a violation, right? It's something that is not allowed in Lakewood Ranch. You have livestock, you have crops. You may can grow a small garden in the back patio if you live in Lakewood Ranch, but you're not farming outside in your yard. You can't put corn stalks in your front yard. These are all compatible with the adjacent properties. And then you get the beautiful sunsets. You get barns. You get small local farms that can teach their kids how to harvest off the land. To teach them more than just how to not get hit by a car riding on a paved road out in front of your house. They actually have land to roam on, land to grow up on, land to experience life. This is an image from yesterday. So this is an event that's currently going on at Bradenton Motorsports Park. It's the SFG race. The racers come together to race for over $350,000. It draws people from all over the nation. This is just one of many events, but you can see on this aerial, this is from yesterday, the adjacent lands are rural. They're not R1, they're not UF3, they're rural. So just real quick on Plan Commission background, not poking holes in anyone or suggesting anything malicious. However, out of the 7 voting members that are on the Plan Commission, there is one that's a residential developer at Kimley Horn with 11 years on the Plan Commission as a VP. Mortgage lender, there's others that are developers, contractors, other realtor, general contractor, and underground utility contractor. The commission's kind of loaded up, if you will, with pro-development folks, which I'm not saying is wrong. I've seen lots of difference, but we're good. But we just want to say this is the background. Their knowledge of real estate, right? Knowledge of development. That's where we're going. So that's their background, and that's fine. I understand that from how to expand it. But it's one of those things that we go through and we look at, okay, how does that help where we are? Well, comprehensive plan, Manatee County has had a comprehensive plan for years that set very clear guidelines on how to plan the community. And that included Lakewood Ranch, and that included the area that we're discussing today. And from that, you'll see on the objective 2.1.2, the last line, it says preserving agriculture as the primary land use east of the FDAB through 2040. We're in 2022. So what you're looking at today is essentially an 18-year fast forward, and progression is if today we're 2040. So when we look at that, it talks about implementation mechanisms, and one of that is transition and densities. Well, Lakewood Ranch proposed, right, the particular development is not a lower density. It's a fairly tight density when you look at what it's proposed, so then there's no transitional spot from a rural area that's to the east to existing Lakewood Ranch. It would just be more urban sprawl of dense development. And then so I like to look at things from a centric standpoint. I know there was an image put up before by the applicant that showed, the proposed development to the right side and all this development existing to the left, and that is correct. But if we look at it from the racetrack being the center point of the circle, you have to go more than 3 miles away to intersect the next nearest subdivision that has any kind of density beyond rural development, with the exception of one small neighborhood to the east of the racetrack. So I ask, when we look at compatibility, how is an eastward expansion of Lakewood Ranch compatible with the surrounding and adjacent properties? When we're looking at everything north, south, and east, does not have the same properties as what we're proposing. And then that's what happens in April of 2022, right, is when 2.1.2.8 comes to life and is in the comprehensive plan. And I understand as County Commission, you have a duty to uphold what's in the comprehensive plan, but 2.1.2.8 does not negate the fact of being compatible and compatible with those surrounding communities. So I would argue that although this does allow for development east of the boundary, if it's contiguous, conterminous, applicant did a great job covering that, that we are still not compatible, we're incompatible. So therefore, it should not be. Looking at this, so potentially 7,000 to 8,000 new homes if you look at the proposed density for the existing project and then the adjacent eastern project, that equates to about 40 to 50,000 daily trips. If you look at standard numbers used for daily trips generated by single-family households. And then, of course, the racetrack just in reference. But I didn't look at just the racetrack as being adjacent and it has to be compatible. It's this actual proposed development is not compatible with the surrounding rural developments. And just some basis, so what does it matter? These guys alluded to it, they're very popular, YouTube influencers and other social media outlets. Several ticket sales, over $20 million in direct economic impact for 2022 alone. And then street racing, they mentioned it. These are photos. This is what happens when people go on the street and race and don't have a place to go. Fatalities happen, families lose their lives. So I, in my professional opinion, would state that the proposed project is not compatible and that the board should do a very serious and hard thought on that particular application of this project. And for that, please do not transmit this amendment and to deny the request. And just a couple of things real quick. You guys, I mentioned earlier about the Honor of the Great Nation, at the beginning of this meeting today. Honor your great community. The commissioners before you, that sat in your seats, developed this plan to be 2040. So why not honor that? Why have something that fast forwards time and takes rights away from all these people? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And well timed. All right, next speaker, first name, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Spencer Fagioni, and I live in Manatee County. First, I want to say thank you for hearing us on this matter today. I'd like to start off by beginning with the recent history of the land that was being proposed to have 4,500 homes built on it. Back in 2019, when SMR purchased this land, it was stated that it would be used to relocate their sod farm to this land and maintain its agricultural zoning. With the recent economic expansion and housing market boom, their position of use for their land has changed to develop more single-family homes. As a resident of Manatee County and Lakewood Ranch, I feel as though it is just to the citizens of our community that when we zoned land for certain purposes, that we uphold that commitment. Agricultural land is important to our community. As my colleague Garrett Mitchell mentioned, this urban sprawl threat is the classic case of how a racetrack begins to die. I would like to reference the 2011 case of Brackett versus Moeller Raceway Park in the 12th District of Ohio Court of Appeals of Brown County. As stated in the court documents, when the original track was built, there was no residential housing within a 20-mile radius of this track. As urban sprawl began to close in the following years, residences of nearby communities began to complain about the noise. Shortly thereafter, a lawsuit ensued and the damage was done. Moving forward, the track was forced to limit the use of track time and hours of operation, as well as implement special use permitting. Special use permitting costed this track tens of thousands of dollars a year. This single-handedly is an expense that can put a racetrack out of business. These racetracks have done nothing but to help stimulate the economy of Manatee County. These racetracks continue to be an icon of Manatee County and have always upheld our community standards and values. At several of our past events, I've had the opportunity to meet families from as far away as Alaska, Sweden, Germany, Australia, and the United Kingdom. These families stay in local hotels, eat at local restaurants, and spend their vacation dollars here in Manatee County. My concern is that putting homes next to our historic racetracks will jeopardize our ability to bring this level of tourism to our small community. Although I like the idea of sound abatement, my concern is that a 25-foot high structure, barrier, or fence will not be sufficient to keep the homeowners happy. With new homes being proposed within a few hundred feet of the track, I do not believe that will be enough distance between the racing and these families' homes. The inverse square law is used to calculate the sound pressure level reduction and is used commonly in urban and commercial development. As the attorney representing the opposite side, he stated that there would be a provision made to include a perimeter buffer of 80 feet and a total distance of approximately 400. Using the inverse square law math formula, we can determine that at a range of 5,200 feet, a race car producing 136 decibels of noise would be reduced to approximately 68 decibels. For an example, if you have a vacuum cleaner or a hair dryer in your house, that is the equivalent of 68 decibels. As you consider the amendment to your local agricultural land use, I urge you to consider this and imagine yourself sitting down for dinner with the vacuum cleaner running in the other room. Imagine yourself arriving home from work just to hear the hair dryer blowing in the other room continuously. As Commissioner Satcher mentioned earlier regarding a separate issue, he stated he is not in the business of handpicking
Thank you,
winners
sir.
and losers. I urge you to stand with Commissioner Satcher and his way of thinking and considering this amendment
Thank you,
today.
sir. Thank you. Next speaker, please. So first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Scalzo. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I'm here today to support the racetrack and ask that you do not approve a zoning change to allow a 4,500 home development next to the existing racetrack. Main reason being, a housing development does not belong next to a racetrack. I have owned 6 drag strips since 2006. This includes 2 in Florida, 1 in Kentucky, 1 in Tennessee, 1 in West Virginia, and I currently operate the NHRA-sanctioned drag strip on Riverhead, Long Island, New York. I mention this because I tried to open 3 additional racetracks, and each time that I made my proposal, I was turned down by the powers that be that said, a racetrack does not belong next to a housing development, and I was not able to continue with that development. I understand that today's meeting is to be not to shut down the drag strip, but to talk about the possibility of approving the zoning for this development. And I feel that if the zoning was approved and they were able to build, what will happen in the future, as other speakers have mentioned, it will eventually lead to complaints by the neighbors, no matter what they sign. Once the attorneys get involved with it, you got litigation, and it will be a nightmare for the drag strip. A housing development does not belong next to a drag strip. And again, I'm short and sweet because I am short and sweet, so I will say, the following up. Bradenton Motorsports Park and the Freedom Factory have been operating, as you know, for many, many years. Another thing that has not been mentioned is you folks, Manatee County, as many other counties around the country, do a wonderful job in providing venues for basketball, baseball, football, soccer, etc. However, there's a lot of us that aren't into the motorsport, or the ball sports rather. We're gearheads. We love motorsports. This is what Freedom Factory and Bradenton Motorsports Park, that's the void that they fill. Don't hurt them by approving this with the future possibility of litigation that will give them a headache. They are a great venue. They are wholesome family entertainment, and I hope you will turn down this proposal for zoning change.
Thank you, sir. Before you step away, Madam Clerk, did you get his name?
Peter Salzo?
Scalzo, S-C-A-L-Z-O.
Okay. It wasn't on my screen, so I just wanted to make sure she
Yes,
types it in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening.
Next speaker, first name, last name, county of residence. Hopefully everyone gets the routine by now.
My name is Dan Metzinger. I'm a resident of Maricopa County, which is in Phoenix. And yes, I flew all the way here specifically for this. So I wanted to come out here specifically to kind of make a mention that I saw in the news yesterday that local news channel said that local race enthusiasts were worried about this. And this is far-reaching. This goes way beyond the county. The YouTube channel that promotes the content out of this racetrack reaches 20 million people a month. So out of curiosity, I looked up the Visit Florida YouTube channel last night, and it was astounding. 16 years, they have amassed 40 million views. This track is generating that in 2 months. So that is bringing people from outside of Manatee County to this community on a daily basis. So not only are you potentially, by pushing this through, preventing that from continuing on after we all know what the end result of this is going to be, you're not just affecting local, you're affecting people not just even across the country. It's worldwide at this point. So what I would request is, if this does manage to get to that point where it gets pushed forward, is what is the economic impact of that reach? So if there's going to be considerations about economics, I think that if you're going to forward this to the state, they should probably look long and hard at the amount of money and time that they invest in really unsuccessful reach outside of the state. Certainly very relevant. Now, the other part of this is I come from construction. I've spent plenty of time coming up with beautiful site plans to present to folks like yourselves to get through a certain step. So as I heard earlier, there's already some noise ordinances in place. And guess what? Nobody calls and complains because if a tree falls in the woods, does anybody hear it, sort of thing. So if I was in this situation where I was trying to present you guys with a site plan, I would basically say, let's just get this thing through and move on. But I wouldn't do it with an 85-foot reach to the nearest boundary. I would have tried to push that thing back and say, let's just try to get within like a few hundred feet, and then once the people move in, they'll call, complain about the noise, the track will be gone in no time, don't worry about it, owner, you'll have nothing to worry about. That's what I'd be doing, and it seems to me like this site plan is beyond not in good faith. It's an aggressive approach to show you what is a sign of time to come. So the last thing I'll mention is I heard you guys say earlier, once you guys approve something as the government, you can't walk it back. You've already committed to somebody. So to hear you guys say you're just going to kind of push this through to the transmit stage, not to worry about it like it's just going to make it through to the state and then it's on them. Well, once it gets back here, you've already said in some earlier conversations about some other things that we're discussing is, well, we can't walk it back. So that's the one thing I take away from this is the commitment from you guys to say once you vote something through, there's really no walking it back. That was in conversation earlier today. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, J.C. Krushenko, Sarasota County. So I oppose the zoning change. It places these racetracks at risk, and I'm here to give you a different view, a family view. To SMR, what's at risk? These tracks provide families with lasting memories. Families start racing at age 5. This is bigger than baseball dads and soccer moms. This is a place where kids can learn to race and possibly become a professional racer and keep racing off the streets. Safe place for the kids. How many street racing fatalities happen around here? Not any. Why? Why not? Because we have a place for the kids to go to. More importantly, this is a place for families to go have fun. Dreams and goals are reached here. I raced back in my day. My son's dad raced back in his day. He's also a sponsor and a vendor at this track. And now our son Nico races. Generational racing happens here. This is a place where investments have been made to upgrade the tracks. This is a place that BMP is noted in the drag racing industry as the top track of the country. Thank you, Victor, for that. This change will affect families, affect owners, affect employees, affect sponsors, and affect fans. I'm a local realtor of 35 years in this business. I get the housing market, but I'm a racetrack mama all day, every day, and as well a sponsor at this track, and I oppose this. Racing is a favored pastime. There are other areas to build. Please do not pass this zoning change that puts our favorite sport at risk. Another drag strip and circle track to die. I hope you see the lobby, the overflow room upstairs. This is important to so many. We support Victor and Garrett, and more importantly, we thank them for all they have done, are doing, and will do to keep this sport alive. This should not be about money and numbers. It should be about the people, all these people. Racing is America. Thank you.
Very well said, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Jason Hefner. I'm a Manatee County resident. Not only am I a Manatee County resident, I'm the owner of a small business in the area whose sustainability is dependent on the motorsports industry. I live near the intersection of Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and State Road 70, which is approximately 10 nautical miles from the racetrack. And like one of your council members mentioned, on certain nights, if certain events are going on, my wife and I can open our back window or sit on the back porch and we can hear the cars going down the track 10 miles away. Some of the things that I feel are really important when you're doing business, transparency and lack of empty promises. And the proposal here tells me that the consideration given to the preservation of the racetrack by the proposed builder it hasn't been taken very seriously. If you visited one of these races and you're standing on the starting line, The car is going down the track accelerating for 1,320 feet. You can hear it far and wide. Some of the cars, they project the exhaust up, some back, some out the side. At 300 feet, which is the proposed buffer, it's advisable to be wearing ear protection at the buffer distance. So most of the council has touched on the historic significance of the racetrack, which I really appreciate hearing. I think, you know, what's most important to identify here is unless somebody can provide some sort of scientific information, scientific data that tells you that noise levels at this distance can be brought below a level to where a complaint could be considered, I don't see how you could possibly build houses. I don't feel like you could sell 4,000 homes with full transparency, without, to some level, deceiving potential buyers. And if you can't come up with a scientific method of getting the noise levels to a compatible level with the proposed community, I don't see how you can possibly transmit the application and move forward. You know, the farther this gets away from here in the local community, the greater the disconnect will be, and the more out of touch it'll be, with the realities of the proposed community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Zafir Khan. I'm from Manatee County. Out of interest of time and respect to all these people in line, a lot of things have been said here very, very eloquently today. I just want to say I strongly oppose this transmittal. I stand behind everything that everybody has said so far. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Donovan Quick, and I reside in Hendry County.
Could you repeat your name, please? I'm so sorry.
Donovan Quick.
Thank you.
Yeah,
He said it quick.
Yes, that is my last name. Born racer, I guess. And you know what? I actually grew up.
Racer, that's a good last name, sir.
Yeah. I grew up in Miami-Dade County for most of my youth, and there's a drag strip down there, County Line Raceway. When that closed down, it increased so much street racing over there, and it led to so many fatalities, including one of my stepfather's best friends. And then I ended up moving to North Broward County, and so Palm Beach International Raceway was then my track. And it recently closed down, and there's been a lot of street racing accidents since it has closed down, including a SUV full of 6 family members that was killed by a street racer. And I can't bear to see any more of that. We have to be able to keep this track around no matter what. I now moved over to the West Coast, and this is my track. I come here for 10 plus years for the events that Vic has put on, and yeah, man, I can't bear to see any lives lost because a racetrack is closed down because of a few houses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sean Eskew. I live in Pasco County. I just want to say I oppose this project, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Robert Graff, and I'm from Charlotte County, where Ross Chastain and learned to drive. And the major thing here, if you cut to the chase, is the noise. There is no way that anyone's going to build any kind of wall that's going to stop the sound from that drag strip going onto those houses. That's just not going to be able to happen. I don't care how big of a wall, how much stuff you put in the way, you're going to hear Cleater blow his engine every couple of weeks. Therefore, I think that the people proposing this, they know that. They try to ameliorate before you people so that they can expand their currently expanding business. I was shocked to see that there's yet another parcel right behind the track that's following up on this one. Let's stop it now before it goes anywhere. Don't transmit this. Those people, they know when they planned this that the track was there. They know about the noise. but they still want to build. I don't blame them. Everybody wants to make money. Unfortunately, the track should take precedence for this community. A lot of people from Charlotte County travel here all the time to see these events. So please, please, don't transmit this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, or afternoon. My name is Gene Tharp. I'm a lifetime resident of Manatee County. 50 years ago, about, my partner Stan Swartz and I, Stanley passed away earlier this year, so he's not able to attend. Anyway, we came before this commission with a proposal to build a racetrack and drag strip. We had chosen a piece of property over on 62nd Avenue East in an industrial area. We brought the proposal to the commission, and we had quite a bit of opposition from the Onika community, and the commission denied our request. But the commission chair at that time was Dan McClure, and he said, you know, the county wants this proposal. We want this track. We will help you locate a more suitable location to build it. And they assigned some staff to help us locate a suitable location. And they came back to us in a few days and had proposed the site at which the track is built now. We made a deal with the property owner. The commission approved the development of the track, and we built that, operated it for a few years, and then have since sold it and passed on to other owners who have done a fantastic job in promoting the facility. It's one of the greatest there is in the country for its size and scope. And it has been a recreational outlet for tens of thousands of Manatee County residents. It's brought in people from all parts of the country on a regular basis. It has a tremendous economic impact. I encourage this commission to carefully evaluate the protections that are necessary to keep this facility strong and safe and be available for the residents of Manatee County. Thank you.
Sir, do you remember when there was a racetrack behind Red Lobster, what is now Swan Lake?
Pardon me?
Do you remember there was a racetrack behind what is now Red Lobster on 41 that is currently Swan Lake Mobile Home Park? Do you remember that far back? Off of 41 on where the Red Lobster is? Anyway, that's okay. I was just wondering if you remembered that. You're going back a little ways there.
Hello, my name is Mike Curtin. I'm a fourth generation Floridian here. I grew up racing the short tracks. Raced at the Orlando Raceway, which is still there because it's in Buffalo. I raced at the Palm Beach Raceway. It's gone because of the urban. I raced at the Hialeah Raceway. It's gone. And it was all because of the complaints of the noise. And with 4,500 homes here, you know, the noise is funny. The child that said a 10 to 20-foot buffer is going to kill the noise, my great-uncle lives 2.5 miles from the Daytona Raceway on Tomoka Farms, 1,000 acres there. That stadium there is 150 feet tall and got to be 400 feet long. As a child, we'd walk out to the patio there, put the TV outside and watch it so we could hear the race cars. So I can't imagine what a buffer that he's proposing, 20 feet, would stop much more than a lawnmower. And the Freedom Factory is a community piece, like a lot of people. If your son swims, that's important, but it doesn't mean soccer's not important, or tennis to the other person. This is an auto community that keeps kids that are in this. This track has a ton of events all the times. And the street racing, nobody wants to lose a child. And every place they have a track, the street racing dies. Every place they don't, it goes back up. You know, and it's the communities that stay together, like the racing community. That may not be for everybody, but, you know, a gym of this track has been around forever, and the noise thing, and I think it's been misrepresented. You're never gonna sell that noise. Our Commissioner, Ms. Braw there, said she can hear it 4 or 5 miles away up over there. This guy is telling me 300 feet away, you can't hear it. You can hear a lawnmower at 300 feet with a 20-foot thing. So I just think, you know, killing that, you know, or why does it have to be there? Why don't they move their complex somewhere else in this county and their neighbors can be tomato plants or a pepper field? Why do they gotta come ruin this? You wouldn't move a place that would ruin a basketball court. And I'm sure, I haven't looked at it, but I'm sure this proposal that they have at their big sites with all the 47 homes doesn't include a sports complex, doesn't include a soccer field, doesn't include anything for the community. It's gonna be homes. I don't see these people giving up 20 acres for the community. So it's about them and their money. And the complaints will happen with the noise, because it does. A racetrack doesn't belong near this, but they don't belong near it either. So thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, thank you. Next speaker, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Siebold. I'm a Manatee County resident. I believe the urban boundary line is there for a reason, and we should respect that. And there's really no reason to go forward because it's already there. And 2040, that's, you know, we want to talk about development at that point. That's what we've already planned for. We all get stuck in gridlock traffic every day on I-75 in the morning and when we come home from work. So I don't really think that, you know, this homes getting built everywhere, it's kind of getting out of control, and I think we can all agree at that. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Vincent. I'm from Cumberland, Rhode Island, and I'm just here to let you know I oppose the land change near the racetrack. I've traveled down here this past weekend to compete at the racetrack, and I extended my stay to be able to show up here today and speak. I've seen this happen many times up in New England where tracks close because neighbors complain, and slowly they get rules enforced about times they can be open, days, etc. And I wouldn't like to see this happen at the Freedom Factory. It's a very nice facility, and it reaches a lot of people worldwide. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. First and last name, your county of residence, in 3 minutes.
Joel Bernardini, Bernardini, coming from Lee County, Florida, south of us, about a 2-hour drive. Please excuse my anxiety and nervousness. I'm kind of unprepared for this. Just wanted to say thank you for taking the time and listening to all of us, for your reasonability and understanding for your attractions in your county. I'm just a fan. I moved from New York a few years ago to get away from the urban sprawl. You know, everybody on top of each other. It's the worst. You know, I came down to Southwest Florida to enjoy, you know, the amenities, the lifestyle, the beaches. I support everything around here. We drive up to your beaches from Southwest, from 2 hours down here. I just wanted to add that these guys have helped me through depression and anxiety during the pandemic. You know, what they offer to people is larger than just you know, racing. It's always been my dream to attend the car show as a child, and just this past weekend I was able to, for the first time in my life, to do that with my wife. It was a wonderful experience. Never done it in my life before. So thank you guys. I was also lucky. We were also lucky enough to purchase a home in Southwest Florida during the depression, during the downturn, and it's our dream now currently to sell and to live in Bradenton, to be as close as we can to this track. If I could, if this goes through, it would be one of our plans to if we had to purchase there, so that we can be on the HOA, so we could be against them, to say no, sign whatever we have to sign, to say no, we purchased here specifically to be closer to the track. So we just want to say thank you for your time and understanding in the situation. So please, 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 you know, put some time and thought into this. There's a lot of people, as someone earlier said, millions of people worldwide appreciate what they provide. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir. first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Kenneth Klein, Barnstable County, but I vacation very frequently here, Manatee County, 3 to 4 times a year. I think our issue here is a major concern why everyone's here is the noise and what will happen from homeowners and the complaints and what will happen to the track many years from now. It's just, I think common sense is being ignored or there's a distraction. There's things you just don't do. You do not put a jail next to a school. You do not put a liquor store next to a sober house. You don't put a strip club next to a church. And you don't put houses next to a racetrack. It's just not gonna work. I've stood out on Belvedere and like just last week, and you can hear the cars. This buffer that they're suggesting, I just don't see how it's gonna work in the short amount of distance that they're stating. So for that, I oppose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Scott Schenkel, Orange County. Just kind of reiterating what everybody else says. I mean, you don't put a housing development next to the racetrack. It just doesn't make sense. The sound study that they say that they have done, they're comparing that racetrack to what goes on a highway. And there's no way when you have cars going down the highway that are going to make the same amount of sound of a 632 cubic inch big block leaving the line at 7,200 and shifting to 8,500. It just doesn't happen. There's no berm that they can put there that will make that sound go away. I mean, you got 2 young men here that are putting their lives and heart and souls into these tracks, and I understand that you all want them to stay. I've traveled up and down the East Coast racing with different organizations and seen many, many times of racetracks that urban sprawl happens and they've tried sound barriers, they've put walls up, they've made people sign different, trying to be transparent, make them sign saying you can't do this, you can't do that. It's never worked. As you have said yourselves, the next commission that could go in there can change it at any point in time. They can vote and change anything. You have said that. It just, as it reiterating everybody says, I mean, the racetrack, I oppose it, putting the houses there, and as some of, I believe your campaign's promises or sayings were, is that you want to stop problems before they happen, and you have the ability today to stop that problem before it happens. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Diane Wardell, Manatee County. Forgive me, I'm not used to doing this. My property is at the southeast corner of this proposed development. I found Mr. Bearden's comment earlier, giving away the farm, very ironic, since that's what's happening out here. We really don't have any farms left in this area. I support growth, but controlled growth. As everybody knows, it's nonstop construction from Moccasin Wallow to 70. There are construction trucks up and down the highways. I've chosen not to live in Lakewood Ranch. I don't want to be surrounded by Lakewood Ranch. I have a 20-acre farm. I raise show cattle. I raise beef cattle. I raise sheep. I have a boarding barn. I have taught my children to ride there. I plan to teach my grandchildren to ride there. I moved from Parrish in 2008 when there were so many subdivisions being approved there. At the time, we were told that the zoning allowed them and there wasn't anything we could do about it. Actually fought against Caleb Grimes' clients on many of those projects. I was told, move past the Urbage fringe. You'll be safe until 2040. So I moved. Thought my zoning would protect me. I knew that eventually something would happen out there, but I figured I had 18 more years. I live behind a horse community, which is Panther Ridge. All of the property owners around me, including in there, have at least 5 acres, up to 20-acre properties. We have horses, we have chickens, we have cows, we shoot guns, we ride four-wheelers, and at Thanksgiving, we blow things up, and we hear about it all over the news for the next few days about what was that noise. So this is the type of community I'd like to see you all put in there. Put in an equestrian subdivision, put in a racetrack subdivision, put in a big park behind there where we can ride horses, where we can have fun there. Do something that's more compatible. We don't all want to live in a Lakewood Ranch style subdivision.
We were told that Burnside was the border. That was it. We would be safe past that. You know, and I don't know what happened in November. I was busy fixing fences and birthing calves, so I don't know about that meeting. Apparently, I should have. So that's what I would like. I also would like you all to camp out there during a race weekend, because I live almost to 70, and I can hear those engines. And sometimes I can hear, I guess now I know it's called blowing a gasket, where I mean, my mother did that, but anyway, you can hear that. So, and I also would, if anything does go through, either with this one or the next subdivision, which is right next to it, I would ask that you not tie in to any of the smaller roads like 61st that runs behind. It's a dirt road. We ride the horses up and down it. And if there is any development along the southern border, you've got Panther Ridge. We have horses, we give lessons, we have kids riding, you know, loud noises and stuff. It's gonna cause problems. So, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, and well-timed. Sir, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Gary Montag, Manatee County resident my entire life. Good afternoon, commissioners, chair, buenos dias.
That's for you.
Like I said, I've lived here my entire life, born in Manatee Memorial Hospital, first graduating class from Braden River High School. Manatee County is my blood. My family lives here, they work here, to include an administrator in this building in East Manatee County Fire Rescue that actually covers the track. I grew up at these tracks. I remember playing in the playgrounds behind the track while my dad was front straightaway flagman. That was 3 owners prior to Garrett. Garrett took over the track. I assumed the tracks were already going to be gone because nobody could turn a profit there. Between Victor and Garrett, they have managed to bring these tracks back to their former glory. I think that they are part of our history. They gain national attention, revenue through tourism, entertainment. All this stuff has been touched. Safety. The big thing I want to touch on is don't kick the bucket down the road. If we don't stop it here, it goes forward. And like stated in one of the first items you guys covered today, once you make a promise, we can't go back. You guys, that was straight out of your guys' mouths, okay? I ask that you stop it here and don't let it keep going forward. With that said, I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Thomas Muller of Sarasota County. Me and my sister have been racing at Bradenton Motorsports since we were both 8 years old. And I still race there today, and that track means a lot to me and my family, and I simply oppose to this zoning change.
Thank you very much, sir.
My name's Larry Flutch from Manatee County. My mom, my grandpa, cousin, uncle, all raced at Bradenton Motorsports. It's a traditional thing. I like how y'all kind of value tradition and culture, and that is just one of the biggest things here in Manatee County. And I want my children to go there. I want my grandchildren to go there. And I just want it to go on down the line for a bunch of people to enjoy. So I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there, Wesley Steinauer, Polk County. I would just like to say that I oppose the vote, and I hope when each of you vote, think of something that you're passionate about. Think of it being under threat. What gets you up in the morning? Think of that being under threat when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Etienne. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County. I would like to ask this board to go ahead and deny application PA 2109. Thank you. Victor and Garrett, you have our support. Where's Garrett?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Corey Camille, St. Lucie County resident. I just wanted to say that I'm also a firefighter, paramedic for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. We have seen the closure of Palm Beach International Raceway, and that has impacted our traffic accidents and safety locally. And I just didn't want that to become a problem over here. I also am a motorsports enthusiast. as well at Co-Drive in the desert in Nevada. And we also have noise issues over there in the desert with residents. Kind of hard to believe, but it is something that we have to deal with. So I just wanted to say I oppose this and have a great day.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, Carol Feltz, Mayaca City again. This is a road that we've been down before. This started a long time ago, and it's good to have the support of the racetrack people. We said a few years ago to be very cautious in moving the FDAB. We had a lot of people that came out and said, we don't want you to move the FDAB, because we knew we had the track, we had the rural areas, we had questions with our infrastructure, but we were told it's just a transmittal. Well, the next thing you know, we're looking at 8,000 houses over here after it being just a transmittal. There's a lot of things that we also asked to work with the county. We also asked to work with the developer in having a better vision. All we got was, it's just a transmittal. So now that we've got international acclaim and national acclaim once again in Manatee County, I think we need to utilize that to our best exposure. And let's go back to the drawing board. Let's hold this off. I agree completely. We must say no to this transmittal. There's a lot to be done out there on 5-acre homes. There's a lot to be done out there with working with your community, with communicating with your community, with making it a compatible community for everyone. There's money to be made for our landowners. There's prestige to be gained by our commissioners. And there's a quality of life out there for every citizen in this county. And we told you that this was going to happen if you move the FDAB, and you didn't listen to us at the time, and now I get to say I told you so. Thank you.
Sir, first and last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Andrew Peretti. I'm a resident of Manatee County. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, a second-generation racer, and a historian. So I'm just here to point out some history repeats itself moments. This county went through this exact same thing in 1971 with Serramana Speedway, as the chairman had said. It was located on the corner of 57th Avenue West and US 41. If you've been in this county a long time, you know that Bayshore Gardens was built in the late 50s. Bayshore Gardens was the cause of the death of Serramana Speedway. We built this track 9 miles east of I-75 to get away from the housing developments, and it needs to stay away from the housing developments. Housing and racetracks are not compatible. You don't build a Navy ship in the middle of Denver, and you don't put houses next to a racetrack. Thank you.
Well said, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Paul Corsetti, Hillsborough County. I'm a business owner, and we choose to support the track. We have other tracks we can go to. This is the best track in the country. My company's name's on the back of this shirt because we want to support them, because they support us. My son's raced at this track their whole junior career. We run an alcohol dragster, and when Jackie Frick comes down here with 8,000 horsepower, a 20-foot wall is not going to stop anything. You're talking about hearing that car for 7 or 8 miles away. Just like she says, you're going to hear it. You're not going to stop it, and whatever they're going to do is not going to mitigate the problem. And when the lawyers get involved, when you push this through, if you push it through, the lawyers are going to get involved, and the lawyers alone can bankrupt these guys. They'll hold it up in court, and they'll keep picking away at it. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow. But in 4 years, these guys that have their whole lives on the line, their families' lives on the line, you're going to let them go bankrupt because you don't want to put your foot down now and stop this. It's ridiculous. You do not put houses that close to this kind of entertainment. You need to not transmit this today.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Chris Nelson. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm also a voter in Manatee County District 1. I have an agricultural business as well as a performance motorsports business that we run in Manatee County. It's very simple to me, is right now we don't have a problem, and you guys have the opportunity to keep it that way. There's been proposals by business, venturists capitalists, and people that are interested in making money off of this, and you guys have a unique opportunity to just stop it while there is no problem. And I think it's very simple, too. If you look around the room today, you figure out who fits in Manatee County and who doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is John Egros. I'm a Manatee County resident, and thank you for your time today. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things about the value of Bradenton Motorsports Park and the Freedom Factory, and just in pure attendance alone, I don't think we have any sports venue in the county that brings in as many people attendance per year. I don't think there's anything that touches it. You could probably add up all the ball games at LECOM, and it probably doesn't touch it. But not only is it just entertainment where you're there and going and watching, and that's really it. Kids are learning science, technology, engineering, and math, hands-on for the ones that do start racing at 5 or 6 years old. They learn teamwork, and they learn good sportsmanship. You can't do that in a lot of other types of venues, so that is something that is very special to Manatee County. And it is in a sporting event where people can go and come together, and you're not just sitting in your seats. People walk around, they meet each other. You can meet everyone. I can go up and meet guys like Garrett and get their autograph. You know, it's not like going to a ball game where, you know, you're never going to get to shake the player's hand or meet them or anything like that. It's truly, truly a family atmosphere that is unique, that needs to be protected. I also wanted to mention that we also have nationally televised events here. Recently, Bradenton Motorsports Park was on the Discovery Channel for No Prep Kings, and they've also announced that the World Series of Pro Mod will be televised on CBS coming in March of 2023. People know of Bradenton because of the exposure of these tracks and come here to be close to them. And people have already mentioned hurting surrounding businesses. And my questions I would ask would be the agreements that the buyers would have to sign. Would also those have to be required of future buyers in a second or third or fourth sale all the way down the road for perpetuity? Or is that just for the ones that buy the houses up, initially buy them when they're built? And the other question I have is there noise complaints already at the distances that we have? And if there is a small number, like building closer isn't going to, you know, reduce that number. Thank you for your time. Please do not transmit this.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First name is Jason. Last name is St. Hilaire, Broward County resident. First up, I want to thank the commissioners. Thank you for giving me this time. I have driven 3.5 hours to have this opportunity of 3 minutes to speak before you. I certainly hope that the residents of Manatee County realize the jewel that they have here. This is the crown jewel. I'm a hobbyist motorsport historian. I'm a racer at heart. I'm a licensed official with the Sports Car Club of America. So I am not just a fan of the grandstand, I'm an active participant in motorsport. Of the Florida region, so I have seen the tracks that everyone has mentioned go by the wayside. I have seen and I have worked the very last race held at Palm Beach International Raceway. That was one of the saddest days of my racing life. I've seen County Line go by the wayside. I have seen and heard of Hialeah. I wish I could have seen Hialeah before it went by the wayside. I wish I could have seen County Line before it went by the wayside. I also volunteered my time at these racetracks, and on my way home, I drive up Chrome Avenue in Miami-Dade County, and I drive up US 27. Because of the closure of these racetracks, racers have nowhere to go other than the street, and that's where lives get lost. I am in opposition of this measure. I strongly urge you to consider what the ramifications may be if this passes. I certainly wish and hope that the residents of this county understand, and even if not, it's not about Manatee County, it's not about the city of Bradenton, it's not about the state of Florida. I have volunteered my time at racetracks around the United States, not just places like Homestead. I've spent my time at Daytona, I've spent my time at Sebring, I've spent my time at Indianapolis, but this track here, from what I could see, is a crown jewel. I hope that I have an ability to see it in person. I have yet to see this track. I hope that I have an ability to see it. Thank you all for your time, and I'm just in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paul Marziani. I'm a resident of Manatee County. In fact, when I retired, we decided to move from Philadelphia to Florida, and one of the things that brought us to Bradenton was the track. I used to tell my wife that I'm going to work there, and I do. And everybody I talk to, if it's my church, my neighbors, everybody has a story about going to Bradenton when they were a kid, or taking their kids there, or knowing people that race there. And I'm just opposed to this whole deal, and it should stop right here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Ian Rayleigh, Seminole County. I was up at 5:30 in the morning to come here and speak. Apologize for my voice. I think this is a terrible idea. You're putting a loud racetrack right next to residential. I can give a personal example of being in Indianapolis, 8 miles away from IRP when the U.S. Nationals are going on, and able to clearly hear Top Fuel cars going down the road. And there are 2 major highways in between me. So it's kind of amazing that this isn't a bigger problem already. And then to slap 4,000 homes slap dab next to this is just ridiculous. I oppose this.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Miles Evans, Manatee County, and I oppose this as well.
Thank you, sir.
Name's Brendan Chen of Hillsborough County, and I also oppose the transmission.
Could you state your name one more time for the clerk?
Brendan Chen.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Cooper Bogetti, and I live in Lakewood Ranch, and I oppose this. I go to Bradenton probably every single weekend. They have the best cheeseburger actually in Bradenton. Lost a lot of money at that track racing, but I want to take a different approach. I live in Lakewood Ranch, and I am lucky enough to live on 1 acre. And when I see these new housing developments go up, and it looks like there's 10 homes per acre. They all look identical. It's not as advertised. That's not Lakewood Ranch. That's nothing like what the signs say. Number 1 place to move to is Lakewood Ranch. You're moving to any suburb in the country at that point, and I think we should try to at least keep the ranch in Lakewood Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And West Bradenton is also a lovely place.
Hello, my name is Kyle Wade from Hillsborough County, Florida. I actually moved here from Colorado about a couple years back, specifically for the use of this drag strip. It's important to me. I'm a racer, and it supports my business, and I know it supports many of these people in this room. And it would just, really put a big impact on all of our lives. And, I look at everyone here, and these are all hardworking, honest men, and this is our place to go and play and just have a good, safe place to race. And on top of that, I have a really loud Honda Civic, and those walls and hedges, no matter how big, how wide they are, they're going to hear me missing a gear going down the track. And I just don't want to be annoying to the new houses that might go up. So with that being said, I oppose to this, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Name's Kyle Jones. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good public speaker here, so I'm extremely nervous.
What's your county of residence?
I'm from Dane County, Wisconsin, actually.
All right.
They're out of state. They're out of state.
Welcome to
guys.
Manatee County, sir.
So kind of going off what Cooper says a little bit. I also think it should be, I don't think it's right to build a single-family home on 1 acre. And then on the noise complaints, I actually grew up watching monster trucks. And in Dane County, there is a coliseum where they allowed monster trucks. That coliseum is 100% enclosed. It cannot open. there's God knows how much concrete separating, you know, the actual arena to the outside on there. And on times when me and my mom left early, I could still clearly hear the monster trucks in the car while we were heading up on the highway. So there is no amount of wall that you can possibly do to prevent the sound from spreading to these houses. Thank you. And I also oppose.
Yes, sir, thank you. First, last name, county of
Angelo
residence.
Metzla, Manatee County. Everyone who moved out east moved out for a reason, myself included. They mentioned trees will stop sound along with a small barrier. I live 3 miles away with the 25-acre wooden lot directly between us and the track, and I'm pretty sure I heard Cletus blowing up his car while we were eating dinner. But not only will having the neighborhood there impact the track and the surrounding neighbors who moved out there for a farming lifestyle, but can our infrastructure really support that many more houses? They said they'd build more roads, but that's only for the proposed neighborhood. The rest of Bradenton really can't handle that much more traffic. My company services Sarasota through Palmetto, and I'm having to decrease the range I'll travel because of the traffic. I-75 never moves. Fort Hammer backs up to 64 every single day. Lorraine takes 20 minutes just to get through the light at 64, and downtown Bradenton takes 30 minutes just to go a few miles in the morning. I strongly oppose this proposed neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go another 15 minutes. We're not going to stop, but we're going to take a 10-minute recess in 15 minutes, just a heads up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Morgan Hickson, and I currently reside in Hillsborough County, but I do spend more time in Manatee County and at the racetrack than I do my own house. I work on a national and local event level with racetracks and promoters, and I'm also a racer myself. My childhood track is not currently operating due to a similar situation. I grew up at the racetrack every weekend. My mom swears to this day that racing keeps me out of trouble. I made the decision back a few years ago to move here. I have no family here, but the racetrack was a strong consideration in moving and building a house closer to the racetrack than the job that I currently work at in Tampa. I met my fiance at this racetrack, and he now works full-time at BMP. This is a second home to many of us, and everyone in this room I know for sure. It is an entertainment venue that is affordable, unlike most other options in the area. As others mentioned, we have seen many tracks closed due to houses being built next to a racetrack. I appreciate the consideration and proposal to have families sign waivers, but how many of these people actually understand what they are signing up for if they've never lived right against a racetrack? This will add issues later down the road. I mean, heck, I'd love some car condos built so I can stay on site, but I can't speak for others. As a non-enthusiast, I would never sign up for something like that, but how would I know what the full ramifications are without actually living it? From the promoter side, it is hard to sell your track to other promoters with restrictions. The biggest opposition that we see is curfew or noise ordinances. Promoters don't want to pay to run their event with strict guidelines and concern for their racers and the success of their event. This is what closes the racetracks. While traveling across the country, putting on events completely outside, everyone, and I mean everyone, knows about our events and our racetracks. We were voted Track of the Year and Promoter of the Year, Victor, in all of drag racing. And travel from everywhere. People travel from everywhere to Manatee County, as everyone else mentioned. We make a bigger impact in this racing industry than people realize, and I urge everyone here to come out and see it for themselves. Thank you for your support in attempting to keep our racetrack no matter what. I hope that you can see the concerns and the reason that so many of us are opposing a racetrack being built right against our racetrack. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, first and last name, county of residence.
Yep.
3 minutes.
Kevin Hanley, Sarasota County. Certainly agree 100% what everybody's saying here today. I wanted to thank you all for your service and the service to our community and our country. Obviously, there's a reason for all the good turnout today. My experience in the community with this racetrack, I think it will be a sentence to death if you do this transmittal. So just think about it as doing a death sentence, because I think that's what it will actually be. I've lived in this area for over 39 years. I met my wife in Manatee County, and if you can remember driving down University Parkway, it was just 2 lanes. I appreciate everything this area has given me, especially my wife. I've on and off gone through racetracks and drag strips throughout my years in living here. More importantly, when I was a kid that moved from New York, feeling like a fish out of water, in short, it gave me a foundation for my life, myself moving through life and helping me become a better part of the community at a young age. As I worked throughout my career, and please believe me, being part of this community and attending the venue, it injects part of the work ethic in my veins. You see a lot of people working their tail off on the thing they love. You see passion, a real community bond. I can honestly go on and on. I now own a very successful real estate group. I am part of moving new and existing residents into these communities. However, I certainly want to be a part of preserving the community I love and we love. We seem to be losing the small things, the big things to some in our community that gave and give them direction. Folks, young men, ladies that follow their dreams like Garrett, Cletus, to be a different type of entrepreneur, revitalizing a track and bringing great people in our community that spend money and enjoy the community that we have enjoyed for years. If you have had the chance to experience what Garrett has brought to the racetrack and our community, I just attended a wonderful event this Saturday. What I saw was a huge crowd, and this is an understatement, a very vibrant atmosphere. Just be the name, Freedom Factory, you should have a great understanding of what it's all about. More importantly, I feel these types of venues provide direction for folks that have a passion for motorsport, as well as a dream to be one day following people like Garrett's footsteps. I think we can all agree we are losing folks that have interest in trade. These are the venues that inspire folks through their passion to pursue their dreams, but also provide a service through a trade. These aren't just people driving cars. These are people that have build, create, and you could see it say it's even an art. I'm not sure if some understand how important these types of places are to our community. I think Garrett and his people have had only scratched the surface of what the Freedom Factory can be, as well as the drag strip, of course. Everything cannot be pickleball courts and shuffleboard courts and HOA communities. With that, I know pickleball is huge right now, but racing's better. With that said, I can honestly say a lot more, but please don't let this pass through. Thank you.
Very, very well said, sir. It shows that you are a realtor. As a fellow realtor, you get that compliment. Ma'am, first, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Shelby Dubois. I am a resident of Pinellas County, and I moved here this past summer mainly because of the Freedom Factory and Bradenton Motorsports Park. I moved here from Salt Lake City, where the track shut down a couple of years ago. And ever since then, street racing has just been off the wall. It's crazy. I don't want to see that here. We all love racing. I oppose this measure. Please keep the racetracks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sir, first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jordan Young, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I'd just like to say that taking this back down to the basics, we're here talking about this proposed land use change, this change of classification, and really what a lot of the very impassioned people here's comments have led to is an eventual consequence for the track. And I know there's a lot of people here who have delivered some very good in-depth technical presentations. I'm not going to try to attempt to follow them. I can just give my personal perspective on this as a motorsports enthusiast. I've seen the effect of having this kind of development encroach on a track. I mean, I've been all the way out to Laguna Seca and had my factory Corvette black flagged because of the restrictions that were put on the track due to the local residents who had developed in around the track, as it was a very historic track, just like Braden Motorsports. I was at one of the final events at the Palm Beach International Raceway, which is another racing facility that we've recently lost here in Florida. So I would like to say that the vote here today, it's a lot of very technical language going into it, but I think that there is a proven history of development being incompatible with the presence of racetracks and even historic racetracks. And the kinds of strategies, I do admit that I'm pleased that there was at least some consideration given by the developers, by the people who proposed this change, in the form of the abatement wall, in the form of a setback. But from what I've seen at racetracks across the country, and these measures will not be sufficient, and there will be conflict, and there will be complaints. And in the long run, it seems like the pattern is that the racetracks lose. Speaking to some of these other points that people have brought up about public safety, in a general sense, yes, the idea that having a legal place, a safe place for our residents to express themselves, participate in these speed events, I can personally attest that this is effective. I came of age and came into this hobby in the early 2000s when there was a strong street racing, reckless culture, and it was actually the fact that I had joined an organization called Tampa Racing. They promoted legal, safe racing at the track. They really kept me out of that and kept me out of a lot of trouble. So, and given the prevalence, at least in the news, or of these takeovers, these displays of speed in public intersections, what better place to show off than the Freedom Factory? So, I'd like to ask that you deny this request, and I'm opposed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My name's Tim Salen. I'm a lifelong member of Volusia County. I drove here from Daytona, foregoing my girlfriend's birthday, which is today. Luckily, she's happy with the hotel we found here. No, she's happy with the hotel, so this is a win for everybody. That's fine. So I'm from Daytona Beach. I grew up with motorsports. My father had drag cars when he was a kid. Part of the reason why he moved to Daytona Beach was because of the love of motorsports in that area. Volusia County is lucky enough to have 3 speedways. The community is part and parcel with the speedways in that area, so we don't have this kind of problem. Daytona Beach International Speedway is in the middle of the city. The other ones are on the outskirts. But we understand that Daytona Beach and the areas around it run on gasoline and alcohol, hopefully not at the same time, but they do at the same time. But we have an opportunity in this country to vote with our dollar bills. Money is free speech. And I choose to spend my money here in Bradenton at the Freedom Factory instead of in Daytona Beach or Volusia County Speedway or New Smyrna Speedway. This is where I come for my motorsports. I also am lucky enough to be in a situation where I am actively looking for a new place to live, to move, and the only place in Florida I am considering is Bradenton. But I will tell you, if this moves forward, I have to wonder if it's worth moving here and starting a racing career of my own if there's a chance that the Motorsport Park and the Freedom Factory will shut down. So I, like everybody else in the unbelievable number of people outside that you guys probably don't know how many there are here, traffic's insane, parking's insane, I've been up in the Manatee room watching, we're all against this, as you can tell. The gentleman in the blue suit, I don't remember his name, who's the representative for the applicant, he kept using the word minimum when talking about the barriers, the minimum. I had a couple more feet on top of the minimum. The minimum won't do, and I think we all know this. I used to live 10,000 feet away from the Volusia County, Daytona Beach International Speedway, through a mall, through trees, through other buildings, and it was still insanely loud during the race. And NASCAR isn't really as loud as a drag race. It's a thing. I grew up in Ormond Beach, north of Daytona, and we could mute the TV and hear the race from that far away. Luckily, we as a community like racing. Snowbirds moving down here, buying these planned communities where you put in 3 houses on 1 acre. These people don't want to be near a racetrack, so let's not let them move near a racetrack. Please don't send this through.
Thank you, sir. Well said. First and last name, your county of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Devin Nuanis, Hardy County. I just wanted to say that I oppose the zoning permits. I'm so nervous. I'm sorry. That's all. Sorry. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My name's Edward Rovnak. I am a resident.
Oh, the clerk is looking. Can you repeat that name for us?
Edward Rovnak, Rovnak.
Thank you.
I did move back to Florida. I was originally a Florida resident to be closer to oval racing, which we did not have up in Ohio, and instead we did choose to race on the streets. Probably not the best idea in the world. And I just wanted to make a reference to the current situation going on at the Nashville Fairgrounds. The residents are strongly opposing the renovations to that racetrack currently. I don't know if you guys have kind of done your research on that current project. And I just wanted to say that I don't see these houses going to the everyday Bradenton resident who currently can't afford to buy a house. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Gabino Gutierrez, Lee County. I want to just start off by saying that Garrett and Vic are giant inspirations to a bunch of people that are here today. I think we're downsizing the dangerous outcomes that are going to happen with this racetrack. Eventually, with this movement being pushed forward, it will eventually shut down. No one wants to live next to a racetrack. And I think you guys should keep in mind how many lives, including mine. All of my friends are gearheads. We will hit the streets. This is a culture. I'm not threatening. All I'm saying is these actions have consequences, and we are a strong culture, as you can see. We will do what we do no matter what. I think you guys should take into consideration that we will continue to do this, and sadly, lives will be lost, because I've lost tremendous amount of friends due to the fact that we don't have a safe haven to do what we do. And we should continue to have a safe haven. And I appreciate Garrett and Vic for everything they do to continue this culture on. I oppose this tremendously. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Scott Avoy, Pinellas County, Florida. Thank you to the commission for having us here today. On June 9th of this year, Governor DeSantis signed Florida State House Bill number 399 into law, which further penalizes and criminalizes drag racing on the highways, street racing, drifting, exhibitions of speed, and burnouts. These are all things that are performed legally at the Freedom Factory and Bradenton Motorsports Park. I've raced at two drag strips in my life, Atlanta Dragway and Bradenton Motorsports Park. A couple weeks ago, Atlanta Dragway was demolished because of housing expansion. I know we aren't here today because you're voting to close this racetrack. And a lot of you here have stated that you are in full support of this racetrack. The best way to support this racetrack and to show that you really support it is to end this here and now, today, by not passing this forward. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. Thank you, and I oppose.
Thank you, sir. And it's 3:30, so we're going to pause and take our break. Just kind of take note of where you are in line. You all are pretty good, honest people. Just sort of reform the same line when you come back. And if you're on the 5th floor in the Manatee room, there's about 10 people in line at this point. So maybe you start to make your way down. Yeah, and make sure that if you've spoken once, you only get one opportunity to speak, so you will not be afforded a second. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will resume this meeting at 3:41. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we're in our land use meeting, working our way through public comment on the essentially expansion of Lakewood Ranch. So the next speaker, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Dylan Cooksey. I'm a Highlands County resident. And the reason I'm here today is because I oppose this application because it is incompatible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Marcos Flores, Hillsborough County. I'm just here to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Calvin Hudson, Manatee County, and I'm here to oppose as well.
Thank you, sir.
Mitchell Viverka, Sarasota County, and I'm here to oppose.
What was that last name?
Viverka, V as in Victor.
Viberka. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Tiffany Moore, Hillsborough County, Florida, and I oppose.
Thank you, ma'am.
Reed Miller, Hillsborough County, Florida, and I oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Carlos Negron, Polk County, Florida. I reside in Polk County. I was actually married 2.5 miles from the racetrack. Some would say that our rehearsal was ruined by the sound of the engines. After our rehearsal, that's where we spend the rest of our night, at the racetrack. We go there quite a bit. We like to attend all of their events. I strongly oppose, the sanctions that they're trying to put in place. There's no way that they're going to be able to emit the sound that these cars are putting out. So I just want to say that I oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Hernandez. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I also head multiple nonprofits in the area that provide housing for individuals. I understand the importance of housing. We deal with homeless individuals, and trying to find them housing is a near impossible task all the time. However, in this case, everyone's been speaking about noise. At the levels that these vehicles make, 150 decibels, they're no longer noises. They're waves that you feel through your body that can cause heart palpitations, heart disease, and many other chronic diseases. Even with a wall that's 25 feet high, the distance of the houses would have to be at least 2,000 feet away from this racetrack to not be over 85 decibels, which is, by the CDC, the level that extended periods of 85 decibels or more would cause these diseases. So it's not just that it would disrupt people's lives, it would actually ruin people's lives, potentially kill people, and it would be a safety hazard to put houses this close to this drag strip. Not saying that these houses shouldn't be developed at some point, that people do need houses, they do. They just need to be done with proper scientific testing to make sure that these houses are at a safe distance from this drag strip. And at this point, with their proposal, they've taken no scientific testing to make sure that what they're doing is providing housing for people that would be sustainable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Chris Paliuka from Polk County, and I just wanted to say I oppose.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Jared Milhausen, and I'm here from Mayaca City, and I'm just here to oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is George Siciliano. I'm a resident of Hernando County. I work in Manatee County. Gonna move here one day, just can't pick out which house I want to buy, so.
We had a realtor in the room just a minute ago. I don't know where
Yeah, he
went.
seems like too good of a salesman. The property being changed to UF3 is incompatible with the surrounding and adjacent properties. We respectfully ask the Board of County Commissioners to do one thing today that makes a difference, and that is to not transmit this amendment solely based on incompatibility. It makes sense to build homes next to homes, racetracks next to racetracks. That's probably why SeaWorld is next to Busch Gardens or whatever they got over there. So makes no sense to put 4,500 homes next to a racetrack. Commissioners, just like Cletus said, best way to put it, if I applied today to rezone some ag land to build 2 massive racetracks next to 4,500 homes, the answer would clearly be no. So putting 45 homes next to an established racetrack would obviously make absolutely no sense. It's very incompatible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sam Langford. I live here in Manatee County. And these guys have stolen most of my thunder already. But I'll say this. this decision is in your hands. Doesn't have to leave the room. And what we provide is entertainment. And what the American public is looking for, especially here in county, is entertainment. And we do a pretty good job of it. What I would say also is, I don't oppose the housing thing, just not here. You know, dirt is dirt. They can take it down south, and many other places around. You know, we've got supportive arguments all over the place. Not looking to make anybody mad. I'm just saying, the coexistence would be have them build in another place, just as well, and have all of those homes there, and leave us alone. Let us have what we have, and we'll continue the good entertainment that we're providing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sean Steenstra. I'm in Manatee County. I oppose.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment at this time? Okay, seeing no one, and we know that the Manatee room was emptied, cleared out during our recess, so we're going to close public comment at this time, and we have two commissioners on the board to speak, and it's Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you. I just want to cover, clearly not all of the comments made, but at least some to give some things in context here. You know, we're up here with always with the task of tough decisions, and we always have to figure out endless conflict. Different things don't comply with other things, and we need to figure out how best to make it work for everybody, and try to do our best to make sure it's not a zero-sum game. And that's kind of where the presentations have been to us, as it's zero-sum. If you build houses, there's no racetrack. If you leave the racetrack, don't have houses. It's not always that simple, because we're also under the order to follow our comp plan, our land development code. We're also under the orders of the United States and the state of Florida to allow for private property rights. And some people, a few people, including one towards the end, came up and said, dirt is dirt, take it someplace else, build. Mr. Taylor can't move his land someplace else. He owns that land where it is today. It's not mobile, and they farmed that land for years and years, and now they're looking to monetize that particular piece of land. And unfortunately, yes, there's a racetrack there. But I think what you can all look upon favorably here is you have put your heart and soul into this, and this board typically would have moved something like this through and been done with it. But you can clearly see a concern for the racetrack and a desire to work with you to make sure this is a ongoing concern. We appreciate what you do for Manatee County. We want you to remain in Manatee County and continue doing it, but we can't do it at the expense just of somebody else's property. It's not my property to voluntarily not develop, and it's not my job and role in life to tell someone they can't use their property, because we heard numbers. I know most recently we heard, maybe it was Nicholas say 2,000 feet away, but at the beginning we heard 3,000 feet away. That was the buffer we were told to qualify for a vacuum cleaner noise. Well, 3,000 feet away, just to give you some context, because I ran the numbers, is the equivalent on a semicircle basis around the track of 325 acres. To create the buffer for this racetrack, we would have to tell a private citizen that they have to not use 325 acres of their private property to build upon to create a buffer for noise for somebody else's facility. That's not something we, from a legal standpoint, can require somebody to do, because, you know, everyone has to kind of work together, and the onus is on them to handle this racetrack. That's why we instructed staff to work to put together the proper special permitting and zoning prior to general development plan so that they can adhere to it. You know, you look at some other raceways. I know these aren't direct compatible, but I was looking up aerials because somebody showed an aerial of this property. Indianapolis Speedway is almost 100% surrounded by residences, to a point where the northeast corner of it on turn 3 literally is cut off from where there's stands because there's a house there. I mean, there's houses all around it. Daytona, and I used to go to Daytona for every Daytona 500 and every Pepsi 400, back when it was Pepsi 400, before that firecracker. right across the street used to be some old motels and some crummy stuff. Now you have nice retail there, but immediately behind that you have apartments and houses. Certainly not 3,000 feet away. You know, there's compatibility and there's just an acceptance of being surrounded by the noise and by the racetrack, and that's what these homeowners are going to have to deal with this developer, and the developers have to deal with it. You know, I always say, you know, people pay for what they get, and if you're making noise, then this developer is going to have to make these homes more affordable to find people who want that noise. And I can assure you, these developers don't build things that are affordable. So, you know, they're gonna stay further away and build the buffers that that adhere to this. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. I certainly appreciate all of you coming here. We've allowed everyone to speak, and hopefully everyone's been paying attention, giving you the benefit of the doubt to listen. And we are going to do what we can. I can promise you that from this dais, to work with Garrett, to work with his team, to work with everyone to make sure this is an ongoing concern in the long run, and do what we can as Manatee County to keep this as a tourist destination. But we can't do it solely at the detriment of somebody else. That's just not what we can legally do up here.
Okay, Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Satcher are on the board. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank everybody for coming out today. What this showed me today was people who really believe in something. And that means a lot. And, you know, when we have businesses that are bringing over 200,000 people a year into Manatee County, and that's just within the last couple of years because, you know, this is essentially a brand-new business. We need to stop a second and look at that situation as a whole. And because over time, this is going to increase, not just from 200,000. Next year, it might be 400,000. And the year after that, it might be 800,000, and then 1 million. And so I want to ensure that this track is always going to be protected, no matter what, okay? And so I want to look at every possible solution. I want to make sure that both landowners maybe can come up with an agreement on what they could possibly do together. So I want to make a motion to table this decision for the future and see if we can table this and look at a different situation of how both parties can make this work.
We have to re-advertise it. It doesn't have to.
Okay, so your motion fails for lack of a second. Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Satcher.
Well, I'm interested in the conversation with the attorney. Is that a
Well, I wasn't
legitimate
clear.
option at this point?
I thought you were just laying on the table your thought. We actually.
Yeah, I'm making a motion.
Okay, well,
He made the motion, and no one seconded it.
we have to.
Table this vote.
Okay, well, I was just continue no date certain, re-advertise it, which is the
Yeah,
same
well-
thing, but, okay.
My question to her was, did we need to continue to a date certain? But no one seconded your motion, so it failed.
Second,
We
okay.
need to hear from the county attorney on.
Well, if there's no second, I'll just leave it at that.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner
There was no
Satcher.
second, so there's nothing to discuss.
We still don't even have an accurate motion, so would you like to say
Well-
so moved to her motion? To her
Well, I was
wording
also-
of your idea?
Evidently, I'm missing it. 'cause
Okay,
I
hold on.
I was
Commissioner, hold
also-
on. Commissioner Satcher has the floor. You want to hear from the county attorney?
I would like to hear, you know, to accomplish Commissioner Bearden's goal, what motion would he need to make? And let's see if he says so moved, and then we'll see if there's a second, is what I would like to first take my time for.
Is that on for sure?
It is on.
Okay, well, I procedurally, I just had a point that we normally allow staff closing comments and applicant rebuttal, because there's been a number of testimony here, and the applicant may wish to respond to that.
Sure.
And then close the public comment and that portion of it. And if such a motion along the lines of what was stated is made, it would be preferable to say a motion to continue the deliberation portion of the public hearing. We could say to a certain date, or we could say to no, it better say to a certain date, and then it comes back
Okay.
to you for staff
So
report.
within 30 days.
So we January 15.
Correct.
You want it within 30 days.
Within 30 days.
So we have a meeting on the 10th, I believe. I don't know if we could advertise it in time.
Or at the next land use meeting?
And negotiate, settle.
That's not gonna give enough time.
That's pretty tight.
Can I just,
Okay,
can I just
so
interject?
let's dialogue. When would be the best time to do this?
I think we would defer to the county attorney. What I'd like to do is, we had public comment, we've closed public comment. Procedurally, I'd like to now hear from commissioners who are wanting to respond to public comment. And when we're finished with that, allow the applicant to respond to public comment. And then we'll open this up to discussion and debate, and that would, I think, would be the appropriate time to entertain motions. It also gives our attorney the opportunity to come up with some answers for you as well. Okay, so why don't we continue through commissioners' responses to public comment? Commissioner Satcher, you have the floor, sir.
But there will be further commission debate in the future, you're
Yes, so
saying,
we will
procedurally.
respond to public comment. We'll allow the applicant to respond to public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion and debate amongst ourselves, at which time we would entertain motions.
I guess it doesn't matter much when I do say this. I just want to say to, everyone in this room, not everyone, but most of the people in this room, this may be your first time here, and, second after planning commission, but we do this, often and a lot. And so I recognize that I'm speaking to, residents and then people that are influenced by this particular project. And then I have the district that's growing the fastest, right? Most of the development is going in District 1, and so I do always try to speak to what comes in the future. And I'll just say that, not that I'm committing a vote one way or the other, but my vote was definitely, this would be a harder decision if some of the negotiations and the things that were coming before us were a little bit different, and specifically, buffers and those types of things. And I understand that the opposition wants nothing, and, but I'm just saying, it's a lot easier to just vote against this when it just doesn't seem like there was a reasonable effort to address their concerns. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I have no other commissioners on the board for discussion or debate at this time, so I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to come down and respond to public comment.
Mr. Chair, Kyle Grimes, again for the record. Sorry?
You saying we could strap a jet engine and a racing stripe on that scooter of yours? Take you out to the track.
I get here a little quicker. Clearly, with all of this public comment, the overwhelming concern here is the racetrack. And again, as I mentioned in my presentation, but want to assure that our client is fully supportive of doing things that's necessary to keep that there. As Nicole spoke to, that they have that special permit in place and talked about looking at ways to do that administrative determination or things to strengthen that special permit to assure that it stays there. We agree, and we're willing to help assist in that manner. And right now, we have still another month before the GDP comes up, and that's where we set in our requirements for things like notice owners and what we're going to put in our deeds. Would certainly look at including provisions like that cross-reference those special permits and those exceptions. And so we are in support of that. We, like Commissioner Cruz said, it doesn't necessarily have to be a this or that. And that is what we've been working with our client on. What our client has been planning for is to try and create a method that these can coexist. And that is through, this plan development residential process where we're providing those increased buffers. And while I know and I understand that it's not going to stop and completely shut off the noise, we get that, but it is a mitigation measure paired with, these notice provisions and whatever additional protections that can be put in place on the race course to let people know that are moving into this area that, yes, this is a established use here and it's not going anywhere. And then we have those additional mitigating measures with the berm and wall height and trees and things like that, just to assist in that. But really, getting the support of the county as well for the racetrack, we would be in support of that.
Katie LaBar, Stantec, representing Lakewood Ranch. Just very quickly, speaking to the buffer width, our proposal for a minimum of 84 feet is really a function of providing that berm. You have to, there has to be a certain slope for the berm. And so because there has to be a certain slope, there has to be a certain distance. And so that's really, it was that providing a wall at 10 feet at a slope of 4 to 1 requires 84 feet in distance. And so that's what was driving that. It wasn't disingenuous. It was truly a mathematical equation of how high do you have to get up and how far do you have to go to get up and how far do you have to go to get down. And in doing that, you're providing that physical separation, and then you have the wall on top of that. And so just wanted to make that clarifying point that there was thought given to that. The rationale behind that was based on science. I also just wanted to clarify for the record, during public comment, I did some measurements, and so I just wanted to provide those just so that, again, the record is very clear. From our property line, and I'm measuring from the property line of the Taylor property to the edge of the circle track, we're talking about 550 feet. From the corner of our property to the drag strip, about 350 feet. And then, again, from the northernmost corner of our property to the drag strip, 1,000 feet. That doesn't take into account the buffer at all on our property or the rear lot lines to the residential buildings. But I think that it gives you a sense of that physical separation from the activities. And again, I wanted to make sure that the record was clear on that point. With that, we again believe that this application is in full compliance with your comprehensive plan and land development code. The applications that were prepared and presented to staff and that were evaluated by staff meet all of the requirements. And again, we ask that you transmit this application to the state, give the state an opportunity to review it, provide comments. We have work to do between now and bringing the GDP forward, and we'll certainly do that between now and then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the order of the board is Cruz, Baugh, Bearden, Satcher. Commissioner Cruz.
So we're up to deliberation and discussion, so I can.
Yes, sir.
move
We're
this forward?
deliberation and discussions
Fair.
among commissioners, and if you
Yeah,
choose to ask anyone questions,
I'll
we
be
can call
quick,
them up.
so I think I've said enough. A lot of this has to, and Katie just came up and showed us the measurements with the buffers and so forth. The reality is, I mean, when we bought a landfill or built the landfill, we had to buy the excess land to create a buffer because of the negative impacts of a landfill. 50 years ago, when you built the racetrack, obviously they did not require a buffer to consider future development. This racetrack's been in existence for over 50 years or close to 50 years. So, it's run a good course, but it didn't require a buffer. Maybe that's unfortunate, but that's the case. I mean, if we're making this implication that these racetracks provide deadly noise, where somebody said you could literally have your house shake and your heart could stop because of the noise if you're close enough to this thing, well, I'll remind you right now, this second, without anyone showing up here, they can build one house per 5 acres. As of this exact minute, they can go out and put hundreds of houses out there. Some of them literally buffer it without a berm, without a wall. They could slap houses directly next to this property, and all the people living in those houses apparently would die from noise. But we can't stop it because we didn't require a buffer on there. We can't hold them to 1970s policies relative to buffers around noise. So, I'll just remind you of that. And talking about tabling this, I hear what you're saying, but we also have to remember, while we all know, and everyone here knows, because that's how things work, eventually we're going to be talking about a site plan, and how that site plan looks is going to be up to us to determine if it's quote-unquote compatible with this motor speedway, we are not discussing a site plan today. We're not discussing a general development plan today. We're simply discussing, in concept, could somebody eventually come back to us and present a site plan based upon a UF3 zoning? To table a basic transmittal request for a basic zoning restriction and require them to go and negotiate effectively the future site plan, I think is outside the scope of what this discussion is supposed to be today. And I think that's going to put us in a bad position if we're requiring them to leapfrog over this transmittal to start working on the next stage of it ahead of time. I just don't see how this board is in a position to be asking that of anybody at this stage in this process.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
I'd almost rather not say anything, but it's not an option. It's a very tough position to be in today because some of the things that Commissioner Cruz said, I totally agree with. You know, it's not within the realm of this board to talk about what they're actually going to quote unquote build today. That's the truth. But at the same time, I also know Mr. Taylor. Obviously, I'm very familiar with SMR. And I know, and this is what's really kind of grabbing me on all of this, is that, you know, I've seen SMR build a beautiful community. I've seen the polo grounds that SMR built that are so successful today. Big difference, however, between polo and a racetrack. But that being said, what a great thing, Mr. Taylor. If you had the opportunity, you and SMR, to work with a racetrack, there's a lot of people that probably want to live very close to that racetrack. Just saying. I don't know that that's feasible. He's giving me the thumbs up, so you know. I mean, I don't know that that's feasible, but I look at Cletus and I know what he's been able to accomplish. Very successful.
I've already mentioned it to him.
Oh, well, I wish I can't talk to you about it, but the point is, there could be a great, great opportunity, not just for the racetrack, but for Manatee County as a whole. But we don't know that today. And I can't go on that pretense because I don't know. What I do know is that I'm not sure what they want to bring forward to actually do. I have not been privy to that. And I don't know that this board will go with it or not go with it. So that means that I think everyone sees how this board is feeling and how everybody should understand that that racetrack comes first. It has to. It's been there over 50 years. I mean, good grief. If anything, Manatee County generally does stand for its history, and we try to take care of our history. So, that being said, I will probably vote to move this to the state. However, don't take that so seriously. What that means is I want to see what's going to come back. I can't be closed-minded. I don't have the ability to do that. But what I will tell you is I'd better see something showing me that that racetrack is going to be protected. Everybody could work together and make it even better than what it is. If that's possible, great. I think that's probably legally where we have to be right now. I don't think we have really a choice. From what I've heard, I'm not happy about it, not at all. I want my racetrack protected. It's in my district. It's very important to me. It's more important to me than building 4,500 homes. So please, y'all do what you can before it comes back here again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. So the order of the board is Satcher, Van Ostenbridge, Ballard, and Bearden. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After hearing more and looking into this, always for land use, I like to think, we're looking for, in an ideal situation, we're looking for homes next to homes, businesses next to businesses. We understand there have to be areas of transition between the two. But this doesn't seem like that. As far as people's, land rights, I wouldn't, I'm not, obviously, as of right, as Commissioner Cruz said, right now, it can do 1 per 5 acres. I am not necessarily arguing with 3 per 1 acre. I'm talking about where those actual homes are built. So, and then the other thing is, I would like to see what our plan is to protect things in the future before we make this vote. And with that, I will make the motion to table until the date that the county attorney get land.
second.
Oh, yeah, I was pulling up,
Maybe first land use in February, would that be?
I haven't put it up, so you can click it
Sorry.
to make the motion.
I did.
Oh, he already put it in.
They did it
Excellent,
automatically.
okay.
well,
Ms. Shank?
yeah, I was pulling up your new calendar, which was approved today, so I was trying to look that up. Your land use meetings in January 19th, it's one meeting. In February, you have February 2nd and February 16th. And rather than use the word table, like I said, I prefer to say I move to continue deliberations and then put a certain date in there, and then say what you expect to be brought back. And the more general we keep it, the better, address a plan. The applicant's supposed to submit this stuff. The applicant should submit a plan of how they're going to achieve compatibility, keep it general. And when the applicant said they were adding all this buffer stuff to this text amendment, I had some concerns. Like Commissioner Cruz said, it's too detailed. I mean, I'd be fine if you just transmit it the way they initially proposed and take out all this buffer stuff. This is legislative. It might hurt us in a future legal challenge if we have this specific site planning in a comp plan amendment. So I'm just throwing that out. Then it doesn't tie us to these buffers, because suppose that the site plan hearing, the buffers are different and we're inconsistent with our own plan that we just passed, So I'd rather take that out and just leave it the way initially proposed. So in the handout, just don't include the underline. That's one option. I'm just throwing that out as an option.
So I will, February 2nd has the date. So moved as the county attorney stated.
Madam Clerk, you need clarification?
So
Okay, hold on, let's go to the county attorney.
so my understanding, Commissioner Thatcher is making a motion to continue deliberations on Council Plan Amendment PA 2109, Ordinance 2311, SMR Taylor Ranch LLC, to the land use meeting of February 2nd at 9:00 a.m., as soon after this may be heard. And he can state what he's hoping to be brought back, but that's how I got so far.
Madam Clerk, do you need more clarification? Do I need the first and the seconder to agree, the motioner and the seconder to agree to your statement?
I agree.
Ms. Shank?
Yes, and it requires clarification. If they want anything specific brought back, they should state in the
So
motion.
the motioner agrees and the seconder also agrees. Okay. Commissioner Thatcher, you still have the floor.
I think my overall points I've made. I'm pro-business. I'm not trying to take density away from this person. I'm not trying to take their land rights or make it where they can't. They've been a good farmer here in our county, and so I want to respect that. But I would like to see some more assurance, so that's why I made that motion, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the order of the board is Van Ostenbridge, Ballard, Bearden, Cruz, Baugh. You're a long way down, ma'am, but you are on there. So I'm not going to vote in favor of tabling this. I agree. I really like your suggestion, Madam County Attorney, to eliminate the buffer requirements, because we still have to approve a site plan. And so, like she said, it's almost like, not that I'm sure the attorney for the applicant would ever do this, but if they're concerned that we might require a larger buffer, in the end, they throw out a slightly bigger buffer now, try to lock us in on that today, and then we're unable to expand it later down the road. So I like your idea of taking the buffer out, because it's possible that we could get an even larger buffer in there ourselves further down the road. So I like that suggestion. I think you've heard pretty clear from this board that we're going to do everything we can to protect the racetrack and ensure its existence going into the future. And I stand behind that. As long as I'm up here, I'll continue to fight for the racetrack. That said, the tabling of this and kicking the can down the road, there's no purpose behind that. I don't see the point in that, because this is going to go to the state, has to come back for approval, and that's when we'll see the site plan, all that sort of thing. So all these things that we seem concerned about for the purpose of tabling it, you're going to have an opportunity at a later date to address all of those issues and those concerns. Today is not the day that we address those concerns. And if we table the transmittal, which is what we're doing now, when we come back in February or January or whatever the date you proposed was, that's not going to be the appropriate time to address those concerns either. That will still be the date that we approve or deny the transmittal. That's what we're here for today, the transmittal. We have to make difficult decisions in this job all the time, but you have to man up and you make the decision. You don't kick the can down the road for another day. You decide. So either vote yes or vote no, wherever you stand. That's what you have to do. You get paid, you got to do it. Commissioner Ballard.
I agree with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge on several of his points. I do think that we are tasked with making the difficult decisions and not just kicking the can down the road. I will also say that some of the things that we are concerned about are more appropriately addressed at the site plan step versus this step. I also agree with Commissioner Baugh. I would love to see the type of community that can coexist, and not just that, but wants to coexist with this track. I think it's paramount that the track is protected. We, as a board, I think everyone is up here expressing today, and I believe that everyone is genuine, that we want to ensure the protection of this track into the future, and we will do whatever we can at the county level to get that done. I can't vote in favor of tabling today. When and if we get to the site plan step, I will want to see some significant assurances from the developer that they are making efforts to coexist with the racetrack. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why, I'm tabling, I wanted to table this is because I want to ensure that our private property rights on both properties are protected, okay? Economically, we do need more homes. The reason why home prices are so high right now is because of supply and demand issues, okay?
We just had it, no.
And that affects the whole economy as a whole in Manatee County. If we don't have more homes to provide for people who are moving here, 1,000, 2,000 people a day, then we faced major issues. Why? Because things begin to increase economically, meaning we have to supplement the cost of living. And that means hourly wages increase and everything else increases behind that. But the reason why I wanted to table this is because I wanted to ensure we had a measure put in place that protects that track, essentially. That's the reason. And so I don't necessarily see that right now. And so that's the reason why I want to make sure that happens. We do need more homes. Everybody in this room right now can agree with me that we need more homes, right? We need more homes for everybody that's coming down here to see the track and then possibly want to live here, right? We need more homes. And in Lakewood Ranch, that's where we're growing. We can't grow out west necessarily. We're growing out east. So this is a very hard decision, but I want to make sure that that track is protected because that's what I said an oath to, right, is to ensure that the Constitution is protected. And if I don't see that, I can't move forward with that. And I just don't feel comfortable with that right now.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
All right, I 100% do not support tabling this because it almost legally doesn't make sense. Here's the thing: when you're going to table something and spend people's time. First off, everyone's time who came here today, which you're basically saying thanks, but we're just going to kick this down the road for 2 months. Enjoy your holidays. Or the current owner of the property or the owner of the racetrack and say, we're just going to wait 2 months. You better have a rational reason as to what you're going to accomplish in that time period. And if you don't, then don't do it. Like, here's the thing. I hear what people are saying about, we want to make sure the racetrack's big. We can't tie a transmittal on one person's property with assurance of somebody else's property. They're two entirely different properties owned by two entirely different people. You can't do that. You can't say, go and speak to the neighboring property and resolve things before we transmit a simple zoning request to the state. We are not here to discuss. We've had this conversation. We're not here to discuss the site plan. They can come back to us February 2nd and say, we promised to build, we think we're going to build one church dead smack in the middle. That's all we're doing, but we want UF3 just in case. You know what? They can come back after that transmittal and say 3 houses per acre, because you can't hold them to what they say during that point in time. The UF3 is the UF3. They know what's needed here. They're not stupid developers. They're very good and very successful developers. And believe me, there's no love lost to me and this property. I was the one who voted not to transmit this the first time, but it's been transmitted. My job is to follow the comp plan. UF3 has a lot of uses on a very large parcel of land. I would love to see them say, let's take some of the commercial and build all those restaurants surrounding this racetrack as the buffer, because then everyone who goes to this racetrack, 200,000 people a year, have a place to eat. Maybe you slap a little hotel there. Maybe you put all kinds of other things. Maybe you put your retention ponds there, and then, kind of gives people the reminder of the, midfield of Daytona. Who knows what their plan's going to be, but we don't know what their plan's going to be until we see their plan, and we're not going to see their plan until we transmit this, regardless of how long we wait. No matter what we do on February 2nd, there's nothing we can hold them to other than, are you going to build in accordance with UF3? So I don't see what we're going to accomplish between now and then, which is why I don't want to waste anyone's time between now and then. That's why I will not vote to table this.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not talking about tabling. What I am saying is that this does need to go ahead and go to the state, get that part over with, and then it comes back to us and we'll get to work. That's what we need to do. And no decision can be made until that happens, yay or nay. So the bottom line is, you've got the word compatibility. That's a tough word when you're talking about houses and a racetrack. But you've also, you got buffers and you got the situation that the main thing at hand here is not 4,500 homes, it's protecting the racetrack. We do have that right to do that. But we can't do it until we know what we're dealing with. So I'm not going to vote to table it. I think we're just putting off the inevitable. You're not going to have anything definite that you can even hold waiting until February the 2nd. We need to know what we're dealing with, first of all. So let it go to the state. Then it comes back here. Then we'll play some hardball to get it protected the best that it can be, because that's what is important at this time. I think staff has an idea. I know that, Nicole, we've talked to her about what we're looking for. I know the county attorney's office will be looking into this. We need to figure out what's going on there that we can do in working with the racetrack. I think that's very important. They have my support. And then I know Mr. Taylor, and I also know he's a good man, and he's going to try to do the right thing as well. So let's send it to the state, get it back, then we get to work. And we're going to do what we need to do to get the best results. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's anyone up here on this dais that doesn't agree that we're going to protect this racetrack.
Right.
We can protect it through deed restrictions. We can protect it, put language into deeds. We can do ordinances. We can do special exemptions, those type of things. So this racetrack is going to be protected. What I would like to encourage is, and one, I'm not going to vote to table it. I agree that this needs to be transmitted up. But what I would like to encourage is the racetrack, its owners, the property owners, to get together prior to the 2nd, February 2nd, maybe come back with some agreements that they can live with. We do have to come back from, housing is an issue. The average price house in Manatee County today is $525,000. Not a lot of people in this room can afford that. We do have a housing crisis in Manatee County. We need to expand our opportunities for housing for folks to come live here. There are a lot of folks here in this room today that said they'd like to move here and live here. Well, unless you can stroke $525,000 for a mortgage, I mean, it's going to be tough to do that in Manatee County today, and it affects all of us, not just people in the room, but it affects all the citizens of Manatee County today. But I would like to encourage the applicant and the racetrack to get together. I will tell you, I will stand up here and defend this racetrack up and down and make sure that it's preserved. I was out there when I was a little kid. My uncles took me out there to watch races, so I appreciate that. I'm a lot older. I'm probably as old as the racetrack, but I appreciate the opportunity. Oh, I am older than the racetrack. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. But I would like to encourage staff, county attorneys, and staff to let's put some real teeth into an ordinance and make sure that our track is protected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take myself off the board. I pretty much said what I need to say. So there's no other commissioners on the board at this time. We move forward with the vote on tabling the item, which is before you now. And the way it's written in front of you now is not, keep in mind, that's not the clerk's official, documentation of the ordinance, so they doesn't always match, and sometimes it's sort of cliff notes as well. So this one doesn't perfectly match, but that's okay. This is not the clerk's version.
Can I just request that?
Well, we're voting, sir.
That it at least says table?
We're voting, so
I mean, it's recorded. People can see what's written here.
Sir, we're voting. You don't have the floor.
Commissioner, not sir, on this dais.
Commissioner, you are not recognized. We are conducting a vote. Okay, so the vote fails by a vote of 5-2. Commissioner Satcher, you have the floor, sir.
Don't have anything else to say.
Okay.
That was already,
Thank
what
you,
I was
sir.
asking you to do, you already refused to do. It was a simple
We are
request.
now entertaining motions.
I make a motion to approve. It's not on my screen.
And Commissioner Cruz, just can you clarify, are you approving,
I'll clarify
Which
that
text
I'm
amendment?
fine with the berms in there. If you think it's better without it, I'm fine without it, because at the end of the day, they have to present a site plan to us, and
Okay. So you're making a motion to approve as written, sir?
yes.
Okay. Can we
So
get that
the-
on the screen, please?
to be as initially written in the agenda memo?
So moved.
Second.
Is that motion somewhere?
He's working on it right now.
Let's make sure we clear before.
So a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. Okay. There are no commissioners on the board. We can vote at this time. And it passes by a vote. Oh, Commissioner Baugh abstained. You're not allowed to do that.
No, trust me, I didn't. I can't.
We're going to have to pull it up again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. It's a yes.
She intends to vote yes. Interesting that staff can vote for us. Okay, so the motion passes by a vote of 5-2. All right, we're going to recess this meeting for 5 minutes, and then we will take up our next item. We're in recess until 4:35. Okay, welcome back. We're in our final item of our land use meeting today. And,
It has not been that bad. We thought it was
oh,
going to be 2 days.
we've,
It was going to be 2 days.
we've zipped right through. This item is quasi judicial, so I'll start off asking
So both of them.
Bads to introduce the item. Yeah, there'll be two items together, you're right. 28 and 29 will be together.
Item number 28 is ordinance 22-39, Robinson Gateway, DRI number 29, PLN 2203-0021, with Marshall as our principal planner. And then also item number 29, PDMU-15-04GR, Robinson Gateway General Development Plan Amendment, PLN 2203-0022, with again Marshall Robinson here to present.
Commissioners, this item is quasi judicial. Would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication at this time? Okay. Hearing none, who is here to represent the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I actually have not been sworn in, so I need to get sworn in by the clerk.
Anyone who needs to be sworn, as this item is quasi judicial, so anyone who intends to speak before the board or testify in this matter,
On both
please,
items.
on either of the two items,
28,
please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, if you've been sworn, and your county of residence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Will Robinson from Manatee County, and I have been sworn. And I got a great chance to go in your lobby during that last presentation for a while. I'm very impressed with all your new technology, but I would take a note that you still have a phone book in one of your old phone booths in the lobby right there. But everything else is very impressive.
We try to preserve the culture, sir.
Okay. Just would like to say that for a second. It's very exciting to be here today, and I thought we would do things a little bit differently and actually start with the owner of the property. And my family has been blessed to own this property. My dad bought it in 1988. Actually, he bought it after he sold Robbie Sporting Goods and became a farmer. He farmed this land for decades, formed a company called the Tree Leader, and farmed the lands. Actually, that was one of my first jobs as a young child, was farming those lands. I'd like to introduce my family, who's also here today. My mother, Peggy, and my two brothers, Parks and Wes, are here because we recognize the significance of today. And certainly we already have, as Mr. Vogler will talk about, we have existing entitlements already. But today is an exciting day because my dad, who passed away a few years ago, and we miss him very dearly, had a vision for this property. And he wanted to be a world-class destination and center for North River. And I don't know if we actually were debating this. I don't know if he actually, we talked about a hospital very much, but I know he'd be very proud of Baycare and the folks we've been working with over the past several months, because we all recognize the need in one of the fastest growing areas in our state for such a great facility and for such a great partner like Baycare. I would be remiss if I didn't introduce my dad's development partner, Ed Vogler, who also has been with my dad and with our family shoulder to shoulder in this endeavor. And we are just proud to be here today in front of you. And next, I would like to introduce Becky Skolowski. Did I get that right, Becky? Close, very close, with Baycare, and she will lead you through the next portion of this presentation.
Becky Skolowski, I have been sworn. I reside in Pasco County. And thank you, Will, for the introduction. Hello, and I do want to thank you, the commission, for your time today. I'm Becky Skolowski, and it's my honor to be here today to represent Baycare. We're here to talk about our plans to serve the healthcare needs of this growing area, but I also want to underscore that Baycare is here because we want to join the Manatee County community. What that means is Baycare sees this as a first step to bringing a full array of services to support our patients throughout their lifetime, as we already do in Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, and Pasco counties, as you can see on this slide. Building a facility here would mean we would be bringing our mission to Manatee, which is to provide high-quality, compassionate care to all we serve. As a not-for-profit health system, we reinvest in the community and are not accountable to shareholders or investors. We have a long history of giving back to our neighbors through programs and services for those in need. My current role is as president of Baycare Hospital Wesley Chapel in Pasco County, and it's that experience in building the new hospital that's relevant here today. This is a picture of St. Joseph's Hospital South, and how we built St. Joseph's Hospital South and how we're building our 16th hospital in Wesley Chapel right now are great examples of how Baycare approaches serving its community. More than a decade ago, Baycare recognized a need for a new hospital in southern Hillsborough County, where more families were relocating. That hospital opened only 7 years ago, but already Baycare has expanded the facility and its service offerings because we knew the community needed it. And here, you can also see our newest facility, Baycare Hospital Wesley Chapel. That's what it looks like today in East Pasco County. We're just a couple months away before we begin serving patients next year. Both these hospitals were responding to community need. We see a similar situation developing here, and we believe the timing is right to bring a new Baycare hospital to Manatee County. Since we're in the early stages of this discussion, we don't have specific details about the hospital. Our zoning request is for up to 207 beds, but initial construction will have a smaller bed count that will grow along with the community. Baycare is already here in Manatee. We provide home health services, we offer telehealth, and early next year, we will open a Baycare Medical Group doctor's office in Palmetto. That's about a mile away from the proposed hospital location. We know that as this area grows, you will continue to need more emergency care, surgical services, private hospital rooms, and more. We want to be here for this community as we have for others. This year, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of Baycare. I think the reason Baycare formed 25 years ago is just as relevant today for North Manatee. We were formed when not-for-profit hospitals in the Tampa Bay area realized that to stay strong and to continue to provide care committed to the community, they needed to band together, and it's worked out very well for us. There we go. We're repeatedly recognized among the top 20% of healthcare systems in the country for our clinical outcomes, operational efficiency, patient experience, financial health, and our contributions to community health. We want to bring this high-quality care to you. Of course, this work would not be done without the nearly 30,000 team members who also make us one of Tampa Bay's largest employers. Baycare has been repeatedly recognized nationally by Fortune magazine as a great place to work and as a top workplace by the Tampa Bay Times. By allowing us to build here in North Manatee, we will first bring construction jobs, but later hundreds of high-quality, good-wage jobs right to your community. We also look forward to extending our community outreach programs to Manatee. In 2021, Baycare provided $497 million in community benefit, which is about 10% of the health system's revenue. That includes service we provide to uninsured patients, as well as a variety of programs designed to address barriers to good health. These include mobile medical clinics and more than 42 public school-based food pantries to support those struggling with food insecurity. I hope this gives you some insight into who we are and what we would like to bring to Manatee County. As I shared earlier, our mission is to provide high-quality, compassionate care to all we serve, and we certainly would like that to include this community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Ed Vogler. I have been sworn, and you heard that Bill Robinson and I and his family have been working on this property for an extended period of time. I want to give you a little history, and then we'll proceed to a more technical presentation. In 2015, this property obtained through this board a Development of Regional Impact approval. Now, those are difficult to obtain, and they're highly scrutinized, and we're very pleased with obtaining that. That was planned for an almost 1 million square foot open air mall. That was the initial conception for this area of North Manatee County. By way of comparison, the University Town Center Mall is about 1 million square feet as well. So it gives you some context to what we thought would be the future of Manatee County in the North End. This was planned for a theater, hotel, and other similar uses. And as part of the DRI, what's important is we agreed with Manatee County on the traffic impacts. We agreed upon the required improvements to the roadway network. We established a proportionate share understanding and agreement as to contributions that the project would make to the roadway system. And the project was issued a Certificate of Level of Service Compliance, a CLOS, which remains in effect. However, over the past 5 or 7 years or so, the market has shifted away from the ability to do a 1 million square foot mall, through no fault of anybody's vision, but our society is different, and the way that we purchase these types of services required us to reshape the entitlements of our property. And that's what we're here to do today, to amend the development order, the DRI development order, to amend the general development plan. And we're reshaping these primarily in the context of use. And as you can see, in an important part of the presentation, is we have identified a hospital, medical office, a surgical center, and all the accoutrements that go along with that as being very important for the area. Also, multifamily residential that will support the hospital, as well as the burgeoning area of Manatee County North. And of course, we're immediately adjacent to the interstate, which is beneficial. So as it relates to transportation impacts, which is a concern for everyone at all times, we have presented data to your staff that establishes that the trip generation of the new uses, the reshaped project, are less than the vested trips in our DRI. And so that's a good thing for the project, and it's a very clear understanding for Manatee County. As part of this plan, we are revising the external access points in a small manner to coincide with ongoing planning efforts that Manatee County has for Moccasin Wallow Road. As you clearly know, the Moccasin Wallow corridor is an important one, and so a lot of engineering has been done by Stantec, by Manatee County officials and others, so that we understand now more clearly where the access points will be. We have a pending local development agreement that we have presented to Manatee County, made the application, met with your staff. The essence of it, it's not approved yet, we're not approving it today, but the essence of it is we have agreed, or proposed, let's put it that way, to agree to accelerate our proportionate share contributions. Meaning, in lay speak, we're going to give you the money up front so that you can put it into the pool of funds that will essentially build the expanded Moccasin Wallow Road. So that's what we're planning in that respect. In addition to the development order of the DRI amendment, there is a general development plan amendment. And the general development plan amendment is the reshaping of these entitlements, as I've mentioned. But the entitlement, the reshaping and the revised GDP is really very narrow. We're changing the permitted uses, as you've heard. We're adding a land use equivalency matrix, which has become very common these days, where you trade off uses between different types. We'll not go over the CLOS requirements. We're relocating a Florida Power and Light easement on this property. Not the easiest thing in the world to do, but let me assure you, FPL is the one that makes those decisions. And they're the ones who accept the revised alignment. They're the ones who negotiate with us the installation of the lines and the facilities. There'll be no lack of service, and that will be done in collaboration with FPL. We're also clarifying setbacks for the various types of multifamily units that are burgeoning in our marketplace today. There are a lot of varieties of designs and interesting opportunities, and so we're excited to bring forward a plan of various types of uses, including specialty retail. And finally, we have planned for access to our neighbor to the west, which you'll hear a little bit more about. But at this time, I'd like Cam Miller to make the prima facie technical requirements of our presentation, and then I'm going to close with a couple of subject matters that I know you're going to want to discuss more about.
Thank you, Mr. Vogler. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Cameron Miller. I'm a planner with ZNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. I'll go really quickly over the planning, future land use, and development uses. Here's the aerial map of the subject site. As you can see, it is sandwiched between I-75 and Carter Road, and to the south is Moccasin Wallow. Moccasin Wallow is a planned 6-lane arterial per the comprehensive plan, and Carter Road is a planned 4-lane collector. Here's the zoning map. As you can see, as Mr. Vogler pointed out, we're already planned development mixed use. You'll see similar zonings and PDR in the surrounding area. I do want to highlight one discrepancy in this zoning map. The immediate property between I-75 and our subject site is actually A1. We reviewed the project and any development orders, and we did not find any rezoning or projects connected to that site. Here's the future land use map. As you can see along the I-75 corridor, it is MU or mixed use. And as you move further towards Carter Road, it is the UF3 urban fringe future land use category. Here's the previously approved development uses that Mr. Vogler pointed out. As you can see, heavily geared towards a open air shopping center with 900,000 square feet. Also some multifamily and single family attached proposed. Here's the modified development uses that we are proposing. We are proposing 2,000 multifamily units, much less than the maximum allowed, which is approximately 3,800 units in this subject site. And then obviously the implementation of hospital uses such as the medical center, offices, surgical centers, things like that. Here's the proposed map H and general development plan. The arrows signify cross-access, access points into the site. The lighter gray area off to the left-hand side along I-75 is the mixed-use area, also proposed for the medical center, Baycare Hospital. As you move closer to the intersection of Carter Road and Moccasin Wallow, the dark gray there is the activity node. As you all know, the activity node is something that the county likes to do at these major intersections to promote a blend of uses and density. Last thing from me, I just wanted to highlight an applicable regulation, LDC Section 900 entranceways. We do have to follow these standards, and particularly Section 900.6, the standards of development. I like to point out the applicant has met or intends to meet the standards for landscaping, access, interconnectivity, signs, and open space requirements. So that is everything from me. I appreciate your time, and if there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Vogler, I have been sworn, and to complete our presentation, I'm going to discuss two subject matters. I watched this morning, and obviously affordable housing is an important question in our community, a very important one. And in the 2015 development order, DRI development order, we provided for a voluntary contribution to affordable housing in the amount of 54 units. This was required by rules existing at the time that were managed by the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Those rules have since been repealed, and they have not been replaced. And as you know, Manatee County does not have a mandatory program, but rather has an incentive program that under certain circumstances, some of which you discussed this morning, would provide for impact fee relief, loans, and some other accommodations. And all of these are important. In the development order that we have today, there are no incentives provided to the developer. There were no incentives provided to the developer of any type. And I wanted to explain to you why we had the voluntary affordable housing program for the existing development order for which we seek changes today. First of all, the mall was almost a million square feet, and I mentioned it's about the same size as University Town Center. The retail jobs, the big box retail jobs that come from those types of uses are usually in the lower wage area. And so the rule that existed at the time required us to analyze what affordable housing units might be necessary to accommodate the development demands. This is the important point. It's the demands that are created by your development. And if you have lower wage jobs, you will certainly have more requirements for that type of use. Now, primarily, we have changed that significantly. And now the primary use, the primary driver of the use, as you've heard, is a hospital with medical offices. That would include doctors, nurses, and clearly there are non-professionals that will work in a facility like that. But the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics identifies that the salary for nurses in the 75th percentile and ranging to the 90th percentile, the range of salary in today's world is $97,580 a year to $120,520 a year. A retail salesperson has, according to the same Bureau of Labor Statistics 2021 data source, has a mean salary of $31,920 per year. We also accessed data that is maintained by ZipRecruiter on a national basis. You probably are aware of them. They're a database, and they understand a lot of the subject matters of personnel. And the national mean average for a retail worker is 26,271, and in Palmetto, 23,749. So clearly, we have changed the demands of this project. So in essence, we've receded from the need for affordable housing because we're having high-wage employer to be primarily located and to be the primary driver. The other thing is to understand in the existing DRI development order, the criteria for affordable housing was measured on a one-time basis. This is in the ordinance today. And so if you took 54 units, the very first tenant would be the one that qualifies, but after that, they would be market rate rents. And so that is atypical to the program that you were discussing this morning, where you have a LURA or some type of long-term commitment. That never existed in this order, and it isn't necessary now under the criteria that has changed that I've explained to you. So under this scenario, we are not asking for incentives. We are providing a variety of housing types for the marketplace in Palmetto and near Parish, as well as overall North County. The last point on the affordable housing is an important one. Changes to the development of regional impact are regulated by statute. Those statutes were amended significantly in 2018, which was 3 years after our development order was approved. And the way you're supposed to look at this today is to apply the current Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code of Manatee County, the current rules. And I'm not aware of any other projects that have been imposed to have an affordable housing criteria. I don't think it exists in your ordinances. And the final point on the affordable housing law requirement is that according to the 2018 revisions to the DRI rules, any new condition that a board might want to impose at local government is limited to address only those impacts directly created by the new changes. And so we're not aware of any study, we're not aware of any data that suggests that our changes are creating a need on our project for affordable housing. And while it is absolutely true that our community and society generally requires consideration of these items. Myself personally, I volunteered to participate with you on committees to work on that, and we believe it to be extremely important. However, the criteria on which we're judged is what are the impacts created by our project, and we're unaware of any study that suggests we are creating that problem. The final point I'd like to address is, maybe you could have an image. So we own about 300 acres in this quadrant, but there's a small piece of land in the corner right here that we don't own. And it's owned by somebody that you'll hear testimony from here later today. So we call this the west parcel. And the west parcel is zoned agricultural, and it is bounded on the west by I-75 and on the south by Moccasin Wallow Road. And it's hard to imagine really for a lot of us, but in mid-1970s, there was no Interstate 75. And so along came a compilation, I guess, of the federal government and the state government, and they condemned the right-of-way that was necessary for I-75, and of course, we see that they've built it. And so, at that time, a portion of this land was condemned. This corner piece at one time extended over to the other side of what we now know as I-75, and it has been condemned. And in 1977, the landowner of this parcel ended up having a jury trial before a Manatee County jury in which they were awarded 100% compensation for the taking of their land that occurred. And at the time of that taking, as is true of all interchanges of interstates, is the government imposed a limited access restriction along the perimeter of the road. The limited access restriction actually extends into our property, and we have to deal with it as well. That's why the location of the Buffalo Road intersection is outside the limited access restriction. And so, as Cam Miller mentioned, and as your staff report confirms, we have met the criteria for planning for access, zoning, planning. We are providing for internal cross-access to this parcel. And that is part of the Section 900 criteria, the entranceway criteria that you have for your Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And we've also added a stipulation that I'd like to just take a few minutes and peruse with you. Stipulation provides, if you adopt the ordinance, access to the adjacent parcel known as Manatee County Parcel ID 612100008 shall not be optional in the manner set forth in a GDP, provided that the owner of that parcel, the western parcel, establishes a legal right of access either by agreement or judicial determination. Any access shall be provided and accomplished through the use of cross-access easements or internal drive aisles. The most important piece for Manatee County, I believe, is the following sentence. Manatee County shall have no responsibility to obtain access to the adjacent parcel for the benefit of the owner thereof. What you'll hear testimony from the owner of that property and from council is they would like for you to use your powers of eminent domain to provide them access through our property. That is a private matter of ongoing dispute between us, and I have never understood this board to try to adjudicate private matters of dispute on real estate issues. So the most important point that I'm making to you as our Board of County Commissioners is that we meet all of the criteria for the access, and we will provide the access as soon as we're obligated. And that only matures when there is a project that comes forward. And I know your staff will also confirm what I'm telling you. I know this. I've read the staff report and the ordinances that apply. And so there is no project pending on that site, and we have no idea what project might be provided. But if they have the legal right of access, then in fact, they will be afforded access, and that is your planning and zoning responsibility, and we meet that criteria. Finally, I want to emphasize also that to make sure we're absolutely certain and that there's no ambiguity in any way, we have added a note to our general development plan as part of your update memorandum, and that note also provides that access arrows indicate preliminary locations and will be finalized at final site plan. However, the access arrow shall not be optional to the adjoining property to the west, provided that the owner of the adjacent parcel establishes a legal right of access in accordance with the stipulation A6 within the zoning ordinance. And while I regret that we have to visit with you on this private matter, I know it will come up, and I needed to explain to you our view, and I'd like to answer any questions that you might have on that. In final summation of our primary presentation, I want to say we're very excited to take the steps to welcome Baycare to our community. It's been my pleasure to work with the Robinson family. Bill Robinson was a leader for this community, and we miss him a lot. I wish he was here with us. But this really is a fairly narrow question, and we know there are questions about affordable housing. We tried to address them. We'd like to answer your specific questions. We know there are questions about access to the west. We'd like to answer your specific questions, but all in all, it's a fairly narrow amendment, and we hope you'll act favorably today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vogler, are you aware that this board has recently approved another hospital at the other end of this same road?
Yes, I believe that I had some affiliation with that.
Okay. My concern comes to the capacity of the road and whether or not it can handle a hospital at either end. And maybe the property owner can help me with this. We are working with the state to try and bring in state money to expand Moccasin Wallow to ensure that it is the 6-lane arterial that we feel that it needs to be. And we're also working to extend Fort Hamer up to the county line, and then eventually, hopefully, with state cooperation, an additional interchange, which, while it would be in Hillsborough County, would directly benefit Manatee County. So my main concerns are traffic. I think you've set up, a really good project. I love the location. Obviously, we've kind of been waiting for that location to start to blossom. We need some commercial up in that area. I have some concerns about having two hospitals, competing hospitals right there, because I want to ensure that they're successful. That's my only concern. I just hate to see two hospitals and neither of them being successful. And I don't want to overburden the road more than it already is, because the road is already a serious concern. But outside of that, those are my main concerns, are traffic at this time. And I know that the property owners at the other end of Moccasin Wallow are working very hard to help us to get state funds and to get those commitments so that we can widen the road. And I'm hoping that your property owner is going to work equally as hard to help us as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. I want you to know that I, from professional relationships, am fully aware of all of those efforts that you described that are ongoing. They're supported by our property, and they're supported by everyone I know in North County. And that's why I emphasize to you that we're proposing to Manatee County that we advance fund our obligation. And that's pending in an LDA. I've met with your staff on that, transportation staff, and so we're doing our share faster than obligated.
We appreciate that, and I'm hoping to hear, before we're done, some commitments from the property owner on that. Cruz, Satcher, and Baugh are the order of the board. Commissioner Cruz.
You're never going to guess what I want to ask you. All right. Now, I mean, we see, well, not a lot, but we occasionally see these DRIs, and usually they come back and say, here was the equivalency matrix that existed when it came into play, and we're going to take 10,000 square feet of retail and make an extra 100 multifamily. And it's in a chart, and we more or less have to do it. We just did it with Artisan Lakes and Heritage Harbor. Here, there really wasn't an equivalency matrix before. This is kind of more or less a slash and burn, which is fine. Let's get one thing straight. I like everything you're putting on here. I have absolutely no problem in theory with this request. It's, I mean, it's a core location. You can put almost anything there. It's going to work, and it's not going to impact people. I am just curious, and you can give me your answer to it, just from the affordable housing standpoint. You voluntarily offered, I don't know if it was 54 units, I believe it was 10% of the residential, and at the time it was 540 residential, so it was 54 based upon the calculation. You clearly are proposing 2,000 roughly now. So the question is, even if it was voluntary, is there any assurance that this DRI in its entirety wasn't approved in part based on a county commission hearing the promise of 10% affordable housing to approve the original development? I mean, was that potentially a condition, at least in somebody's mind, when this was approved in the first place, that's now being removed? I mean...
No, I'm going to give you the answer to that, Commissioner. I anticipated your question. It's a good one. So our plan, which you can see in the staff report, and one of the criticisms is we had a very detailed plan the first go-around, because Bill was pretty confident that we could pull off an outdoor mall. And so we had planned, in that plan, for residential over retail in the outdoor mall portion of the project. And we knew that we were generating the types of wages that would need to have affordable housing on the site for that use. And that was our plan. The second point was that at the time, we started this in like 2012, and the ordinance was in 2015. There was a major transportation change in the law, Florida law, in 2012. So we rode through all of that, but one of the things, and I want you to think about this for a second, we proposed a very large anchor store at the end of our mall on the far east side of our property. And at the time, there was no Del Webb community. There was no North River Ranch. There was nothing. And so we have the unique circumstance of having an MU future land use category on the west 90-some acres of our property, which is the most intense future land use category you can have. And the rest of our site is UF3, which is an urban fringe, right? You spent the morning talking about it. Those two are really not compatible, and they shouldn't have been. But we knew that at the time. And so when we were extending far to the east, we put buffers there, and we made a voluntary commitment to offset the impacts that we knew we were creating. And Commissioner, that's simply changed. And now we look at this under 2022 ordinances, and that's not how you impose it today.
Okay, fair enough. But so then hypothetically speaking, if between the time this was approved and today, we would have required 25% mandatory affordable housing, you would have voluntarily added 25%, or would we have stuck to the original plan?
If you have an ordinance that mandates 25% affordable housing in a new multifamily community, we, like everyone else, would have to abide by that. And when you adopt that ordinance, please let me know. I have some different ideas on that.
Really?
And yeah, and let me just say, I mean, I'm not going to elongate your meeting, but just briefly for a second. I met yesterday with RVI Group, is what they are. They're a national group. And they are very interested in housing authority work and affordable housing work. And we had a huge debate about what's happening at Disney, what's happening at Universal, and so forth. And I'm telling you, what Disney is doing and Universal, they've carved off about 25 acres of land. And they're having about 1,000 units built there, right? But they've got the integrated complex of Disney. But it takes that type of subsidy. And so what the essence of it is, if you say, well, you know, you're going to have 2,000 units and you have to spread 200 units or 100 units or whatever it is into your community, that is an incredibly difficult planning effort. And so when you sit on the board and you have these goals, which I know are heartfelt, and that's not a pander, okay? I know they are. You've done it. You've been there. You've led. And so a lot of us think that there are ways to get there. And it's not by regulatory ordinance necessarily, an imposition and exaction.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, just from the perspective of the district commissioner, it gets sad every time I see a movie theater coming out of someone's plans, but I do understand. But, you know, I'll keep driving up to Riverview, I guess. So, you know, I think that this was April of 2015. We have times when someone seems disingenuous, they try to get one thing passed and they know they're going for something else later. It's all real quick, a few months. This is completely not that. We're talking 7 years later that you guys, just the market has changed, expectations have changed, the law has changed. So I see no problem with that. I was almost, you know, if that had been presentation on request, I wouldn't have requested one on that. I understand the need for a change there. I guess I'll probably ask staff later on if this sets us up, you know, for trouble in the future as far as legally, because it seems to me they are going to eventually sue. I will ask you this. So if they had an approved thing on the eastern borders of their property, so it came before us, it got approved, would they then need to go to court to get access from you? Because you mentioned they don't have one yet, which I understand that. So I don't think anybody wants you to build a road that's not needed or may never be needed. But if they, you know, worked on something that this board approved and went through the processes, are they then also afterwards going to have to sue for that access from you in the court system? Doesn't seem like a good future plan.
No, that is not a good future plan. And so you would think that the property owner would have approached us and made a proposal to mutually establish access. But that's not what happened. So they want to come to you and ask you to give it to them, but they don't say who's going to pay for it. Now, we've provided, I don't need to provide to your council who knows all about these things, but we have provided memorandum and so forth, and there is a compensation requirement. And so that's why we put in the stipulation that Manatee County shall have no responsibility. I don't doubt that the county could initiate an action to acquire access for the benefit of this property, but I think it's up to them to approach us. And, you know, you can see that the Baycare piece, they've come here and told you about their plans for our county. You can see, you can probably theorize that we have signed a contract with Baycare to acquire that property. And so there's not only the Robinson family that needs to deal with this, there's our contract purchaser. And none of that has happened to this moment. And you're going to hear from counsel, and he's a very nice man, he's going to politely pound the podium and say, please, you're not complying with your ordinances and so forth. But I'm surprised that we haven't had a meaningful discussion.
And then I will thank the chair and echo that any help with, getting the Moxon Wallow funded and moving in the future is appreciated from all different fronts. I think it's important to the citizens. And I have, I have parents call me who have teenagers that have to drive that route. And so I will just appreciate your comments regarding that. Thank you.
Always looking to support a fellow commissioner, sir. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention that you had brought up initially about traffic and so forth, and I just wanted to let the board members know that I actually talked to Courtney DePaul yesterday, I think it was, to find out about the county doing a traffic study, to see where we were on Moxon Wallow especially with the traffic from two hospitals coming. So just wanted to mention that, sir.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for the applicant? I have no one on the board. Okay. We're going to move into staff presentation. Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner, and I have been sworn. Natalie's going to hand out some correspondence that came down the pipeline after you received your briefing. Got the PowerPoint up. I'll be brief, I feel like, with the briefings and all the discussion. Everybody's familiar with the location of the property at Moxon Wallow Road. Here's a look at the zoning map and future land use map. We see the zoning designation. We also see it's got MU and UF3 on the subject property. It's 288 acres. Cameron did point out down in the corner there on the intersection, we do have an activity node there. And they get a 0.5 FAR at that location. And they also get increased density of 9 dwelling units per acre at that location in the corner in the activity node. The entranceway is a part of the zoning. Mr. Vogler spoke about the approved entitlements today as they are approved, 320 residential single-family attached with another 222 multifamily units, 900,000 square feet of retail, 600,000 of office, 1,750 seats on a movie theater, and 350 rooms for a hotel. This is a look at the original plan. It was a lot of detail. I'll call your attention to Carter Road. One of the things that we worked with the applicant on was trying to protect Carter Road. We know that we got development coming in on Carter Road to the east with the Del Webb property, and then we also have a property, McClure, that is coming in at the opposite corner here. And so the applicant committed to a stipulation that I'll talk about a little later that replaces the separation and protection that this 30-acre park that is on the approved plan today provided for Carter Road. The 30-acre park and green space is along the list of revisions being requested today with this amendment. The yellow and red just delineates the single-family and where it was positioned in relation to the non-residential and commercial uses in the plan. This is a list of the revisions. I trust everybody's read through them and understand what's being asked in this revision. I will point out a couple of notable revisions, which has already been spoken about. There is a land use equivalency matrix being offered by the applicant with this amendment. There is a minimum and maximum set forth in the land use equivalency matrix. They commit to putting at least 250,000 square feet of commercial uses on the property and no more than 3,000 residential units. And also, as discussed, the Section 3 of the zoning ordinance is asked to be removed with the affordable housing component of the ordinance. This is a look at the proposed site plan. Again, we see in the UF3 urban fringe uses, the 2,000 multifamily units, the increased density in the dark gray area at the activity node. We've also got the hotel location where it's come down in the request for 250 versus 350 rooms. And then we've also got some self-storage and some other commercial serving neighborhood uses in the UF3 location. And then, of course, to the west is where they propose the hospital locations with 2 potential helipad or helistop locations located north of where the hospitals are being proposed. We can see the arrows that Mr. Vogler talked about. Most notably, the west arrow was provided in accordance with the entranceway requirements out of 9006. And this is the markup of the ordinance and the changes. Strikeouts delineate the removal, the underline delineates the replacement, so those entitlements. And we also note there that they're removing the FPL easement as well. Yeah, and I think that captures it. Language of the proposed stipulations, Mr. Vogler read those off for you, so I won't do that again. They are proposing to relocate the access. I don't know if that was touched on. There is an existing access along Moccasin Wallow Road, and they're proposing to scoot it down a little further to the east to line up with the road across the street. And I wanted to make this map, didn't have this at the Planning Commission, but we did get a stipulation from the applicant. Essentially what this means is you can see Eagle Point. I misspoke earlier. It's Eagle Point off to the east. The green there is where the McClure project is currently under review. And the applicant gave us a stipulation there. You see the yellow bar. It's about 1,000 feet off the intersection right there. So in that yellow bar, if there are any of the 2,000 multifamily units that come in anywhere in that yellow bar area right there, they'd be limited to 2 stories in height. Anything over 2 stories, they'll provide a 100-foot setback. That's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, do we have any questions for Marshall?
Well, I have some, if no one else.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Robinson, the update memo in the zoning map changed the zoning from PDMU to A1 of that triangular parcel to the west of the site. Can you just explain that?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Schenck, what we found, I will admit, found it a little later than I'd like to have, but I noticed the discrepancy in some of the zoning, and I called it to the attention of our staff. And after researching, we discovered that we could not find anything that had that triangle piece west of the property make application to change their zoning to PDMU. The new zoning map that's included in the update memo, and I've talked, our GIS coordinator is now reflecting the property as we believe it to be correct at A1.
Mr. Robinson, Ms. Robinson, there's a proposed stipulation A6 regarding a cross-access easement possibility determined by either agreement or judicial termination. And are you familiar with the entrance requirements? And in your opinion, does the stipulation meet those requirements?
Yes,
Okay, that's all I had.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other questions for Mr. Robinson? Commissioner Satcher?
It's also for staff at this time, correct?
Yeah, well, he's the staff, but yeah, if you want to ask other staff, that's fine.
I just think, I would just like to ask Sarah if she's comfortable with the way this is going forward. Is this not the best time to ask you that? Because do a great job, but,
Are you talking about specifically the cross-access issue?
yeah, because ultimately, I'd like a neutral attorney, not one employed by one side or the other. A neutral attorney to say the county's on solid ground.
Well, I stayed at Planning Commission, I don't have any legal objection to the stipulation A6 Mr. Vogler drafted. It just states the current case law, either they're going to mutually agree to cross-access easement, which just happens 99.9% of the time. But in those circumstances where I've seen it, the out parcel is always part of the same development. It's like there's a CVS or an out parcel, then the public's parcel's the main, and they have to have cross-access easements to mutually benefit each other. That's where I've seen that used for the entranceway. And this project doesn't have development rights other than the A1. And they'll have to decide what they want to do with their property. If they want to try to rezone it and come through, then staff will have to address their access at that point.
And Commissioner, can I just add just a small thing to that? This is at the GDP level, and the applicants passed mustered with our review. We asked for the arrow because the 9006 requirement asked for the arrow. The applicant gave us the arrow. So we passed muster with the requirements of the zoning, with the arrows being shown and located as they are.
Okay, any other questions for staff? All right, we're going to move on then to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on items number 28 and 29? We're going to open public comment for both items at the same time. Yes, ma'am. So please step up to the podium. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence. Tell us whether you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you. My name is Marjorie E. Ramo. I'm from 48 Clapboard Tree Street, Norfolk County, Westwood, Massachusetts. I am the current owner of 6300 Moccasin Wall, which is the parcel to the west.
Have you been sworn?
Yes, I've been sworn. Thank you. Is there a place where I can watch my clock? Well, that took me a bit right there. Okay. So I want to, first of all, say that I'm the third generation in my family that owns this property. As Mr. Vogler said, we used to own both sides of what's 75, and when 75 came through, we were left with a small triangle on the right, a very large piece on the left. My great-uncle was a tomato farmer. At the time of the taking, there was a limited access right-of-way. However, we then also had statutory rights to access over what was then the Pursley's property into our property. And we continue to have those rights. Then, in addition to that, we now, by my understanding, have the rights under the LDC, and my attorney will speak to that, and under the comprehensive plan. To the point where, in 2015, when the Robinsons were here getting their first approval, we supported it, and although he may not recall, Mr. Vogler had a conversation with my father where he told him the developer will reserve access. In addition to that, I have reached out. I tried to have a conversation with Mr. Vogler approximately a year and a half ago through the broker to the Robinsons, asking if I could meet. And I was told it would become contentious, so I didn't approach that meeting. I was flying in, hoping to meet. So it's not true that I haven't approached. It's not true that I haven't tried to have meaningful discussion. In addition to that, my counsel on several occasions has asked, what is it that you are seeking? And we haven't received an answer. So I'm being misconstrued. I'm not seeking eminent domain by this board. I'm seeking this board to please enforce its own, I don't know the word for them, but to enforce what's in your LDC and in your comprehensive plan. Also, in regard to my zoning, I'm not quite sure why this is relevant. This struck us completely off guard last week. I did go up to Building and Development Services on Monday. I spoke with Tracy Trahan. She's the planning system manager. They're researching it for me. They didn't understand it. They originally said to me, it's PDMU, it's right here. And I said, well, that's what I always thought. And then suddenly there's this click. When you click it, it changes to A1. I don't know why it's relevant, but this is a mystery to them as to how it's happened. She also mentioned to me that there was a time historically, probably during my uncle's...
Finish your thoughts.
probably during my uncle's ownership, where a owner could come forward and voluntarily change their zoning. Can I add one more thing? It'll take me a minute.
Quickly.
Thank you. I am a developer up in my area. I'm also a land use attorney. One of the best things in development is working with your abutters. And I'm trying to work with my abutter now because I'm on this side of it and it doesn't seem to be happening. That's good development. And I'm in favor of this hospital. I truly am. I think it's fantastic. I just would like my cross-access protected.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on this item? So, sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, tell us if you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I am Charles Parker. I am a resident of Manatee County.
My apologies.
Continue.
Okay. And I am associated with Marjorie Aramo's team. I want to say that one thing that Mr. Vogler said is that we hadn't approached him or the hospital. Well, Marjorie has talked about him. Our attorney's going to talk him. But I reached out to the hospital through their real estate brokers. One is Brian Breeding. The other one is Bruce Earhart. And I reached out by email and said, because of the fact the hospital is buying the property, should we be dealing with their client? I got an email response about 2 days later from the hospital's attorney, outside counsel, saying no, person to talk to is the seller. A couple of days later, we got an email from the seller saying that he was the point of contact. So I just want to point out that, yes, we have tried also to reach out to the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item?
I may, before I get started, make sure a few things are placed into the record since we have limited time. I have copies for the clerk and all the commissioners if they would like. The clerk can pass them out, or if I may approach.
So, sir, when you get to the podium, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, tell us whether you've been sworn, and we'll start your 3-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Matt Brockway. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Icard Merrill. I have been sworn. I represent Marjorie Aramo, the owner of the abutting property immediately to the west of Robinson Gateway, sandwiched between Robinson Gateway and I-75. For the record, Ms. Aramo will suffer special damages if these items are approved without providing mandatory access to her property, and will satisfy all requirements of an aggrieved party under Renard versus Dade County and its progeny, as well as under Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes. If I can have the overhead here for a second, I can show you map H. And her property is highlighted in pink. And then I will switch to the development concept plan that was presented to the county early in the process. As you can see on this development concept plan, it was contemplated that there would be an entrance from Moccasin Wallow and then an easement providing access to Ms. Aramo's property. At some point, that changed. To be clear, there's nothing optional about this access. As I mentioned in my correspondence, both the comprehensive plan and land development code mandate access to her property. In fact, staff stated in its correspondence with the applicant that specific approval would be required if the applicant was going to exclude access from Ms. Aramo's property. To be clear, that specific approval has not been requested. Instead, the applicant has proffered a condition claiming that the condition makes the access non-optional, but that's simply not true. There's a phrase, when giving nothing, give graciously. The proposed condition is the embodiment of this principle. Paraphrasing, the condition states that access will not be optional if, one, an agreement is reached, meaning it's in the hands of the applicant as to whether access will be achieved, and two, if access rights are established by judicial determination. Why should my client be required to file suit and go to court to get an order confirming what is already required by the comp plan and the LDC? This equates to a deprivation of due process and an equal protection violation. No other property is required to do this, and this condition pertains solely to my client's property. In sum, failing to require access to Ms. Aramo's property would be inconsistent with the comp plan, violate the LDC, and requiring access to Ms. Aramo's property has an essential nexus to the project, furthers a legitimate public purpose, and is directly proportional to the impacts of the Robinson Gateway project. We'd request that the board require a mandatory access interconnection between the Robinson Gateway project and Ms. Aramo's property, just as was shown on this development concept plan that was
Thank you,
initially
sir.
presented. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? So please, sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence. Tell us whether you've been sworn, and we'll set the clock at 3 minutes.
My name is Joe Hembry. I have been sworn, and I'm a resident of Sarasota County. I am a commercial realtor with a fairly long history of work here in Southwest Florida, specifically focusing on Manatee and Sarasota counties. I'd like to begin just by saying thank you to all of you. I think that last issue that came before the board and the passion that was brought forward exemplifies what's required when you bring your judgment to these situations. Your decisions matter. And I think while you won't hear from the same number of folks on this issue, we appreciate your consideration of our concerns as well. I am the current listing agent for the 11.27 acre parcel that's shown. And whilst that's not a large parcel in consideration with the DRI, when you're looking at land in and around an interchange, it's a fairly large piece of property and one that needs attention from your level. As requested by the property owner, I'm advocating that the county follow its current development code requirements and comp plan requirements and ensure access is granted to the adjacent parcel at this time. I think Mr. Brockway's legal arguments are very compelling. They are to me. I'm not a lawyer, and I can understand them and follow them. I'm not going to waste your time reiterating the cogent points he's already made. I would like to speak a little more generally to market demand. I am a huge advocate, first off, on the Robinson Gateway idea of bringing a hospital to this area. It's really important for this community, for the growth of the community, and to place a hospital like what Sarasota's done. They've shown placing a hospital by the interstate and how quickly that expands and is useful to the wider community at large. We're in big favor of that. It's a vital area for Manatee County to get right. Manatee County currently has 5 interstate exchanges, only 2 of which are north of the Manatee River. There's talk of a 6th one that would be just north of the line, of the county line further on. The current zoning, as we understood it until about a day ago, was mixed use. The future land use is mixed use. It makes sense, and it's in the public interest to ensure that we don't have an 11-acre hole right at one of those interchanges. It makes sense that the property is developed to its highest and best use. There's a lot of demand for multifamily and the other kinds of uses that could be on that property. We've had, in our marketing efforts, considerable interest in the parcel from a range of uses. I strongly believe that addressing this access issue as per your development code is required via plain reading of the same represents good governance. And I would just ask for your consideration along those lines. And again, we are in support of the overall project. We'd just like consideration. Thank you and appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on these 2 items? Okay. Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time. And we have one commissioner on the board. It's Commissioner Baugh. So this is questions for the applicant, the public, staff, whomever you would like to question, ma'am.
I really don't have a question, just a statement. The email that the attorney gave us. He said it went out yesterday afternoon. I just want him to know I never received it. I don't know about everybody. Well, no, I looked. It's not there. We got hit with 15,000 emails yesterday, so I just wanted you to know. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a.
And the server did crash at one point, so
Not an
your
exaggeration.
email could have been lost in there. Okay.
That's it.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz?
This is more towards staff. I know we typically have said that we encourage neighborhood tie-ins and things of that nature. I've never been a huge fan of them. I think we've removed more of them than we've acknowledged. Why is that not relevant here?
Can you hear me?
Did you just turn it off?
I might have turned it off.
There's a delay. You're
It's on. It's relevant here to the degree that the access arrow is provided on the general development plan. So, I mean, you know, the entranceway requirement says that you have to provide access to adjacent projects. We raised that issue during the review, and we got the access arrow that showed the required cross-access. And at the general development plan, it's not an FSP, it's not an engineered drawing, it's a concept plan for zoning. So we don't dive into the level of detail. I use that term, we pass muster, but it satisfies the degree of the requirement at the GDP level. And so we did not have a concern for cross-access. We asked for cross-access, and we got an arrow at the location to the property adjacent to the west. So
I guess this would go then to Ed or to someone on the applicant side. When was the arrow removed and why?
I do not believe the original approval, I think Mr. Vogler might be able to speak more to it, but the original.
That's why I directed that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you
You
quite
were
well.
explaining where we stood. Now I'm trying to get a sense of, you answered that question. Now, when was the arrow removed?
It was never there.
The arrow was never removed.
Okay.
The original plan that was approved, the original plan approved in 2015 did not provide that access.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Then, I mean, look, this is my opinion. I'm certainly not an attorney, but there's like 18 of them in this room. I mean, I think what you're dealing with sounds more like a legal issue than this board.
It is.
I don't feel like I'm in a position to force anyone to do anything with their property. You may have other courses of action, but I know you said, well, it's eminent domain, it's not eminent. Well, eminent domain, in my mind, means different things. Some of it is physically taking someone's property, but in the heart and soul of it, it's taking somebody's use of property, whether in whole or in part. And in this case, you're basically asking us, as unsophisticated attorneys, because we're not, to opine that we're going to force somebody to grant an easement, because it's not just the access. It's that whole roadway to the roundabout and the whole roadway south to Moccasin. And you want use of their property, and I'm not in a position personally. I'm not saying you don't deserve it. I'm not saying you do deserve it. I'm not opining either way. I'm just saying I'm not on this dais going to guarantee you access to their property and require them to use their property for your benefit. That's for another day with another person, not for me. If the original development plan did not have that access, then I'm not going to require someone to add that access at this stage in this process.
Thank you, sir.
I had one
Yes,
follow-up.
a word from the unsophisticated
What I'm
attorney.
waiting on.
Am I on?
Oh, you, okay, because I was going to go to Ballard as well.
Yes, in the
Shank.
entranceway requirements, it talks about requiring the cross-access easement between projects. And the definition of project in the LDC means you have to have a penny project, an application for approval in the pipeline. So that's like what I said, they have to be both before us, proposed CVS, proposed Publix, to acquire that. And this corner thing has nothing, we don't know what the use is going to be, we don't know what type of access they need.
Correct. That's why I'm saying this has nothing to do with us. If they come before us and go for a rezone and try to get something done, then people sell access easements all the time. Then they can
Correct.
go to the owner and say, hey, let's cut a deal. Let's work on something to grant us that easement
Correct.
at that stage, not at this stage.
Correct, that's
Correct.
what I'm saying.
That's good enough for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So land use, I just feel like landlocked lots should be established. They should have solid rules in the state, and we should just be able to say, this is the rule and go by it. But I guess maybe this is a different circumstance because of the situation with I-75. And so I'm imagining they should have sued for access way back then, or maybe they're double dipping. Maybe they already got paid for their access, and I wish we had more legal
Yeah, there's a lot of
clarity.
issues we don't know. If they file a lawsuit, they go through discovery, they look at the history of the eminent domain, all those things are discoverable. We don't know that now. We can't sit as judge and jury to decide the case.
So just real quickly, hypothetically, let's say these guys, as professional and, upstanding as they are, let's say they can't get along, they can't come to an agreement in the future, and they go to court. Are we on the line? Or are they on the line?
Well, if we are approving authority for development order, we can be sued, the development order can be challenged. Normally, the applicant intervenes. There may be litigation. I can't prevent that.
Can always sue for anything and
They can
everything.
sue for, they can challenge the rezoning and whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any other commissioners on the board at this time. Does staff have any closing statements? Uh-oh, Rosina's coming with the microphone.
Uh-oh.
Zoning or the ordinance that the owner says that is PDMU was an error in the map at the time of we prepared the staff report, and Mr. Marshall Robinson was extenuated every single circumstance to demonstrate that there is not any approved plan in that parcel. We check all our records, and also we check the properties that was approved by ordinance in 1990 without a plan. We don't have any, this parcel is not included, wasn't included as part of the previous original zoning for Robinson, and is not any project in the area that says that this parcel is on PDMU. It's for clarification. And at the time of the applicant, the lady arrived to the front counter. We were in the process to change the plans, and for this reason, somebody says it's PDMU, and after that, we corrected to the zoning is A1.
Thank you, ma'am. Would the applicant like to make a closing statement?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, I want to say I think you all, by your questions, understand our points, and I won't repeat them. There are a couple of things I want to just say personally. I've never met Ms. Eramo. She's never called me. She's never sent me an email. What she said today was she reached out to our broker. We have an exclusive brokerage arrangement with Cushman & Wakefield, and they field many calls for us, and that's their role. I have no present recollection of speaking to her father 7 years ago. However, I do not think that I would tell him something that is completely different than the plan that we were seeking to obtain approval that day. That's not how I roll, and that's not how the Robinson family rolls. So what we have is a disputed legal right of access, and both the Baycare attorneys and myself have provided opinions. We've provided those to the adjacent property owner, legal opinions. We've provided them to county staff and the county attorney's office, and we find ourselves here. But I think the final and underlying point that I want to make on this point is by every piece of testimony that's been provided, including that from your professional staff, we are in full compliance with your zoning ordinance criteria. And that's what we ask you to act upon today. And I'm going to stop there and just simply say thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion or deliberation. We do have a motion that's been made by Commissioner Cruz to approve the item and has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. Let's cast our votes
Okay.
at this
Are we
time.
clear which number we're going now?
Yes.
This is to approve item ordinance number
28?
Number 28.
29. This is 29 that is currently,
Well,
this is,
28
it's,
and
128.
are you sure?
Yeah,
It
that's
looks
what
like it's
mine
on
says.
28 on my screen.
DRI 29.
DRI 29 it says,
Right, but it's not number 28.
but it's number 28.
Yeah,
What are the odds of
everything's
that?
confusing here.
Okay.
Everything's confusing.
That's a
Been a long
coincidence.
day.
So item number 28 then passes unanimously, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 7-0. So then we'll pull up item number 29. Waiting for a motion. Motion was made by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by Van Ostenbridge. We can cast our votes at this time. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Thank you. All right, Commissioners, do we have any final, does anyone have any final comments they'd like to make before we close this out?
All right, so.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Chair. So I got to thinking, which I always do.
Don't overdo it.
I'm a thinking man. But I'd like to make a motion to allow our county attorney to start working on policy, to put in place of what all of the county commissioners expect from both our employees who work for us, our county attorney, as well as our county administrator.
I'm not sure I understand your motion. Help me.
Okay, so certain things that we expect to get from our county administrator as well as our county attorney. Certain things that we can,
Are we talking communication?
communications, things like that, and see about,
Commissioner, can I dialogue with you? for a
yeah,
sec?
go ahead.
Do you mean
Oh,
like
we're not
a
just
list of
going over.
performance expectations for those employees?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what you mean.
I'll on the board next.
Yep.
I'm not sure what the request of the motion, I mean, that's just something we do anyway. That's.
Correct, but
Like, we were hold on.
Go ahead.
We were supposed to have a strategy session the other day, and we ended up talking about the legislative platform the whole time. I think it got rescheduled for January. That's literally the type of stuff we talk about there, where we direct to Dr. Hobbs or to County Attorney Clegg or to anybody. You can't really make any motion to explain to staff what you expect because we don't direct staff. But those two we do, and that's where that strategy session is, to have a conversation with Dr. Hobbs, say, I expect you to meet with all of us once a month or once a week or once a day or whatever you want. And, that's where we have that conversation. I think I'm just confused of, if you're going to make a motion, it has to be towards something. I'm not sure what the motion is towards, because you're asking for effectively the opinion of 7 of us. I don't know who you're going to direct to formalize and document 7 opinions.
Is it okay if I dialogue?
Commissioner Bearden.
Okay, so essentially, it's us looking at certain aspects of the overall picture. For example, if things aren't brought to us and we don't know about it, how can we hold some accountability?
I understand where he's
Okay,
at.
I think maybe a
Things like
solution to
that.
this is to ask for copies of the employment contracts for both the county administrator and the county attorney, so people can review them during recess, and if you have any modifications to them, we can discuss them during the strategic
No, that's.
planning meeting
that's
and
great.
add to it, because those employment contracts could have an addendum saying, these are the expectations of that employment.
Okay, and it's okay if we dialogue, right? So,
Well, there's other people on the board that might be able to help clarify.
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
I've
Go
got to
ahead.
wait for my
Well,
turn.
I'm next on the board.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz is saying. I think this is a workshop item for the board to discuss so that we can sort of narrow down on the direction that we're trying to go here and the direction we're trying to give. One, you didn't put this on the agenda. There's 2, there's no urgency to it. And 3, it's a workshop item. So I'm not in favor. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I think I understand where Commissioner Bearden is. I mean, we need to figure out a way that we let our expectations be known to the county administrator and the county attorney as to communication procedures, whether or not, how far can you go on an item before you come to our board and we address it to make sure that it's going in the right direction, et cetera. But that is something where we need to have a workshop to have that discussion, because it's not something where we can just go, A, B, C, D. I mean, it's going to take some conversation to make sure that we have it. Because I will tell you, I have a list of items that I call policy procedures. that, you know, I've been working on, and we just haven't had a chance yet. It's too new yet. We're just not there yet to have that discussion, but a workshop would certainly be the best place. And I think Commissioner Cruz hit it when he mentioned the strategic plan meeting that we were supposed to have and didn't. We can't just, you know, be told it's going to be on the agenda the day before the agenda item. You know, I mean, we can't do it that way. We need to know when it is so that we can sit down and we can have our notes and be ready for a major discussion. Because that's real important. Where's this board? Where do we want to go next year? You know, we can't look at it from the standpoint of what we did last year. This is essentially a new board. So we need to have some major discussion on that. So I started to ask this yesterday. I know that I just saw another workshop pop up today on my calendar, and I can't be in it. I'm already scheduled to be in Tampa that day for another meeting. So, you know, I'm not sure what the process is on how they're being scheduled, what is being covered. I have no clue. So that's a question. I'm sure the county administrator's listening to this, and he'll get it done accordingly so that we can have that discussion.
Perhaps a workshop on workshops.
A workshop on workshops.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Cruz. I understand where Commissioner Bearden's coming from.
Yeah.
I do believe this could have been part of our special, our strategic plan that we were supposed to do the other day. I would like, if we're going to do this, do it in a workshop type format and not do it from here from the dais.
I think that covers it.
All right, so Bearden and then Satcher. Commissioner Bearden.
No, I completely agree with everybody on this. I just want to make sure that, you know, all of our employees in Manatee County have a certain policy that they have to abide by. And I think that everybody needs to have that same policy, especially, you know, we have 2 employees who work for us that I don't even know if there is anything that, you know, they have to abide by. I have no idea. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there something?
Well, for
Mr.
me,
Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for me, there's first and foremost the rules of professional conduct governing the Florida Bar. That is the number one thing that I have to follow every single day. But I will be happy to send all of you the 2 contracts as well as the statutes and ordinances that govern the 2 positions. I hope you'll allow me to do that tomorrow. I know it's been a long day for all of you, and it has been for me as well. But you'll get an email tomorrow providing you with that backup. And that'll help you to sort of understand the lay of the land.
Mr. County Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could.
Commissioner Baugh.
I just had, the only reason I'm butting in right now is because I just had the county attorney send me a couple of ordinances that I think are important. So if you could make sure you send them as well, as
Sure.
far as our procedures that was done back in '09.
Okay.
About talking to staff, et cetera, because I think that
I
needs to
understand.
be looked at and updated.
I think you're referencing the non-interference
Yes,
resolution.
that's the
Yes,
one.
ma'am. I
So
will
we
add
need
that
to-
to the list of
Yes,
things
sir.
to send to you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything further? We're adjourned.